Hello. Sorry, I was laughing because when I turned the camera back on, it was slightly tilted because I was doing some things on my desk and I forget that this webcam is like independent, like it sticks to the top of the computer on the piece that comes with it with a magnet. But other than that, it's connected by a wire. So when I move the computer, basically the camera shifts sometimes. So when I came back on camera and I was askew, that made me laugh. So that's why I was laughing at. Hey everybody, y'all didn't care nothing about that. But how you doing? How you doing? Welcome back this week. First off, I just gotta say I've been smiling this whole afternoon. Well, as I was getting closer to like getting dressed because I have the window shades open, and I recognize that it's 6:37 and it's still so light outside. Like we got at least a solid hour of daylight outside, so that is like delighting me. It's still cold. It's still cold, but is it this week or next week? Soon. We're supposed to have, maybe even tomorrow, we're supposed to have like 70 something degrees weather. I'm excited because I just bought a new camera, but I'm still trying to figure out if I'm gonna have to send it back or not. I got a new camera for vlogging because I'm really excited. I'm really getting into this content creation situation. Like I have a whole little kind of loose schedule. It's more like Dick Kitty. Kitty, where have you been? You haven't called me. I saw you out gallivanting in the streets. My feelings are hurt. But I'm glad to see you here. Hey, BX Bayou, welcome back. What was I got a little camera because I really do want to start like vlogging. Listen, didn't you see? I got this is a new webcam, but I also got like a camera to take on the go. The problem is, okay, so I got this camera, I got it off TikTok. I saw so many cameras because once you like one thing, it shows you a bunch of the same types of things. So I saw all these like vlogging cameras, and I went to the reviews. Every time I saw one, like I would put it in my bookmarks, but I would go back and look and read through the reviews and see like how good it was rated, and the things that people were saying that was bad about it. Like, was it a lot of the same things? Was it a bunch of different things? Was I was just, doing my due diligence, right? And I found this camera. This camera had like no bad reviews. It was a 4.9, rating, everything. I liked the way that it moved. I liked the way that you like could maneuver it and things like that. So long story short, it was a little pricey, not gonna lie, more than I, in my mind I wanted to pay, but it went on an amazing sale, and money that I didn't know that I had, I discovered I had. So I went ahead and got the camera. The camera comes, it's beautiful, it's cute. I could show it to y'all. Give me a second, I'm about to go get it. Okay, so I went ahead and I got it. It's in a little pouch. Put it in a little pouch so I could keep it in my purse. So this is the camera. See how teeny? Isn't it cute? Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I'm about to break it. This is the actual camera part. This part is the screen. So if let's say I put the camera here, I can look at the screen and see what the camera sees. I love that. It clicks together. It's like magnetic, and it clicks together. Now, see, this is the problem here because I ain't even been. You see the battery. This is the problem with this, and it comes with like a little. I could wear this around my neck, and it's magnetic to it, so it'll be on there securely. All types of things. I have a little thing I could stick it on. I have it's very convenient, and for somebody like me that's very self-conscious, the reason y'all never really got vlogs and stuff from me is because I am deathly afraid of being seen setting up a tripod, setting up a camera, practicing an angle out in public. Out in the like I don't have it in me to just do that casually, right? So I figured I get this little thing. If I'm shopping, if I'm eating, whatever, it's very small, it's very compact, it's not discreet. Like I said, I could just put it around my neck and walk. Hey, Paper Frost, yes, alive, you made it. I can do a lot of things that I could do it with a lot less conspicuously, right? Yes, I'm a punk about it, but I got it. All in all, I like when it comes on. It's so cute. I love, just having it in my head. It's very cutesy. But when I turned it on, it already had battery power. It was at maybe like 70 something, 70 something percent. And I noticed that the percentage was going down very quickly. Like while I just had it on sitting down trying to figure out the stuff for programming, all that other stuff, I noticed I saw the battery power going down very rapidly. So then I Googled problems with this particular camera. And I don't want to say the camera name because one, I'm not trying to endorse or, talk down on it because none of that benefits me any. But my point is, it does show that there are people saying they're having the same problem with it. This was not in the TikTok thing. Now, mind you, and I don't believe like maybe that particular seller, but no, because some of the other cameras are from that seller too. On TikTok, it just didn't have any bad things. But what this one guy was talking specifically about this problem and like what he was trying to do to fix it and this and that and the other. And what he was saying is that maybe they're getting some feedback about this problem, but they just haven't taken it on as a documented problem yet. I'm talking about the company, to where now they're still in the first, phases of figuring out what the problem is, what's wrong with it or whatever. But all in all, when I look at like the expectation of battery life, the expectation of how you're supposed to use it, I don't think that I don't think that it's not working correctly. I think maybe it's working correctly, and we're just used to, phones with 6, 8, 10 hours battery life. This is only supposed to work 90 minutes. This is only supposed to give me 90 minutes of um recording. So maybe I guess this is mostly supposed to be for not necessarily just putting on and going, but knowing exactly what it is you're trying to do, getting the shot, whatever, which again is fine by me because I like to get in and get out when I'm out and about. I do not like just being out in the elements and out amongst the people. I was thinking about that this morning and cracking up at myself. Like, I'm not agoraphobic. I'm not agoraphobic. And a lot of times, like, if the weather is nice and there's nice things going on and I'm able to do what it is I need to do, I generally don't regret going out. But I'm one of those people where it's like, when I'm thinking about getting ready to go out and getting ready to go out. But then when I go out, I have a great time. So that's what's going on. So now I'm just waiting for the weather to break. Y'all know I love me flowers and things like that. So I think it would be cute for me to be able to take y'all with me to do little things out in the real world, not just in the seat right here. Um, Mind you, this is my obligatory discussing like the channel and things. I told you this is a discovery process for me. I'm in the phase now where I'm like, I have a nice little base. Thank you guys for showing up consistently, also and engaging. I have a nice little base of people. The subscriber count is growing pretty steadily, with me doing the different things and trying different things out. I'm in the phase where I have to try different things out, see what works, see what I'm willing to do, because I'm not willing to do everything. I know there's some things that I probably could do that would, you know, make things go, but just some stuff I'm not trying to do. So I'm just trying to figure out what works for me, what works for the channel, and my goals. And that's what's going on. So you see, I have the makeup tutorials, things like that. I'm trying to see like what all and who all is here, like who all would engage with what. Also, I love that my mind has become clearer enough for me to try to present the totality of what Level Up Single Mom was supposed to be, because I've been doing commentary or whatever, but it was always supposed to be at least a 3-tiered thing of like, we talk about this for build your boundaries, we talk about this for birth your bag, we talk about this for refine your shine. So now I'm in a space where I feel, I don't want to say I felt constricted, but I will say that I felt like, even though I fight against it and I always talk about people kind of projecting onto us or onto other people whether things make sense to do or not, whether things are a waste of time or not, I think I still was kind of needing to prove to myself that I was doing something worthwhile. So then once the channel got monetized, and it wasn't, I'm nowhere near making a whole bunch of money, but just the idea that, the powers that be of YouTube and you guys thought enough of me to get me to a point where I do have avenues open to get money from doing this work. You get what I'm saying? So for me, that means something to me, where it opened up, hey, Mary, it opened up I was able to get comfortable in this in a way that I wasn't before. Before I was like, I have to prove something to people, or I have to prove things to myself. And so now, like, that I did that, I accomplished that part of it. Now I feel more comfortable investing in it and investing in it beyond a certain point, investing more money. You know what I mean? Investing more, like playing with it more creativity. Like, okay, now I really can throw myself into this, as opposed to, do I still have to have 1 foot or 1.5 feet into a place of where I might not be able to do this anymore. You get what I'm saying? I hope I make sense. So yeah, I'm taking it a lot more seriously. Patreon. I want to say, for those of you who are a part of my Patreon, who have been holding on as a part of my Patreon for all these years while I've been trying to just figure this main channel out, thank you so much. and I am doing my best and using every fiber of my being not to cry. I, like I said, I was doing different stuff and I'm going checking out the things and trying to, and I realized that like Patreon is the reason I was able to get that camera. Patreon was the reason I was able to get that camera. And when I just think about how much you guys have, you'll understand when I talk about the attention economy, it just hit me how much that means that y'all have, and not just in Patreon, all of y'all that watch me have invested in me, in ways that, like I said, add to getting to a point in my achieving my goals, to allow me mentally to be able to say this is real and I'm actually doing something worthwhile, and to have something tangible, because a lot of times I've had to just believe it myself. You know what I mean? Like I know certain things, and I've known in my head, I'm like, this seems like a good idea. This makes sense to me. I think this is going to work. But to have that tangible thing outside of myself, to be able to say, no, it really does work. I can prove it. Look, that means so much to me. So I needed to say that. Actually, how long has it been? It's been I think it's been at least a solid month since I've cried. So that makes sense. So and it's that time of the month. I don't want to, mind you, I don't want to try to make it like it's a bad thing to be emotional, but I'm working through, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm a little embarrassed. But yeah, so thank you very, very much for helping me and making this possible, and therefore making this possible. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Kenny, please. Thank you for this, though. This is a good. Thank you for bringing me back into the present and what I'm doing. So, that being said, let's see. Is there anything else going on? Oh, so I am trying to put together a girls' night. By put together a girls' night, mind you, I don't know, but I know I'm going to go to the theater. I told y'all that months ago when I found out about the movie, to see You, Me, and Tuscany. You, Me, and Tuscany. That's with Halle Bailey. Because that had me crying when I saw the trailer for that. That had me crying with like happiness and anticipation, happiness for her, all of that. My part is crooked, but I was in the mirror with no glasses on doing my part, so it is what it is. I want to see that, and I was thinking that would be a really fun like girls' night. So if there's anybody here who wanted to possibly come, you have to come to me. Come to Philly for a girls' night where we can go and see that movie together. And yeah, Kitty, you supposed to be coming, and I'm gonna figure out like the timing and everything, because I've already talked to a couple different discords I'm in, and a couple people have been. So, but I would really want to have like a nice girls' night, and we go out and see it, and then go to dinner, or go to dinner first and go see it, whichever one, and just meet up with each other and have a really nice girly fun time. So if you are in the Philadelphia area, the tri-state area, or you wouldn't mind traveling, mind you, the movie comes out April 10th. I don't think I was going to try to do opening night per se. Oh yeah, well Kenny's in NYC too, so maybe y'all need to meet up so y'all could come and meet up with me. I don't know. I'm just saying. It's gonna be mid-ish April, I think. Now the baby's birthday is April 16th, so I'll probably be doing some stuff for her, maybe that next week. But I don't know, maybe like the early part of late April. I don't know. But as we get closer, because I tried to go in and see like if they had any screening times yet. They don't have any screening times yet, which makes sense because the movie doesn't even come out to theaters until the 10th. So I will keep you guys posted is what I'm saying. So keep an eye out for that. Watch the community tab. If you're not in Discords with me, if you're in Discords with me, keep your eye out for that. But oh, also let me. Do I have my? Yeah, you can email me also if you want to have me stay in contact with you. If you're not in Discords, if you're not on here enough to be on the community tab, whatever, you can also email me so that we can have a correspondence together, and I can start like trying to plan and figure out how many people will be there, figure out like maybe if we need to make reservations somewhere to get dinner, whatever. So yeah, that's thoughts I'm thinking. And I do want to, it doesn't have to be like a whole vlog, but I was probably going to vlog the day. So just be mindful that you might be on camera, but you don't have to be featured on camera in a way where people can identify you other than, I was there with some people. You know what I mean? And we can flesh that out some more later. But I might wind up not wanting to do, I might just want to just be in the moment. So who knows? But I'm saying I'm trying to be better. Also, the reason that came up is because when I'm talking about Patreon and stuff like that, I do want to be better about posting on Patreon, but I'm like I said, I'm still trying to figure out what all I'm doing content wise here and how I can make it work and create a nice little flow, because I took off from school for the spring semester to do this. So I'm trying to figure out a schedule for myself that works for me, that I can also integrate schoolwork and stuff back into, right? So just be patient with me. That being said, I'm thinking that if I do more like lifestyle vlogging, that I would probably put that in my Patreon, because I just generally don't like some of the ways that it can go being so personal on, and it's not, I don't have nothing really going on, but you know what I mean, like there may be certain things that I would talk about and be more candid about in that than I would do on here. And I'm just trying to figure out like what would be the most, not the most valuable, but like meaningful for people who are actually investing in what it is I'm doing here and in me that way. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. I'm trying to find more ways to be more intimate and I'm stopping and I'm having trouble, not because I don't have the words, but because the words are feeling like transactional, like, oh, you're paying to be my friend or something like that. It's not that. It's basically like I'm hiding from the world. I'm not hiding the world from you type of thing. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't want to deal with a bunch of riffraff in spaces and in periphery to me, in close enough to me, then I would like people who actually care about me and are invested in me to be. You get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out what that balance is around how intimate I want to be and in what ways and with whom. So yeah, that's what's going on. So that is that. I think that's good. We've caught up. I'm going to go ahead and do the intro, and then we can get started with the topic, because boy, this man is always doing something, and it is what it is. So here we go.
No problem. You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
The movie's called You, Me, and Tuscany. It's with Halle Bailey. She is going over to Italy to stay in somebody's house that she just met on the humbug in the States. And he told her about this house in Tuscany that he had just sitting there. And so she decided she was going to, hijinks are ensuing, so forth and so on. So I would love to see that. And I would love to see that, with a group of you guys that would want to come and see that with me. I think that would be so cute and fun. So Nicholas Cannon, he has recently sat down with the illustrious Dr. Umar yet again. I don't know why certain people, sidebar, Dr. Umar loves him some Sukiyana. And it makes me laugh because I'm thinking about him and Sukiyana, and then Ray J is Sukiyana, and I'll respond to her later. I'm looking at things. And they little pseudo beef over Sukiyana. It makes me laugh. And then she's pregnant too. So now I'm sitting there, nobody is talking about that aspect of it. But it's just like, could it possibly be his or Ray J? I don't know. So that's going on. That has nothing to do with Nick Cannon or what we're talking about tonight. But it's just, we might do a baby mama news about that. I don't know. Some Lotto's having a baby, so there is some reason for some baby mama news. So we should have some baby mama news within the next couple weeks. Let me pause this. But yeah, Nick Cannon has sat down again to discuss these things that he should have discussed well before going and impregnating all these people. He got kids though. Remember that whole thing? He don't have a son, but he got daughters, I believe. But talking about things that he should have worked out years ago before he went off and cultivated this colony of women and children who don't want to be a colony. It's a whole thing. But I'm just going to go ahead and let him speak for himself, and then you'll see where I'm going with it after the fact, because it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Can I make this big? Okay.
Back.
Okay, so
You're still there.
We're in the
and that's why nobody else can get a piece of your heart, because it belongs to Mariah.
We're in a safe space, right? We're being vulnerable,
Absolutely.
right? We just can't.
We in the man cave.
I don't want to start shit that I don't need to start. So ultimately, what I'll say, I divorced my wife. Yes.
Why?
So in that, because it goes back to what I was saying before, where I was talking about the man that I am.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is, years of therapy. The man that I am, the man that I was before I was married, I feel like I lost my identity and who I was once I became
a husband.
A husband.
And
the husband I became was Mr. Mariah Carey.
So are you telling me that you let the public's opinion influence how you function in your marriage?
It wasn't the public's opinion, but that was part of it, because it wasn't, I could care less about
Understood.
what people thought.
But because of who she is, you knew going in.
Because I didn't feel like a man.
Because of what?
So many things. Initially.
Give me two things.
Financially.
But you knew going in.
Yeah.
So if you knew,
did I go in with the right intentions?
Did you?
I had to ask myself those questions.
Did you?
I believe I went in for love, but in the sense of like what my life, because you got to think at the time, I'm a man in my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm enamored. I'm in awe of the greatest presence of a woman that I have ever witnessed.
Yes, sir.
And so I could have been clouded by just the idea of love. The hopeless romantic in me was like, I gotta get this right. I gotta figure this. This is a blessing from the Most High, regardless of what the scenario was. So again, in spending time and figuring out, like, man, was I blinded by the idea?
What's the age gap? How many years?
About a decade.
Okay. Is it possible that you didn't believe you deserved her?
Absolutely. 100%.
So there was a self-esteem piece.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm going back to.
Okay.
On many levels of, this is someone that is out of my league. This is someone that is more mature than I am. This is someone who has all the things she desires in life is completely different than my desires. So then, therefore, when I'm in this scenario, I'm like, ooh, am I losing myself? So in that, and I'll take it this one step further, because then we'll go to those spaces of once I did come out of the marriage, my behavior then became to prove all of those things that I may have feared within my marriage, is that I can provide, I can do for others in an abundant way.
I just paused it there to say keep that part in mind because that's where we're going to kind of live at when it comes to what he said in this.
So therefore, possibly being the reasons why I choose multiple partners and choose to take care of multiple people and create such a vast and large family.
What is the reason?
Because I wanted to prove to myself that I could do it.
Okay, so I wanted y'all to hear that because you know this channel. um, and I laugh, and I laugh. I had a conversation with somebody about something really like serious yesterday, and I was laughing. I laughed like that. They were like, "I don't think it's funny." I'm like, "I feel a lot of things, and this is just how it's coming out." You know what I mean? Like it's so much that's just how it's coming out. And I'd rather come out like that than anything else. Um this channel being about self-actualization and specifically about the self-actualization of Black women and even more niche down the self-actualization of single mothers, because what he's talking about is at the heart of so many single mothers experiences, and not just their experiences but also like their decision making, because a part of the whole process of making this uh stereotype of a single mother and these stories about who she is and why she is and what she deserves and all that has to do with her allowing a man like him to come, and not even a man like him in the sense of, because there's a lot of things that were done like when he first came out and was talking all of this mess and was talking about it in a way of like, oh no, I know exactly what I'm doing and this is actually natural and biblical and all of these things, and as a man and a high value man and this and that and the other, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. When that was the discussion, it was like, okay, he's okay to do it because he has money and because he's talking about it in this way, he's being honest, you know, he's upfront with these women, this and that and the other. But as time went on, more of the women started talking, then he started talking, and you got to start seeing to where now he's at a point where he's saying straight up, yeah, I was just kind of floundering in my personal life experience in general, and the context behind that, the implication of that is that he played with all these people's lives. He played with all these people's lives, being the women and the subsequent children that resulted from his interactions with the women, to come to the conclusion that a lot of people were already saying in the beginning, like, yeah, he is not coming from a healthy place with this. This is not advisable. Because remember, at the time, the information we had about it was that he was sick and might be passing on sooner than later. And so it was more so of a thought process of, oh, this is him freaking out because he's dying. And I think he has mentioned before that that was a part of it as well. But that was mostly where people were going from with it. For me, in the context of this, you know, the totality of this and this story, and we're going to actually go back and sorry, I'm looking at my thing. Is this the one I want? No. This is not what I want to show. Um, sorry, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to share. Here it is. I talked about him before. I've talked about him a couple of times, and I did like viewings of mainly what is that girl's name? The short hair baby mom, the second baby mom, I believe. After Mariah. So Mariah is Mariah. When I'm talking about baby mom, I'm talking about the women that came after Mariah. So he had one with a lady called Brittany Bell, and then he had a set, I believe, with the lady I'm talking about. She's a DJ. I always can see her. I always forget her name, but I know her well, please. Um, but I did it. I watched her interview with Shan Boudreaux, and I was talking about how it was this one first, the main character. That's where I started. Let me. Can I move this? I don't want to bring it over. It won't let me. But I started that one, and then I had to finish it on this one, Tricky Dick. I had to finish it because it was so long. But I also wound up finding, and I think this is probably the one we're going to need to watch a little bit of, not the whole thing. Where I found him talking about himself in a way. It was like
Hello.
was there is what I'm saying. It was all kind of there. But what is coming up for me, shout out to Leslie. All those women and children were a project. It wasn't even just a project. It was like he was using, the way I said it's nice to have tangible things for me, even though I may have an idea of something in my head. It's nice to have tangible things outside of myself to reinforce, what I'm believing or thinking or hoping, working towards. He was using them as like anchors in the mindset that he was creating in his head. He lied to all of them except the DJ and the chick that was the wild and out girl. No, he lied to you need to go back and watch those two lies because he did lie to her. And he did, because on the first one, I showed there was a podcast she did with a bunch of people maybe a year or two before she got pregnant with his kids or whatever, a couple years. And she had just come out of a bad relationship. And so you could see where her head was at the time, around the time she met him, because she had to have met him like around that time, not too long after she did their podcast. Then when she's sitting with Shan Boudreaux, she's pregnant for the third time for him. But they had lost a baby. And she was explaining how they were messing around and they were just having fun or whatever. And she acknowledged it and thought of it as them just having fun. But then he came along and was like, oh no, why are you basically diminishing this love we have? It's so meaningful or whatever. She got pregnant, whoopsie baby got pregnant, but lost that baby and was just like, okay, whatever. And he came to her and was like, oh no, let's try again. And she's like, we're just casual. And he's like, no, how could you say that? Da-da-da-da-da. So gets her to get pregnant again. She gets pregnant with twins that time. She has those twins. Then he's in the midst of this, he's getting other people pregnant and stuff. She says she realized it really probably wasn't all that he was saying it was when she saw that he was doing that year. He was doing all the same thing, like cut and paste Valentine's Day posts for his baby moms at that time. And so then that's when it kind of hit her that like, oh, wait a minute, I might just be a part of a harem for real. Like, it's not what he's trying to make it out. Yeah, Abby, it's not what he's trying to make it out to be. And so then on that interview with Shan, pretty much the same way that we kind of saw with Shan and what's that girl name that's with Cam Newton, and kind of seeing them in real time, like reevaluating and going, oh shit, about some things. She started going like, oh shit. And she actually said like she's scared now because she's realizing she has 3 children for this man and she doesn't know what that means for her moving forward when she really still wants to be a wife and a mother to a man. She's got 3 kids of this other man who's never planned on marrying her. So now she's having to kind of reconcile that type of stuff. So it's really freaking deep. Said he only lied after the twins. I think Abby knew Brittany was pregnant. Abby knew Brittany already had a kid, I believe, when Abby got pregnant. I believe Brittany Bell, because Brittany Bell had 2 children. So Brittany Bell was his first baby mom after he was done with Mariah. Then after Brittany Bell, he wound up having babies with Abby. Then I believe he went back to Brittany Bell, or he had another girl in between that, then went back to Brittany Bell, had another baby with Brittany Bell. Then I don't know if Onyx came before Bree. I don't remember exactly how. And there's people that if Brittany had a second, yeah, Brittany had a second. I think Brittany had the second after he lost the baby with that other girl, the kind of golden curly haired girl. But then he went back to the golden curly haired girl and had a baby too after they lost. He has this thing where it's like he's one of the worst kinds of guys because he's very much like Peter Guns. They rely on the women having a connection with them. And that's another reason why in the book I talk about the bond. I talk about how they use this idea. Either they use it or you just come up with this idea. But either way, there's something about this idea that you and this man have a particular kind of bond that no matter what's actually happening, you're going to be like, oh, well, the bond keeps you thinking like it's worth it to keep going on with this person because, oh yeah, he may have a bunch of baby moms, but our bond is so extra special. Like when he's with me, it's not like when he's with the other women. The lady Bree, she has it real bad. I believe she has it real bad because he had even said recently, I say recently, but I mean within like the last 3 to 5 years, I think it was on that Entertainment Tonight or something, and they were saying like, do your children's mothers get along? Like, are you able to have a communal family situation? And he basically was like, no, they kind of don't want to be bothered with thinking about the other women. When I'm with them, I have to be with them. They don't want to hear it. And things I've heard, I think Bree is the worst about this. I feel like Abby is more so a like go with the flow and let's just have a happy time for the kids or whatever, whatever. But it feels like Bree is really just like there was them and now there's me. And, even though he's still clearly doing whatever he's doing, she just likes to believe that I just pretend everybody doesn't exist. Now, that may seem kind of similar to, what I'm going to wind up saying about our sweet queen, Mariah Carey, but it's not quite, and we'll get into that. So I'm going to go and try to find, she said, Bree and Abby's kids play together. Yeah. Let me see. So this is where Nick was talking about sex, because he was talking to some sex therapist or whatever, but I want to go back to, we talked about him first. Okay. I want to get back to like, this is where old girl started talking about like what she thinks her life is going and what's going to happen and all that type of stuff. So here. How do I make it theater mode? Okay. Is it in theater mode? Oh, we can close this. There it is. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay.
that I was pregnant, the world still didn't know about who was my children's father or who I was involved with, and I had never let it be known. And then this one Valentine's Day just opened up the can of worms for everybody. Me, another woman in it, two other women in his life all got sent the same balloons, the same flowers, the same
time. And so if someone is consistently honest with you upfront, consistently clear, they meet their expectations. When they are yeses are yeses, that's a yes. When they're no's are no's, it's a no. You can like rest assured on that. And when you experience that over time, you can develop trust. Trust has nothing to do with monogamy or non-monogamy.
Now, don't get me wrong, we're all humans. So Nick is not perfect, because there's times where he's been a little hesitant with being completely honest. And I think that that's something that everybody wants to go in and state like, oh, there was honesty. Sometimes there's not. And you are really left in the dust of finding out things on your own or through fake social media accounts. What's going through your head, and how does your relationship dynamic change during?
She said, so you find things out on your own or through fake social media accounts. Wasn't she talking about doing that same stuff in the relationship that she was in prior? And when we were watching it yesterday, we were watching her talk about her old relationship. Was she not talking about looking for things through fake social media accounts and just,
during that time while you're pregnant and experiencing all these opinions from the world?
Shutdown, complete shutdown. I didn't know how to maneuver through it. I didn't know how to be guided through it. It was only because of my support system, which is, when I say my support system, it's always going to be my sister off top. It wasn't because
here, right?
She is here. She's behind the camera. She's here. She is my support system, but she was the one that was really like, we got to refocus you. We have to really find some silver lining in this for you, because I was devastated. I mean, I've never been hit with thousands of people just telling me their hate for me or what
And
they
why
feel.
were they mad at you? Is it because he had a primary partner who was public? A partner that was public, and then you look like the mistress? Why were they mad?
I think he had several partners at the time, but I feel like just his track record of relationships at the time had maybe been a little bit more intensified. I mean, he had a lover over here that, they were going strong and they've been involved for years. And then he had another beautiful family over here that he has. And then he has his ex-wife, who's the queen of all queens. So people feel so invested,
So did they view you as a homewrecker?
Yes.
Who helped you?
My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, my sister.
And
And
was Nick able to prepare you, given the fact that he had obviously grown up around this, and then two had other partners who had gone through this?
yeah, no. I don't think that's his responsibility to either, to be very honest. I think he could do so much, and he could tell you like, Nick is a very positive person. So he's gonna tell you, oh, just let it, they're all it's just all hate. It's just all people who don't refuse to understand. And it's easy for somebody who's navigated in the capacity in which he's navigated in for years and years. And the level in which he's handled it has been a level that I hope I never have to reach either. So I understand where his positivity was.
I'm glad that she recognized it, because it ain't even about, oh, he's being positive and this and that and the other. He doesn't care. He wants what he wants. I also want to point out, that was me talking before, but this is me now today talking. I want to point out too that you notice how she's continuously creating a benefit of the doubt for him. And I'm gonna get big for this, because this is something that has been coming up for me a lot lately in just conceptualizing when I'm having conversations about like how I am when it comes to certain things, and looking at stuff relationally, and like how I deal with people, and when I cut people off, and what my boundaries are, and how I enact my boundaries. That's something that I do with people that I have in my life, I think. And I think it's generally something that humans do, but I'm noticing in me is that I do have a version of you in my mind. But my version of you in my mind is based off of things that I see in you, things that you say are important to you, about who you want to be, where you want to go, things like that. And stuff that I feel like aligns with that, even if you don't fully see it yet, even if if it's not fully developed within you or not. But I'm always looking for congruency and fidelity in people. And so I am always looking at your potential, not necessarily your potential to be something that just out of nowhere, like I have this idea about something and I just see you as a person and I just project it onto you. No, it's like I come and I talk to you and I hear what you talk about and I see what you get excited about and I hear what you say you care about and all those types of things. So I'm looking for ways to amplify that stuff, that you can amplify that stuff, that you are amplifying that stuff, that you may not realize you're amplifying that stuff, or that you may not realize that you are kind of getting in your own way about whatever it is. I try to align with what I am presented with and my perception of your aspirational self for you. Okay. What can happen though is people can have an aspiration for themselves, just like I can have an aspiration for myself, but human beings fall short. Like I fall short sometimes, this and that and the other, whatever. And sometimes if we are the outside person of that person, depending on, you know, what we've got going on and or our internal needs and things like that, that we might be trying to get met or thinking we're getting met through that other person, we are unable to let go of that stuff, that projection, when this person is showing us that they're not in a space to meet it, to meet that expectation, even if they help create it with us. Sometimes people are just not there in doing the work to attain it. And a lot of us, because we have children with people and or because we've had sex with people, just any type of thing that we feel like now ties our identity into that person, we will still try to keep that projection there, even though this person's acting way outside of the parameters of what they would need to be to actually embody that. And so what I'm noticing with her is that when they're having these conversations and they're coming up on these tangible things that he's doing that is in opposition to this image that he had created up until that point of, oh yes, we're a family and I'm here with you and I'm committed to you in some kind of particular meaningful way, even if I'm not committing to you as your man or as your husband or whatever, but we have this soul lifetime bond and it means so much that you shouldn't be, you know, trying to do things that create boundaries or dampen my access to you, but you also cannot expect me to show up in these particular ways because I was honest with you about the fact that I wasn't going to. It's a bunch of bullshit, basically. But you see how she is now personally doing the work to hold that viewpoint together herself when being confronted with stuff that doesn't necessarily fit. Sorry, it was so long-winded. He wants. And at the end of the day, if you're getting all of this vagina and you're getting all of these kids, like you're getting everything that you want with very little to no consequences that you feel like you're taking, you know, I feel he's one of them people like, it's a small price to pay that my children are going to have a lot of questions. You know, it's a small price to pay that my children may feel not anchored in the world because this is just a ridiculous situation, but it's nothing he feels like he has to deal with. And I go back to the fact that he believes he's going to die early. So it really is something where he is not concerned about the ongoing consequences of his current actions. And I don't think her or any of the rest of these women are thinking about that either. She said this is she's exhausting. Okay, so I think that is enough of that one per se, just to kind of, now mind you, if you haven't watched those, go back and watch those because and it's heartbreaking and you get to actually see her coming to the realization that she has allowed this man to position her to now have to question in a way, like in a real way, whether or not it's possible for her to be able to build a family, a traditional nuclear family with a man. Now, we over here, you know, I say that ain't got to be the thing to make your life run or whatever, but I still feel like if as a woman that's something that you want, that's a devastating thing to get to a point where you're recognizing like, oh, I might not. And coming from a male centered, because clearly she's in a male centered space, coming from a male centered perspective, that also comes with the negative things about women like her that a male centered perspective holds. So meaning that, oh, no man wants a ready-made family. She's now going to have to deal with this. And I want to be clear. I can get this off of the thing. I want to be clear about something. When I'm talking about these mindsets, for me, it's not about whether I believe it's true or not, whether that's the way it is or not. I'm talking about how people have to deal with these things in their mind and what it looks like to actually have to parse through all these belief systems to create and build a life for yourself. That's what this whole channel is about overcoming and recognizing and overcoming stereotypes and obstacles and boxes and all types of stuff that not only other people put us in, but that we inhabit. You know, whether it was by our own design or just societal or whatever, however we got there, but being encased in these stereotypes and belief systems, and then having to realize like, oh, I want something that this space doesn't allot for me. How do I get from here to there? And so that's what I'm talking about with her. She's now in a situation at that point when she was on being interviewed, she was pregnant with her third child by him. She had a set of twins, and then she was pregnant again by him. So she was about to have 3 kids, and she's realizing he's never going to marry me. He actually like kind of lied to me for real about what we were doing here and what this meant and everything like that. And now I still want to have my own man and my own family, but now I'm going into the dating marketplace with children plural, with the same man. You know what I mean? Like, that's messy. Potential, that's messy. It's messy. It can be messy if you're not Nick Cannon's baby mom. It can be messy if you just were out there looking for love and having kids along the way. I'm not, again, this is not about whether or not I condone it or I think that's the way to be, but this is people's reality. Even if you're just out there living your life and collecting kids along the way, and you may never talk to these men again, that's still something that any rational person coming in is going to be looking like, what's going on here? What will I potentially have to deal with here? But you were on a world stage with this turban wearing bandit, talking about basically having a harem, and all of you guys are okay with it, in this weird situation where you're sitting there and it's looking like you're just sitting there and allowing this. It makes a person question, like, what type of person are you, is what I'm saying. Like, that's just, it makes people question. Again, this has nothing to do with who she is as a person. Actually, I'm not trying to project anything on her for her to own. I'm talking about in the court of public opinion. So her coming to realize how other people are viewing her, again, not from necessarily a way of internalizing it, but from a way of actually having to reckon with, this is something I'm going to have to deal with in the real world. Whether it's true or not, people have a right to view me, and this is how they're viewing me. That's hard. That's hard. It's scary. And I know she had to cry. She was damn near crying that day. Like I said, go back on it's very interesting. And I have her talking like before she met and started dealing with Nick Cannon, and then starting that conversation with Shan. And then the last part, I rounded it up by bringing in some insight, and some backstory, some what's that called? Context from Nick Cannon himself and where his head is at and everything in that situation. And then finished up with where she was at. Very sad. So that being said, the reason that I have Mariah on the thumbnail is because in juxtaposition to that, Mariah Carey throughout this whole process has been, first of all, she has been my inspiration in terms of like how I have tried to conduct myself in my things, with being one of a few baby moms in both cases of both of my daughters. Now one of my baby fathers, I never had any problem. I never even had any contact with, any of his other children's mothers or anything like that. But there was another one where there was always this kind of like, I always felt like there was this expectation that I was going to be around and that I would be a part of a harem, whether it was for him speaking, what his desires were for me and stuff like that, or family just kind of expecting me to just be hanging around and stuff. It was, I don't want to say it was weird, because like I've said many times before, I think that ultimately, if you're not going to be with the person you have kids with, I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to have a rapport, if not a cordial relationship, if not a familial type of relationship, in a true friendship. It's always good to be able to get along with the people if you have children with them. However, in those cases, like I said, when you're recognizing that the person is not living up to who they told you they were going to be to you, there are times where you just need to cut ties with people, and that's just what it is. And that's just the best thing for everybody involved. And so when it comes to Mariah, I feel like the way that she is more of a, well, that could be debatable now at this point in time, but in terms of at the height of everything, she was just as visible, if not more visible, than any and everybody involved in this, right? Up to and including Nick Cannon. However, now that, she's kind of getting into that it's weird. The internet is a weird place because it's like people can be relevant and then they can be kind of irrelevant, but they are relevant. And so I don't know. I don't want to necessarily try to project as if she is the same Mariah Carey in the public's mind as she was in, like, say 2003, 2009. But I'm also recognizing that she does have a research. She is the Christmas lady. You know what I mean? So she's not like somebody to be like, who at all in whatever shape or form. My point is that she's very visible, and she visible to the point where people want to talk to her and people interview her here and there, and she has things that happen and come out. But you notice that when she comes out, I don't see too many people ask about him or the situation, like maybe here and there you may have seen it, but it seems like every time he comes, they're talking about this. Every time one of the women come, that's all they get to talk about. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm highlighting in this, I'm gonna say in this episode, whatever this is, kind of hit me like, how do I classify these? But in this live is when it comes to this idea of self-actualization, the way that Mariah has been poised and anchored throughout this whole situation. Now, people may try to say, oh, well, it's easy for her because she's an ex-wife. She was married, blah, 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 all of those things. And I don't necessarily bank in that. Like, I understand the social realities of that hierarchical system, but I don't necessarily deal with it. So it's like, if I acknowledge it, I'm solely acknowledging it as a sociological, anthropological type of thing, not necessarily, oh yes, this is how I feel like it should be. So yes, she was his wife at one point. They had children in wedlock. Yeah, they got divorced, and then he went on and did these other things. So in that way, yes, she is set apart socially. However, there are so many times and so many ways, and we see it, like there's already something going on recently where some lady was the woman that the man was with, and then he had a couple kids with her, and then he went to jail or something, and he got out of jail, he married this other woman. And like there's always something going on where there are women who are either doing battle or in some way orbiting this man through some kind of a love triangle, or what would it be called? Just any kind of love shape, because these men are weird and crazy, right? So Dwayne, what's his name? I want to call him Dwayne Martin, but I heard he was on some stuff too. All the people, all the thing, whatever's going on, what I'm talking about, right? So I model myself after her, because when she is just like, I don't know those people, she just be like, I don't know them, I don't even know him, right? I know my children, and my children are my children, and our life is our life, and we have a great time and everything, but none of her life and none of who she is or was as a person was tied to that. Now I want to go back to what he was talking about when he said he felt like he was losing himself in that situation. Now, I will say, and y'all might throw tomatoes at me or whatever, I do have compassion for some of the things that he was saying in terms of like his experience and everything. And I can see how that would be the case, because he was in his mid to late 20s. Because I don't think he was like 21 or anything, but I'm going to give him like 23 and up. I don't remember exactly how old he was when they got married. I do remember that it was one of those kind of things where people were like, whoa, how did he pull that off? So if everybody's kind of like, how did he do that? I'm sure for him, it was a very surreal experience of like, wow, how did I do this? Right. And as someone who also looked at Mariah Carey as like, oh, she's Mariah Carey. You know what I mean? I could see how that would like really get you like, oh my God, now what do I do type of thing. I get it. But he was doing his thing at the time. And so for him to come and say, I let insecurity get the best of me. I just couldn't handle the idea of being Mrs. Mariah Carey and what that, made me look like and how that emasculated me. He never, and I've never heard him say that she ever did anything. He never said that I don't think, like, I feel like there were times where he was just like basically the implication was he couldn't keep up with like her expectations, but I've never seen him talk about her like, oh yeah, she was sunning me type of thing. It was always this thing of like, no, I just could not handle it. I couldn't handle it. That in and of itself, absolutely fine. That's human. But the problem is that then he went on and drew these women in as evidenced by that. And I'm going to keep saying it. Go back and watch it because you'll see it, play out. He drew these women in with these ideas of what they meant to him, what they were or would be building by being in relationship with him, just for him to turn around now today and say, yeah, you know what, actually, that was just me chasing something that's not real. These people have real kids. These kids are real people in the world that are going to have to deal with this and also like reckon with how they came into the world, the whole spectacle, the menagerie that was this whole thing. Because there was a point in time where he was going around like, yeah, what do you mean? It's fine. It's perfect. This is the way it's supposed to be. You get what I'm saying? And now like to come and be like, there's a whole wave of people now who are talking about being affair children. So they're children of people who were in affairs. And there are some people that are like, hey, yeah, I'm the kid. My mother and my father were both married and cheated with each other, and now I'm here, and yeah, my mom's still married, or they're not married, or what, and talking about their experience of being this embodiment of these people's transgressions. And it's not a transgression, mind you, to fall in love and to have children, all these other things or whatever. But in the context of this situation where he was knowingly and purposefully going around and selling this dream to these women, and then coming and publicly talking about these women's lives and their situation, and publicly he was saying like, hey, yeah, they know that if they want to try to live a life, like a real life that belongs to them, that's not centered on me, that I'm going to pull the rug from under them now that I've given them a child. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's all of these types of things. And that's really scary. I've been talking the last couple of weeks about, that place of being vulnerable in being a heterosexual woman, going in and saying, hey, I want to deal with men, with these men being socialized a particular way. This is like a quintessential case study about how bad it can be, because as much as we want to try to say, oh, it's exaggerated because it's Hollywood and he has money and blah 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 blah, this is happening every single day. I have two children's fathers. Between them, they have 1, 2, 3, 4. He has 4, and he has 1, 2, 3 in a while. So 4. There's 8 women between them. I'm not even going to sit here and count the children. You know what I mean? And we are all connected with each other in these ways. You get what I'm saying? And these things are going on, and people are being siblings. And there was, can I find it? There is this, I watched it a few weeks ago, this video from this reality show. And apparently there's 2 sisters. There's more than one sister, but there's 2 sisters like on a therapist couch. And the one girl is saying, I felt a type of way because I was always treated kind of badly when I came to my father's home, because he was married to someone. So she was an affair baby, I guess. But when everything was said and done, it wasn't that she was necessarily an affair baby. It's just that the man was messing with her mother, and he was messing with the other lady's mother, and her mother got pregnant and then found out that he was messing with the other lady's mother. So her mother left him alone. And then he married this other lady. So the other lady was always kind of taking some of how she felt about the situation out on the daughter. And the now they're grown, of course. And the daughter was saying, like, these are the ways that I was differentiated. These are the ways that I was singled out. These are the ways that, this is how it made me feel. And so then at one point she gets to talk to the mom, and the mom's like, oh, well, no, I didn't have no problem with you. But the more the mom talks, she's basically saying, well, you need to understand that, he hurt me. And it's like, no, that's not her place. She's the child. and you still stayed married to the man. If you felt all that, you should have been done with the, so I'm saying that this is stuff that happens every single day. And there's even stuff that he has said where he's like, people ask him, oh, do your baby moms get along? Like, what's the situation? Because he was selling it to us like it was this whole compound situation. They was all going to live together and be together. And then one day he straight up said, actually, I'm going to find it too. He was like, actually, my baby mothers don't really bang with each other like that. Nick Cannon's baby mother's relationship with each other. Yep. Who is this talking? Because I don't want. That's RRG. I don't know RRG. I don't know how real your stuff is. Okay, so this is something from The Root. We can do that. I trust them. And nothing against RRG, but I've seen RRG, but I don't know. There could be a difference sometime between edutainment and entertainment and journalism and stuff. So I'm saying I don't know them well enough to know. Okay. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. I don't know why I'm dancing, y'all. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited with you. Okay, so Cannon's baby mama opens up about her relationship with the other mothers, and it's not what you'd expect. This is on February 12th, 2026. I just wanted to make sure this was big. Okay. It says the real dynamics of how Nick Cannon splits his time with his kids and the effect it has on one of the mothers of his children is finally being put on blast. Oh, no, not on blast. So this is Abby. This is the one that was on the thing. She keeps messing with her face. It says it should come as no surprise that for a person like Nick Cannon, who has fathered 12 children, trying to wrangle them all together and facilitate a peaceful relationships among them is a Herculean task. Now, thanks to Abby De La Rosa, who shares 3 out of the bunch with him, she's peeling back the layers of what that process looks like, and what she said just might surprise you. Mind you, I also want to say, when people were saying to him, like, how are you going to actually be present for these kids? And he was just kind of like ambivalent about it. Like, well, I got money, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Hold on. I'm going to keep this for later. I'm going through, because I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to you guys' thing. So I'm going through. He was 27 when they got together. Okay, yeah, I knew like he wasn't no baby, but. And they were married 8 years and they kept doing all these. That's what I'm saying. Like they had what seemed like a reasonably okay, relationship. But anyway, all right. They were married 8 years. Perfect. Let's see. As we've told you before, Cannon has 12 children by 6 different women since 2011. Now, De La Rosa is sharing the dynamics that come with him having so many other kids and women involved in their situation. Speaking in a new interview for the Lovers by Shan podcast. Oh, no, is it again? Let me see. Are we going to be watching this again? Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm peeking over there just to see what's going on. Oh, this say join the community. Where's the daggone thingies? Okay, this is just the website for the thing, but I'll look into that. It's speaking in a new interview for the Lovers by Shan podcast. She revealed that while Cannon may live his truth in different ways, she also described the Wild and Out host as the best father, provider, and partner. However, she also shared they've had conversations about his polyamorous lifestyle, although it's a label she says he rejects. Oh my God. As a result, she's instead chosen to explain to their kids that dad is simply just a person who has a lot of love to give. Oh my God. Is this again? So what? Ooh, okay. We might be watching that. Did not know that was going on. Look at God. He also lives in his constant phrase, if you label me, you disable me. Oh my God. That's disgusting. I'm disgusting. And you know why I'm disgusted? I'm about to get big. I'm about to get big right now. You know why that's so disgusting? It's because everything that she was talking, y'all have to go back and watch something if you haven't watched it, or rewatch it if you've already watched it, because the way she was describing how he was talking to her, it was basically stuff like that. So when she was looking for some kind of concrete, and this is why this is very important. This is why I don't play them games with men around technicality and how they're talking and all that other stuff, because this is what that type of stuff is. And you'll find yourself in a situation like this, and the only thing they'll be able to tell you is, oh, well, you consented to it, I was real with you. This, you get what I'm saying? So when people sit there and try to say, oh, you're too hard on people, or you just don't like men, or this, no, because this is what happens. And then when a woman gets caught up like that, ain't nobody going to be there to make it soft for her. You get what I'm saying? For him to say, when you label me, you disable me, is basically like, oh, well, you can't pin me down to any of the decisions that I'm making and the things that I'm doing and the ways that I'm interacting with you and others. You can't pin me down and hold me to any of the stuff that I'm doing or saying. I don't like that. I don't like that whatsoever. Yo. Okay. You cannot label him in any way, which is, I'm for it. But De La Rosa explained, the label thing, I get it, I understand, but it's also some truth to it. We've had so many conversations where it's like, no, I think you're polyamorous. And he's like, I'm not polyamorous. I'm not. I just love. I love. That's not wanting to be, I'm going to get big again. So that's not him wanting to be associated with the negative connotations that come with the label of polyamory. And there was this really good, I'm gonna have to find it again. There was this really good YouTube video I watched about like polyamory and why people look at it a certain way and it's viewed the way it is. And a lot of it is because people will utilize the idea of polyamory to grab people who, and I talk about that vulnerable median. So that's where the vulnerable median is coming in. Women who fall into that vulnerable median, who don't necessarily have a strong sense of self or something outside of themselves that's strong enough to anchor them where they're at, that are just kind of sway with you. They'll go and use that to get people and have them in these situations where all this stuff will go on, and then the person will leave all traumatized and fucked up. And then they'll just be, oh, it was polyamory. It is what it is. And he didn't want to be associated with that. So he just says, oh, I just love you. I just love you. So then when you're in the situation where you're sitting with this person face to face, like she was talking about, was it him or her that was talking about, and it's in those lives, not wanting to use condoms. And it was like, well, why can't they use condoms? And it's like, oh, well, it's that you don't trust me. It's like all of these things, everybody that dealt with him that wasn't Mariah, because now we're getting the context that, oh, when I was with Mariah, I was more so focused on like, how do I look within her life? Now he needed every woman to come in and fall in line with this new version of himself that he was still building. He didn't even know that version of himself. Because now he's coming to a point where he's recognizing, oh, that was just like an overcorrection. That wasn't even really me. That was just an overcorrection to the insecurity that I was. So it still was about Mariah at the end of the day, because he had to regain something that he felt like he lost by being in relationship with Mariah. And these women, when you're listening to her talking, you're seeing in real time and you're hearing in real time how she was accommodating his recalibration and trying to figure out who he was. So basically, you're uncomfortable. When I challenge you, you push back. And so I'm going to withdraw. I'm going to shrink. I'm not going to push the issue. Even though I see stuff that doesn't make sense, that doesn't align with what you're saying, and that very much so falls in line with these things. You don't want me to put the label on it. We can call it whatever you want to call it, right? But this is what you're doing. And you don't want to be associated with, that's fine. But what you're doing is in alignment with, like, that's the kind of conversation you had to have, whereas it seems like she was just like, okay, fair, fair enough, out of wanting to be fair to him. Meanwhile, you're trying to be fair to him. And now you're sitting there staving off an emotional breakdown I'm talking about on the Shan show. Realizing what you've done to yourself, the position you've now put yourself and your children in. You have to be self-centered because you can't afford to let these niggas lead you astray, because they will lead you somewhere where you'll be sitting around and they will leave you there. And you'll be sitting there and everybody be saying it was you, and that was because you're a baby mom and you're a single mother and you don't make good decisions and yada, 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 all these other things. Be hard, be scrutinizing. I need all my shit up front. Now, like that, I learned the hard. I need everything up front. I need everything understood up front. I need and furthermore, mind you, and I want to be clear, you can't, like, there are no guarantees. There are no guarantees. I'm not saying there are guarantees, and I'm not saying that I can't be got, but I'm saying that once I get to a point where I'm thinking I'm getting got, I have absolutely no problem pumping the brakes and stepping way back to evaluate, like, what's going on here. What doesn't feel right? Because the thing of the matter is that I think that when you do truly care about people and you like being with people, and you're going to give them a certain level of trust. And with that certain level of trust comes that giving someone the benefit of the doubt that I was talking about before, where you're going to lead with that idealized vision of them, even if they're not meeting it. And I think I've said this before. I think when we were in the podcast studio in Miami, I said, like, I'm not somebody who is looking for perfect execution, but what I am looking for is consistency and intent. So if I can see that you are consistently meaning well, even if you don't execute properly here and there, I can give you the benefit of the doubt because I know what you were trying to do. But when it gets to a point where now I'm questioning, well, what were you trying to do? What I thought we were doing this. What are we doing? What were you doing? This, then I got to step back. I got to get out, because unfortunately, though, and that's why I wrote this book. Gotta have a book out. We gotta talk about it. Unfortunately, when you're in a situation where you have children with someone, or even when you just married them or something, like these things that you get in, these commitments we make with people when we're in a better place, that can warp your sense of identity, just like we saw with let's say Amy Luciani, and I keep wanting to say Dwight Howard. Is it Dwight Howard? Because I don't know these people. Like, I know names, and I know so many names because I'm so much older. And Dwight Howard is like coming from a time where I feel like we shouldn't still be talking about Dwight Howard. Not because what he's doing shouldn't be highlighted, but like he was the man back in the day, right? So anyway, what was I saying? You come from this place where it makes it hard to then separate yourself. You feel like you're in too deep, right? And having children with people is one of those major identity shifts that can make you feel like you have to now be metaphorically and literally in bed with someone for the rest of your life or whatever. So that's why I wrote that book, to kind of help unpack that and like dissect that and break that down. So you're just like, no, actually be more like Mariah and be like, look, I had kids with you. We tried. It didn't work out, but my life is still my life and my plans are still my plans. And I just need to do some recalibration and integrate these children or whatever into my life, my vision for my life. Right. So let's read some more here. Where is it? Oh, here we go. He also, she continued, that's actually what I've chosen to teach my kid. Daddy loves many people. Daddy has a lot of love to give. That's just who daddy is. And they know their brothers and sisters, parents, and Miss so-and-so and Miss that. Lord. In one other interesting part of the conversation, De La Rosa explained none of the women who share children with Cannon are in communication with each other. This is a big deal. Because again, the way he was selling it at the time when he was collecting everybody was that, oh no, we're mature adults and we all want this and blah, 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 da. And then when it actually started happening, she said, it is stupid. I'm sorry, I'm reading your things. This is F ninja language. Absolutely. You have to label a disease to period. You cannot conquer what you cannot name. Paper Frost. They use polyamory to cheat and abuse their partners. It is Dwight. Okay. And none of this is loving. Nope, none of it is loving. We all live very separate lives. We're all very individualized. There's never no let's have the gatherings or Sunday dinners and things. Nick calls the shots. Hey, can I bring the kids? Hey, can they have a play date on this day? And we agree, or we'll send the nannies to do it. That's really it. We all live very individual lives. So in a sense, it feels monogamous. And that is what none of these women want it to be, and I keep going back because that's the way he was talking about it in the beginning of like, oh yeah, I'm the man and these women just know what it is, and everybody's just going to kind of come together. And then when he actually had to start doing it, I'm going to find that clip of him on, I don't know if I could play it though, I think it was like Extra or Access Hollywood or something, where he was basically like, yeah, they not effing with that. They don't deal with each other. It said, however, she also admitted while no woman was blindsided as to what he had going on, she still feels triggered at the sight of seeing Cannon having family time on social media with the other mothers from time to time. I think in hindsight, it sounds cool, but when you actually get in the grit of it, you see what you see, or you'll see him on trips, or you'll see real family dynamics happening. It really triggers you, and it really can get under your skin. De La Rosa later added, I just think for women, it's really hard when you see that the person you were just hugged up on one day is hugged up in the same way with a whole other person. It's not easy. I'm going to be intimate with you guys right now. I'm going to share something about my experience with you guys right now, right? So one of my daughter's fathers is a lot like a Nick Cannon. He very much so was that person of like every single woman was just this amazing, I must have known her in another life. Like this is how he would come with it. Like, oh, if I say, hey, I saw you talking to this person online or whatever. Oh, I must have known this person in another life. We're just so connected. And it was exactly that. It was exactly that thing of like, okay, if everybody's super, nobody is. That was where I got with it. I was just like, okay, I can't do this. And I remember like I had stopped dealing with him. This was when I was like 8 months pregnant. I stopped dealing with him. I went on about my business. He came back around and was like, I'm sorry. And I'm tired. And at this point, I already knew somebody else was pregnant. And he's just like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And I want to be there for our daughter and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, you can be there for your daughter. I will never try to impede on your, earnest attempts at being a parent. As far as you and I don't necessarily see that happening. Like I'm willing to interact with you again, but I don't know like where it's going to lead, and I'm not necessarily looking, we'll see. And I remember him being like, I can remember him being kind of disappointed because I was standing on business about, I was like, look, I'm open to it and I would like that. I would love it. We all will love the best case scenario, but I'm also trying to do my due diligence in watching, is what you're saying lining up with what you're doing? So I remember the day I knew I was done with him, he had made an appointment to come and see our daughter. The day came, he did not show up. He did not say anything, nothing. But I see on Facebook that he's with the other girls, had her baby at this point. He's with her and her family and the baby. Mind you, this is an infant baby. I mean, my baby was still young too, but my baby was over the age of 1, like between 1 and 2, I want to say, or close to 1. And I remember seeing that and saying to myself, I don't like this feeling of feeling a type of way that he is being. I mean, aside from the fact that it's just rude and you don't do that to make plans with someone and skip out on those plans, regardless of what the situation is. But also, I told him, I said, I can't be in a relationship with you because I'm always going to feel a kind of way about you showing up in that. Like if I see you in those types of situations with this other person, I'm going to feel a type of way. And I don't like the idea of that, especially if we're going to be in a relationship, to the point of, the video I did this week for my standalone videos about the ideologies of Level Up Single Mom. I think it's irresponsible to bring people in or to go into a situation where there's some negativity that could roll over to the kid. And I wasn't saying I felt any type of way about the baby, but I was saying, like, I didn't want to put myself in a position knowing that I'm having resentment and frustration around this situation and not knowing how that would manifest where a child was involved. Does that make sense? And there are other situations where I made similar decisions. So I said, this is how Oscar De La Hoya treated his family. It was up to them to build a relationship with one another. He left it to the mothers. It's an earnest being the operative word. Yeah, it's some BS. So what I'm saying is I know exactly what she's talking about, but I'm saying that what she did, as opposed to, what I did in that situation, what Mariah did, what a lot of other women don't do, is they didn't just say, hey, this is too much for me. You know what I mean? Like, I know I came this far and I've got this going on now that I didn't have going on before, or whatever, but I can't keep trying to make this fit in my life because this just not fit. This does not work for me. And so now she's sitting there, they're navigating this situation. There's a coldness there. Like, these kids are going to feel this. But again, it was sold in the beginning by him and by her specifically, because she was and remains the main mouthpiece. I think that the other women, you don't see the other women as much. You see Bree more, I think, because she was already on, I think, Selling Sunset or something. So she was already like a reality star or whatever. But even still, I see a lot of stuff like about her, but I don't necessarily see a lot of her sitting down to talk about this stuff the way you will always see Abby sitting down to talk about this stuff. And so what I'm saying is the juxtaposition between like Abby and Bree and Brittany, and I don't remember the darkest skinned sister's name that had the baby, Onyx. I know the baby's name is Onyx because that was crazy. And I see her face. I know what she looked like. But it's just like, honestly though, I can say about her, she doesn't seem to be, she's out of the fray too. She seemed like unfortunately though, like, she had got away and he kept having all them light-skinned babies, but then she made sure she got her baby. You're not going to tell me she didn't make sure she got her baby, because she was out. And I remember being so proud of her. I'm like, yes, the brown-skinned girl, well, one of the brown-skinned girls, because the other brown-skinned girl, we're going to get to her. But one of the brown-skinned girls, I was just like, yes, she made it out and she didn't have no baby. And yeah, she may be a little heartbroken, but at least she had a baby mom. And then lo and behold, within the next year or so, she came back sitting there like, yeah, I had a baby too. Onyx is a pretty name. But it was just weird to name your one brown child Onyx. Anyway, never mind. It's like naming a litter of puppies. To me, is the way he names these. He was naming these kids like pets. So yeah. Let me see. I wanna see that. I wanna open this up.
Is Nick hated that much for the way that he lives his life?
She's still freaking defending him. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I don't know if I would have watched it. It's just an hour or so. We're gonna watch it. Because now this isn't funny, but now I'm curious. I'm very much so curious. Probably because I have so many things open. I'm gonna close this. What else do I need to close? Wait. Hold on. Hold the freak on. I shouldn't have closed that. I want that part. Sorry, y'all. I keep playing because I want to be able to pull that up. This is driving me crazy. I'm sorry. In real time, my mind is processing. So to y'all going to have to bear with me because we're going back. We're going back. Yeah. She talked about he's the best thing. And the reason I was trying to pull that up is because she had them pictures of him and her and holding the stomach and everything on her wall in her home. And I'm guessing this is the home that he pays for with her. But I remember her saying on this live, we're going to go here. I remember her saying on this live that she felt like what was muted? The show was muted or I'm muted because I wasn't talking. What was muted? You couldn't hear the show? So could you hear I wasn't talking. Could y'all hear the show? The audio mute. Okay. All right, no problem. And I love the way Sean did that because she made space for her to not have to be able to speak the full.
Yes. And so, what are the two truths of your lifestyle? Because on one hand, it's joyful and it's happy and you consented and you chose this every step of the way. What's the other competing truth that's like, this is the shitty part, it doesn't infringe on this, but yes, these are where the challenges lie?
That there's more life after this. Like there's more that
I wanted to stop it here because this is the stuff where it gets me tea. I want you to really listen to her here. And I love the way Sean did that because she made space for her to not have to be able to speak the full truth and not just quote unquote her truth or the truth that she wants people, the part of her truth that she wants people to, you know, focus on, but the full extent of her truth, this is where she actually starts talking about all of it. So I was saying, Sean asked her she gave her a scenario of like something that she was happy about, but her partner wasn't going to be able to be there for the birth of their child. And she was like, I was happy for him that he was getting an opportunity to do something that he wanted to do, but I was also sad for me because he wasn't going to be there for the birth of our child. And so she was saying, yeah, they were both cute. She was saying that she was asking Bree, like, what's something that while you have one happy truth, there's also another part of it that may not be so happy that's also true about your situation. And I was saying that I enjoyed the way she asked that question because she left room for her to not do that thing that she's instinctively doing every single, even to this day, where she's like, oh, I'm just going to lead with the happy, 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 happy fun, because it seems like whenever she tries to deal with him on the real type of thing, he doesn't want to deal with the implications. He doesn't want to deal with the, the dark underbelly of what it is he's done. He just wants to stick, oh, it's light and it's love, and I did it because I loved you, and it's love, 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 love. There was nothing wrong but love. You get what I'm saying? So she's giving her room to just say, hey, yeah, but I also feel this type of way about it. So I was saying I appreciated that, and to pay attention to her in this moment of just basically Sean giving her that space, holding that space for her to just say her full truth about what's going on and not just the positive, happy, sunny part of it. Okay. I don't know if this is just coming in again or if this happened again. Could y'all hear that? Because I got another thing that said it was muted. Let me know. I'm not getting any kind of video is muted again. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm trying to. I don't know what's happening. Now, mind you, I'm turning off my audio. Maybe communications, default, Lyricam. No. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to. I'm gonna put it on communications. I don't know, because I don't know why y'all aren't hearing this. Is it that? Is it this? Let's see. I'm gonna turn it up. That's not muted. I'm just checking all the settings and everything to make sure. So everything, I'm gonna play it again and y'all let me know. Well, fuck it. I'm not gonna keep doing it because it's getting on my nerves now. I'll just tell you it's there for you to check. And the timestamp is 106, right? Around that time, you can kind of go back or forth how you want to. But what's going on is I don't think you can mute yourself. Well, what's going on is Sean asked her about like how you feel about people projecting, and speaking about your situation. And she's giving, that defensive kind of answer of like, I know you guys might be unhappy in situations that you're in where you got to pretend to be happy, but I'm genuinely happy and people need to just accept that I'm happy and yada, yada, yada. And it's just positivity and love and light and all that. And so Sean's like, I hear you. But then, like I said, she did the thing where she explained a situation of like a contextual situation scenario where it's like you can be happy, but there can also be aspects of the situation that make you sad. And what would those things be? And so she said that this is not her forever. She said that she's recognizing that like she's not going to be with him forever. He's not going to marry her. She's really kind of seeing the situation in a different light than she saw it before. And so now she's realizing like what that might mean for her in the future, or at least questioning what is that going to mean for her in the future. And in terms of her aspirations, like I said, to having a nuclear family and having a man come in and want to marry her and give her all the things that you think a person gives you in that type of situation. And so that was so sad to see her in real time kind of reckoning with that, at least the beginnings of it. And she was sad throughout this whole thing because like I said, she's pregnant here with her third child with him. And she was talking about having her support system, her sister being her support system, and kind of alluding to her sister having tough conversations with her where she's like being real with her about what's going on and the reality of the situation and what it means. So for me, I'm like, okay, you are recognizing this stuff, but now I'm looking at this in 2026. This was 2022, mind you, 4 years ago. I'm looking at this piece on her in 2026, and she's still in the same place, still validating their situationship. You see, she's living in a home that is like a shrine to, it's set up to basically tell this story of, oh, we're love, and here we are on the wall as this loving family, and he's holding and cradling my stomach, and he's cradling us as a family, and he's doing that in all these separate houses. So then when you're hearing about these women not necessarily want to engage with these other women and these other children, it's because they're all kind of living in these little delusional bubbles of, oh, well, our bond is so significant. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is something, when I'm talking about Beyonce, even, and saying like, oh yeah, Beyonce got her happily ever after and she's like happy in what's going on, like what do we expect her to do, blow up her whole fairy tale life that she's built just because we don't think it's, like if she's actually having. And this is my thing where it's really kind of hitting me with her sitting in that moment and being like, huh, I'm a little bit trapped. That it kind of is reasonable for her to be like, you know what, gotta go for the gusto. I just gotta go with it because what are my other options? And I'm not, again, this is not me saying yes, that is what I would do. This is not me saying yes, that is what you should do. This is me saying I get it. I get it from where she's at, her vantage point, and her where she probably thinks her options are, and this and that and the other. Because mind you, this is a woman, she was a DJ. I believe she might have been on Wild 'N Out. Her and like another one of the baby moms were Wild 'N Out girls. So this is someone, she's been dependent on him for her what's it called? What is it called? Not well-being, her livelihood for a long time now. And so now it's just at that point where she just has to literally sit and be his concubine. And I mean, he has it set up. He has it set up. Everybody got their own little house or whatever, right? That's see. Oh my God. But I could see her after coming to those realizations and really sitting and thinking about what it's going to have to be like to go out into the dating market and explain. And mind you, she don't even have, because I know people who just like, they like, look, when I go out and date, yeah, I say I have kids, but I say I was married and I'm divorced now. Because there is that difference in perception between this idea of like, oh yeah, you were married and it just didn't work and y'all got divorced or whatever, that a man found enough value in you to marry you and then it just didn't work out and y'all got divorced or whatever. They do look at that differently than just, oh, you just let some random nigga nut in you and make a baby. And so when my friend told me like that's what she does, I was like, I ain't even mad at you. I get it because that kind of takes care of some of that groundwork of how much respect you can garner in a situation like that. But I'm saying that to say she can't even do that. She's coming in pussy face in the world, basically, assed out, because everybody knows her business. Everybody knows how this happened, and everybody sees the way that he was able to, hit you with trickery. And so it's like you really kind of can't do anything if you're trying to save face. You really kind of can't do anything but say, oh no, yeah, it's fine, I love it. Because otherwise it's just like, girl, you a little slow, ain't you? You know what? Like it doesn't, hey Lorenza, it doesn't lend itself to a viewpoint of her that says this is a rational person that makes good decisions, and that, it's not about trust. If anything, I think it puts a major, major bullseye on her back. But again, when I wish that this was working properly for me to show you the things, because it's like I had closed that thing, didn't I? Where is it? We can go back. Sorry, I got caught up in trying to find that thing that we were at. Oh, here it is. Can y'all hear that? Cause y'all hear that? And this is just me. That wasn't me starting it over per se to watch it, but if it works, we will. But just let me know if you could hear that. I'm waiting to see if anybody responds. I see people coming in. They're probably like, why are you just sitting there? It's because I'm waiting for anyone to tell me if they heard when I just played that thing just now. It's taking forever. I keep forgetting there's like a delay. Anyway, so yeah, to see her, and it's about to come up right now. You can hear, okay, well, I'll just stay on the thing and we can watch it there. So yeah, that's why I'm just like, to see what we about to see right now is blowing my mind, because it's just like, oh, so you really just bout it. You fully bought into it now because there's nothing else for you to do. So I hope I can catch it. There it is. There it is. You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is in her home. Here he is on this wall. There's a whole wall of them there. If this is how you're living, if this is, how are you supposed to move on? I got to get big. Mind you, that was in 2022 where she was talking and saying, yeah, I'm realizing like he's not my forever. And I don't know, like, I don't know what to do with that information. To now, 4 years later, you're still living in this shrine to this life that is, it's a lie. It's a lie, because even if you're saying, oh, well, it's nice to have that idea for my children, these children are not living this. Because you're saying, he said himself, he finds it hard to be able to be around all the different places with all the different kids. So this is not your life. This is not your life. And you're saying to the point where when you see him having these little moments, like you have these moments to take these pictures, he's having moments to take pictures He said them pictures need a man. He's having these moments to take pictures with them other things too. She said, we still feeling the residue. Okay. Every which way. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day that they're not getting anything more than you're getting. However, you're sitting there feeling jealous of pantomime. Basically, this is all pantomime. She said, and they're crooked. It's a metaphor. It does very much so give cheap paper in the thing, but that is the relationship that y'all have. Like, this shit is just, it's basically the same as when you go and buy pictures. Oh, we're going to see something later too. When you go and buy pictures somewhere and it's just the pictures that come in the thing. Like, that's how flimsy this image is. She said, oh no, didn't hear. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. It's not on right now. I'm just talking right now. But I'm saying, like, this picture that I'm showing is what stuck out to me when we first started watching it. Because I'm like, look at this. So that shows that when you had that conversation with Shan, you went ahead and went right back in. You went right back inside of yourself to that place of like, oh, well, I'm just going to make the best of it. And I think that's so sad. That's really the full point of like today's thing is like, clearly Mariah's life is about Mariah. When people talk to Mariah Carey, they're talking about Mariah Carey. Look at how this woman is living. This woman's whole life is around this man who you are never going to get. And these kids, but most importantly, these children have not gotten. And you're talking about is love, 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 love. Doja Cat herself right now is going through something where she went to South Africa recently, and her dad that she's never had contact with. She said, I didn't mean to lie. I thought I heard it. I know I'm not muted, but y'all said y'all didn't hear this here. So I don't know what's going on. But what the heck is going on? I want to, it's an enable zoom and scroll because I'm confused. She didn't know it was all a lie. She didn't know it. I don't know if you're asking or you're saying or you're being sarcastic, but I'm saying in that thing with Shan, she was kind of like saying, actually he said this, but this doesn't make sense. I think, and this is the saddest part about it is, I think that she was used to spending so much time with Nick and not with necessarily other people who had the language and the tact to be able to allow her that space. Hey, wake up. Allow her that space to actually think fully and speak fully and not shut her down, because based off of the stuff that she has said both then and in the article we just read that is this year, it sounds like he shuts her down when she starts to think and speak critically of what is happening and saying, hey, this doesn't make sense. And hey, this isn't in alignment. And hey, this actually doesn't feel as good as you try to make it seem like it is or whatever. He shuts it down and he doesn't want to hear the bad side of it. He doesn't want to hear, there's no room for her in the relationship with him to be honest with him fully about how she feels about the way things are going. And I feel like she doesn't seem to be the type of person that's willing to be the bad guy. Let me tell you something. I'm going to get big to tell you this. I'm going to be the bad guy every single time. I'm going to be the bad guy. I'm going to be the bitch. I'm going to be whatever I need to be. Call it whatever you want to call it. When shit ain't gelling for me. Now, I am the type of person that I will work on myself first. So if there's something that I don't feel like is going well within, like if I'm uncomfortable with something seems off or whatever, I'm the type of person that I'm going to like, I do kind of internalize things and be like, okay, well, what can I do to be better about, like, how can I be more positive? Is it, am I thinking negatively? I am someone who lends herself to this idea of, positive thinking and optimism, right? But in my age and through trial and error and learning the hard way, I've also learned that when it gets to a point where I've done all I can, and I need to be clear with myself about when I've done all I can, I have to stand. I have to go, because I can't do it by myself. and I'm never so sold out on something or so invested in something that once it starts to inhibit on my happiness as an individual and my vision for my life as an individual, that I'm not willing to forego it to fulfill my life's vision. You get what I'm saying? And that's where the juxtaposition between Mariah and these women come in. Because I bet you, as soon as that nigga was out, as soon as them papers were signed, maybe even before, whatever they had, because I'm sure they had all of this in there, you know, a whole little room shrine to their love. I'm sure she switched it out and it was just, okay, I'm in here, me and the babies or whatever. You get what I'm saying? There's no, this type of thing lends itself to how are you supposed to date? And you're coming home and that's what you're looking at. That's what you're immersed in. How are you supposed to date? How are you supposed to be able to visualize a life with someone else? If that's what you want, I'm saying. And I'm not saying that that's what you purposefully, if you're in a bad relationship with your child's father, you need to be thinking about being with somebody else. But I'm saying if you're someone who knows yourself enough to say, hey, I want to be in a relationship with someone. I want to be married. I want to be monogamous and happy in a relationship. Then yes, you're going to have to do things that align with that. How does this align with this idea of I recognize he's not my forever? How long is he? And she doesn't owe you, she doesn't owe me or you an explanation or a timeline. You get what I'm saying? Maybe she realized it and she has a plan and she's just waiting till the kids are 18. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm saying looking at this, it doesn't lend itself to this idea that this is a fully functioning, autonomous person who is trying to self-actualize. This is someone who is fully bought into this idea, even if it's just for now, of I am a part of his world. Because what the fuck is this? What the like it's scary and I'm not laughing at her. I'm just like, because it's just the absurdity. I laugh at absurdity, and this is absurd to me, and it's so sad. I'm gonna play it. I'm not gonna speak. Let me know if it plays. Did y'all hear that? She said the bad guy 100%. You're not muted, but the other audio was. Oh, I was being sorry. She's a legend and a hero that has come along. So I'm a couple minutes behind. A mess. Did y'all just hear? You could hear for a second. And then it went away. That's crazy. Okay, so what if I just stop sharing that? I stopped sharing that. What is this? That's in the thing. So I already read that. I don't need to do that anymore. It's like it's trying to come through, but it can't. That's why I'm thinking I'm going to go on mute because I'm thinking also that it not being on mute is a problem. So I don't know, is what I'm saying. In fact, this is what I'm going to do real quick. What is Lyricam? This the Lyricam, right? Okay, so I moved it to that, and then I'm going to put myself on mute, and then I'm going to try and play the thing, see if it works. Because sometimes when you just play with these things, it just kicks other things off. I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. I was doing something. Hold on. I'm about to share it again. Sorry, y'all. I was trying to try something else. If I go to window, okay, that's there. That's there. I don't want that one. I want this one. Let's try this. Shall we? We shall. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, let's go here. Hey, so I'm looking. Okay, so I'm noticing that this is pissing me off. I'm noticing that when I play it or just I tried using the YouTube app and the app, can y'all see it? Cuz on when I look at the thing on here it's blurred. You can see it? Are you behind, Leslie? I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm about to call you just to see where you're at in the thing. I want you to see if anybody's talking. Hey, I thought I paused you. You can see it? Okay. All right. Wait, no. It is blurred. Les, you could see it before when it was playing. Hold on. I'm about to call you because I need to know with real time and I'm not getting off the thing, so don't say anything you wouldn't want on. No, she probably doesn't own the house because that was the hello, Leslie. Okay, I need to know in real time because the waiting for people to respond is not working. You could see it when I was playing. You could see it.
We could see it before when you were playing it, but we can't see it right now.
When I pause it.
Yeah.
But you can see it here when I play it.
Hit play now.
Oh.
Something or another so that I can hear it through the computer, please.
You said what?
Mute yourself on WhatsApp so I can hear it through the computer.
Okay. No, that's not a mute. How do I mute? Oh, this. What'd you say?
I just started to see it play like a few seconds ago. The delay is about 10 seconds.
As long
For your note,
as long as it plays and you can hear it.
we can't hear it.
You cannot.
No.
Oh, Jesus. Let me see. It's completely very, yes, we see it now when I'm reading the things. Because y'all can still.
Hit the share button of the video, and then you select within the studio. You can adjust the volume. Pause.
No, I already did all that. I went to the back end where you can see like all of the things that are showing. In fact, I'm even going to I'm going to remove that source. So it's just the screen share and me. Both are on. Screen share. Hey, this one doesn't have a thingy to it. What's up with that? That's interesting. It doesn't even have like a sound thing to this. That's weird. Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
Share screen audio. So you go when you're sharing your screen in studio, toggle the share audio option.
It already has it. It has also share tab audio. That's on. What the hell is Bandcamp? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Share system audio. Okay, this was a different window. Okay, gotcha. Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna just confirm. Don't hang up yet. Play it, and I'll gonna confirm.
Okay. This is really crazy. Okay.
One person in this. There's been one person as a wife. Yes, absolutely. And we'll always respect that. Hello.
Does that make you sad?
No. Because that's just.
All right. I'm going to pause it. Did you see it? Did you hear it?
I'm still waiting. Like, it's a few seconds behind, so it's like.
I hate this. This is awful. Okay, good. Mind you, never in my life, and the whole time I've used Restream, have I had to toggle those things before. I hate when they make these.
We'll figure it out. It's all right. We'll figure it out.
Yes, I hate that. All right, good. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, we've got it going on over here, I guess. Now this is a pain in the ass, so I'm going to start it over from the beginning so you can see what I was talking about with Nick Cannon all up on her wall, and then her saying the really dumb thing she said about Shan being judgmental. Okay, you can't hear. I can't hear it now though. Period. Okay. Whew. Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Les.
Is Nick hated that much for the way that he lives his life?
Let's talk about 2022.
Okay. I feel like it was so negative, and I will always say Nick is the best father, the best provider, the best partner. Nobody has ever yet to be like, this is extremely toxic, this wasn't it. Did you find clarity in our sit down? I think there was a moment, Shan, that I feel like you were a little judgmental. Alternative lifestyles are really, there's a lot of people who live it in secret. I've just chosen to live it out loud.
Your nervous system is regulated to do well in this scenario. But I guess the reflection here is maybe everybody else who said yes to this wasn't really about this life.
It really triggers you, and it really can get under your skin.
Does it trigger you?
It has, absolutely. There has never just been one person in this. There's been one person as a wife, yes, absolutely. And we'll always respect that. Hello.
Does that make you sad?
No. Because that's just...
Sorry, I had to come in because I'm listening. You see, yeah, it's not her turning on Shan, but I think she's turning on Shan because she got to watch that. Listen, Shan, that's what I'm saying. Like, there was nobody else that was going to be able to talk to her about that situation as kind and as understanding and, you know, without judgment as Shan was and did. And the thing that makes it crazy to me is she says she feels like Shan was being judgmental. I don't think she felt, I can't say what she felt, right? But I think that's coming from that place of her realizing that Shan got to a place where she didn't want her to go, or where she didn't want to expose, because she exposed things about herself and about her real beliefs about the situation that she's in that made her feel uncomfortable and that made her look less than in control. And I think that's why she said, "Oh, you came off as judgmental." No, honey, you felt weird. You felt exposed. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing or that I'm reveling in it or not. But like I said, because it seems like she's decided to lean all the way into the situation that she's in, now it's more convenient for her to feel judged by Shan than to say, hey, you actually opened up a bit of thought process for me in this that made me have to evaluate some things. She has no use for those feelings anymore. She has no use for those things anymore. So now they have to be in, but they were public. So now she has to denounce them and project on the Shan, oh, you were actually being judgmental and making me look bad because of some kind of hang up on you were projecting onto me. She said, nah, she felt weird. She is weird.
Hi there, lovers. Welcome to the podcast. My name is Shan. Around here, we believe the key to happiness is managing expectations. So here is what to expect from this episode. You're going to listen to a riveting
nice,
conversation
girl.
between myself and Abby De La Rosa.
I had never spoke.
Pregnant.
And it...
Beautiful was in your belly.
Beautiful was in my belly. Your baby was still in your belly.
Yes.
So much was...
Two hyper hormonal,
absolutely,
preggy ladies,
absolutely,
talking about a very, at the time, dramatic.
Yeah.
Because when you were pregnant, how many other women were pregnant at the same time?
Yeah, there was about 4 of us pregnant at the same time. But not just that, it was, I feel like I had never spoke, and I understood the possibility of it going viral, but the way it went viral was insane.
Tell me.
I feel like it was so negative, and I feel like because open relationships are alternative lifestyles were still very frowned upon, there was a lot of judgment. It was a lot of, may this love never find me, a lot of negativity, just not even just in my looks, but also in the topic. One, I think there was like 2 clips that went viral. And then I remember you posting a story like, I do these interviews not for my guests to be negatively spoken about.
Yes. And the one clip that did go viral though, which was you being like, stay the back from my motherhood.
When it comes to me being a mom, I don't even think I scratched the surface. I might show us at a class or 2, but me being open in my relationship does not change or take away from the type of mother that I am to my kids. And I would just want people to stay the away from my motherhood. But at the time, because I was still a fresh mother, I was only 6-7 months into being a mother.
And pregnant.
Yeah, and I was pregnant. It was one of those things where everything was so intensified, I took everything so personal. And I just remember having to make that statement because of, what are you going to tell your kids? And I still get that, but I'm like, all you guys, it doesn't even affect me anymore because my kids are beautiful, they're healthy, they're...
Okay, this is where, like, because, like I'm saying, it's clear that this woman is having some difficulty with grappling with the reality, and not even the reality as much as trying to orient herself in what exactly is going on. It seems like she is struggling to find peace. I know she keeps projecting and she keeps saying, you know what they say, like when people tell you, what I was saying, like when people say, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, but we still can see things, like those of us who are empathetic, more of an empathetic. I see what you're saying, but I'm also feeling the discomfort. And my thing is this also, if you feel like you keep getting misunderstood, why do you keep coming and talking to these people that you feel like, and when I say talking to these people, like maybe not Shan, but you don't have to put up, if you and Shan are friends and you want to have these conversations with your friend Shan, you don't have to get in front of a camera to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're coming and say, oh, I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt. Who are you talking to and why? You don't have to talk to us. If you feel like you keep getting misunderstood and disrespected and this and that and the other, why is it, you notice it, they don't protest too much. Why are you coming to talk? This, you're right. This has nothing to do with us. This has nothing to do with us. It's not our business. You're a grown woman. You get to do what you want. I'm looking at, if they're in your house, if they're in your home, that's a beautiful house. And like I said, same thing with Amy. Given the alternative, I struggled with 2 baby fathers. You know what I mean? So I see where you're sitting and I see where you're living and everything. And if for you feel like it's worth it to live the lifestyle that you live, period, point blank, not mad at you about it. But I don't feel like that's true. And I feel like, and then for you to turn around and be like, well, Shan, you were being judgmental when she was being the kindest and like connecting with you and like empathizing with you and drawing parallels with you of like, yes, I understand this mindset, and leaving room for you to actually be there. It's just really sad the way we're seeing in real time through this lady, the compromises that you have to make to be able to, I've talked about this before, and I know I've said it before, it's kind of like a jokey thing, but I mean it when I say I walk the edge of madness every single day, because it's literally this type of thing. It's this type of thing where you're staring in the face of a condition or a situation or something going on in life, and you literally have to make sense of it. And I'll say there's a graceful and gracious way you can take it, or there's a, very practical kind of matter of fact way you can take things in order to orient yourself and figure out what you're going to do from that point on. And so, yes, the most gracious interpretation of where she is in her life is, oh, well, he does love me and there is genuine love here. And this was something meaningful and our babies just resulted from that. And this is just a weird, crazy situation that we're all just kind of floated into. That's a very gracious way of doing it, because it doesn't put you in opposition of this man that is integral to this vision, to this context. But then there's the cold, hard, practical part of saying, hey, you want something this man has said he's not going to give you. And the more you're with this man, the deeper you get in with this man, with this man, you're some decisions and instead of concessions, because this makes a lot of concessions, you're conceding a lot to live this life. You're going to have to make some decisions. You're going to have to figure some things out. You're going to have to adjust to a new reality. It doesn't have any bright and shiny and free distractions for you. It's going to be hard. You're going to cry. All these things are going to happen, but at least your life will be your own, and you'll be in real control of the direction that your life takes.
Strong-willed, they're opinionated, a lot of positive things that I feel now as a mother that really I wasn't feeling back then. I was still in the trenches of motherhood. So it was intense, and that's why I made that very strong statement. But yes, there was so much happening at the time when I sat down with you.
Did you regret it then?
I think I didn't regret it, because I genuinely love your platform. I love what you've created. Lovers and Friends was a beautiful space for me to actually hold truth, to hold space in your space, and to be open and honest. But I think there was a moment, Shan, that I feel like you were a little biased or a little judgmental. There was like two things you had said to me that I felt like, wait, was there already a biased opinion behind it, or a biased perception behind? I think you said something about, do people perceive you as like a mistress? I was devastated. I mean, I've never been hit with thousands of people just telling me their hate for me or what they feel.
Why were they mad at you? Is it because he had a primary partner who was public? A partner that was public, and then you looked like the mistress? Why were they mad?
I think he had several partners at the time, but I feel like just his track record of relationships at the time had maybe been a little bit more intensified. I mean, he had a lover over here that, you know, they were going strong and they've been involved for years. And then he had another beautiful family over here that he has. And then he has his ex-wife, who's the queen of all queens. So people feel so invested, you know.
So did they view you as a homewrecker?
Yes.
Who helped you?
My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, my sister. And
was Nick able to prepare you, given the fact that he had obviously grown up around this, and then two, had other partners who had gone through this?
There was a little bit of judgment that I felt from our interaction as well. So when it was on a bigger screen and it finally came out, I was like, oh my God, not only were those two terms highlighted, but it was also everybody's opinion about everything.
Yes. Thank you for bringing.
We're not talking about him, Liz. We're talking about how these things, like, a lot of times conversation will happen and people like, this happened, that happened, here's our opinion. I'm getting into the mindset. I'm getting into the what it actually looks like to be on the ground in these situations, making these decisions. You know what I mean? Because this is what's happening. There's always people talking about making judgments about people in these situations. I'm talking about, like, what does it look like to be in this situation? Where's your head at? You know, how can you navigate and realize and understand and say, hey, I'm here. Like I said, I'm here and I can make concessions or I can make decisions. I'm here and I can treat this situation with kid gloves and flowery language and rose-colored glasses, or I can be willing to go the harder route and do the deeper work and ask the deeper questions. Because here's the thing, now he's out of this flowery language part and he's over here. She's still flowering it up. Where he's like, before it was, oh yes, it's love and it's this and it's that and blah, 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 blah. Now he's saying, yeah, actually, I might have bit off a little bit more than I could chew. Actually, yeah, I was doing these things from an unhealthy place. This is like the third admission of his in terms of recognizing that he shouldn't have done these things. He said something a few years ago about, yeah, it's been hard to actually spend time with my kids. He said something a couple years ago about, yeah, actually, if I could be back with Mariah, I would want to be back with Mariah. He said a couple things, you know, now he's saying, hey, yeah, actually, I only wasn't with Mariah because I didn't feel like less of a man. And so therefore, me having these kids in this situation is a manifestation of my diminished manhood. You get what I'm saying? And now, but she's still creating this flowery, oh yes, it's just a love, we're in a love bubble situation, when he's coming into the cold hard truth of what he's done, is what I'm saying. is what we're focusing on. Again, laughter not at her, laughter at the absurdity of the situation.
Bringing that up, and I want to just circle back because this is also very important to note, because when I sat down with you, I was like, I actually don't know that much. I don't know this story very well.
Okay.
So even when you reached out to come on the podcast, I was like, I'm fascinated because I don't know the story. I know the headlines.
Yeah.
So then I was like, I could either research and then come in here and ask you all the pointed questions.
Yes.
Or I could just be like, what's going on over there?
Yes.
What's going on over there?
Either way, it's going to all sound a little out of this world.
And I really did not know that much. To this day, I actually still don't know that much. Like, so I'm taking your thing at face value. But it was when you were talking about how people were so negative towards you, I couldn't understand, because I'm like, he's in a polyamorous relationship. He is honest with everybody. He's honest with the world about it. So when you were like, you got...
Sorry, because this is the thing. I think the problem is, if she was truly happy, she would. And this is me. I'm sitting there and I'm looking at where they are. I'm looking at where they are. I'm looking at that beautiful house. And I'm thinking about how she's in there and he's probably not even there most of the time, and how lovely it would be to be in that house, to know that your kids are taken care of financially. And this is not me saying, oh, she should just shut up in a general sense, but I'm saying that you're in this space that you're saying you want everybody to just look at what a beautiful situation it is. And I am, but you clearly can't, because I'm saying if I was sitting in an environment like that and I was truly happy about being there, I would not be doing these interviews. Simply because it seems like it brought her a lot of, okay. It seems like these interviews, or the responses to these interviews that she's done, have brought her a lot of discomfort, pain, whatever. It hasn't felt good, the response to these. You don't have to do them. If you don't do them, from what I understand, I'm pretty sure he probably would prefer that you don't do them. I'm gonna be honest. But if you don't, he can't tell you not to, per se, but he probably would like it better if you didn't, I'm sure. You keep doing these interviews. You don't have to. You don't, from what I understand, you don't have to do these interviews to live in there. You don't have to do these interviews for him to keep taking care of you, which is the choice that you've made. Why do you keep doing these interviews? Especially if you're saying that people are just committed to misunderstanding you, mislabeling you, whatever like that. So what I'm saying is, I think that her doing these things and having, she's getting that energy out towards these comments and these people commenting, and even Shan herself, as opposed to focusing on the actual cause of it, which is Nick Cannon in her life and the way she's allowing him to be in her life. Does that make sense? Because this is literally a problem she doesn't have to have if she does not like the way people are talking about the information she's giving. She does not have to give this information. So I'm saying that I think that this, you know how I always say, you want to get your lick back somehow. You got to let the steam out somehow. This is her way to refocus that negative energy towards these haters and these people that are just projecting onto her, instead of having to sit in the quiet of what she has wrought and realize, I'm actually not happy here, and have to sit with that.
Got so much negativity. I was like, where are people's hatred towards you coming? I personally know that if you want to find out one thing that across the board people disagree on, or people have vitriol towards, it's cheating. Death penalty, we can all debate, right? Yeah. Abortion, we can all debate. But if you want to get people together on hate, it's any type of infidelity. So I guess my thing was like, the only thing I could possibly think about that people would be so hatred towards you or hateful towards you for would be if it was that. So 1000%, I was not coming in there being like, and that wasn't the truth, right?
No.
I remember asking you, was there a primary partner that you,
yes.
And you were like, not really. There was a couple people maybe who were more, but I just want to say for the record, 1000% no.
Yeah.
Like, I did not have any prior information or any type of understanding of your guys' dynamic at all. I was just taking what you were saying at face value and more so reacting to my own confusion around why people are so mad.
Mind you, when she asked the question, I didn't feel it. I felt her genuinely saying, like, why would they be, what would be the point of them being upset with you? Is it because they feel like you came in and wrecked the home? Like, that seemed like, and that's a question that someone who doesn't know what's going on would ask, because it's like, it's absurd. You're saying people are mad at you. Why would people be mad at you about being with an unattached man? But there are a bunch of women around, so were they saying you were home? Like I think that's a legitimate, for a rational minded person trying to make sense of what's going on and what she's being told and what's happening. I think that would be a rational question to have, because it literally was a question.
At consenting adults who have the means to support the children they're bringing into this world with love and intention, why was there so much negativity?
Did you find clarity in our sit down, or were you still at a loss of understanding, if you don't mind me asking you?
No, I think the way that I framed that episode too was, do we believe? And my whole thing around that is that when we are sitting across from a woman who has obviously made amazing choices, has put herself in a position of empowerment and power, and is telling us, I'm happy, I am cared for, this is what I want, my family supports me, like, I'm good. Like, can we not just say, yes, Abby,
yes,
you're good?
And I think I said that. I was like, I think people project their feelings onto me and my relationship dynamic and my family dynamic.
I promise you, girl, I didn't know I was still this big. Y'all don't see the background, but I have to keep both of these open at the same time so that this doesn't blur when I try to come back to the thing, so that I can see y'all comments and stuff. So I'm saying that to say I didn't mean to be big still, but here I am. Why do you care? And this is not, I feel like if she was out, let's not even go there. She literally couldn't be any kinder, any nicer, and anything like that. And I feel like this woman is trying to, like, now project that idea of you were just trying to hate on me and be negative towards me. You see, because she cannot just and again, this is not me saying that it makes sense or that I want her to hate her child's father. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that I don't think she's being real with herself about how she feels about him and the situation and herself, given the situation that she is in. Now, here's the kicker though. It can change. She could literally choose something else and go another way. And I could see her being able to find, something like, white women do it all the time. We did that live a while back where I was pointing out the different white women who have multiple baby fathers and stuff like that. And people just love their dirty drawers. You know what I mean? So it's like, I do think that she could, but she's created this prison for herself within these perceptions that she supposedly does not care about. And again, the reason that this is important and the reason that I'm focusing on is because this is the stuff that I'm talking about in this book. When we ask the question, why would a woman do this? Why are women doing this? Why would that's not smart? All of these and just judgments and stuff we make about these. But this is the real world in real time, what it looks like to be in a mindset, to be in a space where you're literally having to make these decisions based off of your identity, based off of how you're going to live, what's going to, what your life is actually going to look like from where you can manage to even conceptualize. I don't think that she is in a place because of her own judgments, because of her own belief systems, that again, she's not giving herself the chance to really sit and sort out for herself within the reality of how she feels about where she is, to be able to go, okay, you know what? Maybe for this week or maybe even a couple months or something, I'm devastated because I really fucked up. Like, I really fucked up. I'm in a bad way. I don't know right now how I'm going to get out of it, but I do know that this is not acceptable for the rest of my life, because that's literally, it has to start somewhere. Even if you cannot conceive of how you're going to be able to get to a blissful place that you were trying to pretend this is, you're going to have to allow yourself to recognize that the place that you're at is just not it. And it could be a nice place. Like I said, that looks like a beautiful home. And her day-to-day is probably very chill and relaxed or whatever, but she's not getting love the way she wants to get love. He may come in and say, oh, I love you so much. I love you so much. Here's another picture to put on the wall, baby. Whatever. But that's not having a true partner there to raise children with you. He's not raising any of these kids. No, he's a great partner and a provider and this and that and the other. He's not there. He himself has said he's not there. You have basically said he's not there because you can't even handle seeing him with other women when he's around taking the pictures with them. But this is not, you are living off of vapors. And like I said, and what I think Sean is saying too, let me not say what Sean is saying, because where Sean seems to be at is like, look, if you like it, I love it genuinely. If you say you're happy, I'm going with the fact that you are happy. But I don't think she believes that Sean believes she's happy. And that's the issue. And that seems to be what she's sticking on, is why don't people believe me? If I'm really happy about something and you think I'm not happy about it, I don't give a fuck if you think I'm happy. I'm too busy being happy. I'm happy. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here argue with you or try to browbeat you or convince you, because I don't need you to feel any type of way for me to be happy. And so that's where I'm saying, like, it seems like she keeps getting caught up in this idea of being misunderstood. Who cares who understands you in your own life? But I don't think she realizes that it's not us. It's her. We are just the stand-in. We are just the embodiment. We are just the vessel for her to project this part of herself that's saying, girl, please, can we stop? Can we stop this?
Family dynamic, because people hate what they don't understand.
Yeah.
And there was so much hate that came with that podcast, in the best way though, because I also genuinely enjoyed the ride with you. But there was also these moments like the one I just discussed with you where I genuinely felt like, number one, is Nick hated that much for the way that he lives his life? Is he judged that much? But also with the drop of that specific episode, I remember just being like, wow, I didn't realize how much confusion there was around the situation.
Yes. I'm so sorry that was your experience and that you felt. I think that's, going back, like I said, that's the perception bias, because my focal point for that was the thing around belief. And in the beginning of the episode, I had random people just answer the question, when your homegirl tells you she's in a happy relationship, do you believe her? And a lot of
You said perhaps she got with him for clout to begin with. I don't think so. And the only reason I don't think so is because, like I said, if you go back to those past lives I did about them, and she was talking in the podcast before she got with him, before she was pregnant by him, whatever. She was in a bad relationship. She was referring to the person she was in a relationship with as a narcissist. So that just means it sounded like it was a very bad, dysfunctional relationship. And when I sat there at the time on the live and was trying to do like the timelines, she got with Nick Cannon not too long after that. But when she was telling the story, she was saying she met Nick Cannon. He was rapping to her, whatever, not rapping, but like talking to her, whatever. She said, she was like, you know what, cool, I don't mind kicking it with you, whatever. And then she was explaining like how she would be dealing with him in one way, saying like, oh, it doesn't seem like you're trying to be serious, and that's fine with me. But he would be like, the stuff she was saying that he was saying and doing was basically him trying to get her to be more intimate with him emotionally, to be more connected to him emotionally. But when everything is said and done, he's not trying to meet them where he wants these women to be at and where they seem to be hovering at, especially her. So they're in these spaces where they are being kept by him, and he can come and drop in, and it sounds like he doesn't want to hear about, them actually having to live with and understand what they've given up to be with him. He just wants them to be, hey, Daddy Nick is here, type of thing. All these different women. And I just don't think, specifically only for her, because she's the only one that's talking like this. She's the only one that, and I mean talking like this, like publicly. she's the only one that's giving you a kind of a glimpse into what it's actually like to be in that situation outside of what we hear, offhand from him and people reporting or whatever like that. She's the only one that you can actually sit and watch and observe her as she's kind of like mentally navigating. And I'm doing this kind of robotic move because in real time you'll see her like recalculating and recalibrating and shifting and trying to calibrate to a place of I'm happy. No, I'm happy. You're saying I'm not happy. Why are you saying I'm not happy? You're a problem because you're saying I'm not happy. It's like, we don't have to be involved at all. You literally, everybody could shut down. Sean could go home. You could be in your beautiful house with your pictures and no man and just happy. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need us to do this.
A lot of people were like, no. So indiscriminately, we all kind of know that not only are we not trusting Abby or trusting any of the baby mamas, we're not trusting our own friends. And at the end of that episode, I brought on a therapist to also kind of just reinforce the ideal system that there's nothing helpful that comes from denying someone's truth. Even if it's out of love, out of protection, or you think you're doing the right thing, nothing positive comes from negativity, from judgment, from vitriol. So to know that that was your experience, that even though I tried to build in all of these things to negate that.
Did you feel like you had to OD on?
I need you to know, Sean, if you ever see this, you did everything you could possibly do. You can't. You can't. You can only do but so much. This isn't about you. I just need you to know, Sean, you were very caring and kind as possible in that situation. I could feel the care.
OD on the building into the experience because of what you had already felt, or was it one of those things where that was just your innate routine with your episodes?
I think it was probably coming off of Jazzy's episode.
Okay.
Knowing that people are automatically going to err on Judge. So I'm like, okay.
It most certainly was. It was definitely like back to back. She did the one with Jazzy. But even then you could see she was just asking Jazzy the thing I like about Sean is she's doing that thing where I'm having a conversation with you. And this is what I try to do on here. I'm not just having a conversation with you guys or talking here because I just want you to hear what I think, right? It's more so of like, I'm showing you how I think about things. I'm showing you how I evaluate the stuff that's going on. I'm showing you how I make decisions about what is useful to me, what is valuable to me, what is worth my time, what is not worth my time, dealing with the bittersweet, because life can be bittersweet. And they're not. I was watching a clip of what's that man name? He be with Will Ferrell all the time. I know his name, John C. Reilly. John C. Reilly was talking, and he was talking about how like comedy is really about balancing the bittersweet in life with the good and makes you feel good in life, and that life is just not all good or all bad. It's really kind of riding that wave between the two. And I was thinking about that in terms of this. It's like when you view life in a way where it's just like, okay, I have to do everything right and everything has to be good and everything has to be perfect. That puts you in a position to fall off the pedestal, right? Life has humbled me in a lot of ways. Life has humbled me. And the biggest lesson that I learned was like, I have to be willing to be imperfect, to see myself as imperfect, to make allowances for my imperfection in my life. And so in that, being able to say, you know what, at this particular point in time, I thought this was the right thing to do, but now that I'm actually in it and I'm experiencing it, it's not what I thought it would be. And I need to make some changes. And being willing to do the work, to put in the work, no matter how far it's put me away from whatever my new goal is or whatever, to still be willing to be honest and say, yeah, this isn't working. I need to do something else. And it's okay if I have to work at it. that is what the problem is. A lot of time with women, I feel like, that get caught up in these relationships, whether they have kids or not, where they can't just say, hey, I put a lot into this, but maybe I was wrong about what I thought I was going to get out of it. Because you think about it, what do? They'll go, oh, well, no, I should keep doing it because I've spent this amount of time. Not because you're having a good time, but because you spent a lot of time. I've been with this person for this many years, or I spent this much money, or I'm no longer young, or, you know, I'll be damned if I move on and then somebody else comes and gets to live with them the life that I was trying to live with. It's all these types of things that have nothing to do with how you're actually experiencing that person. So again, this is what I talk about in my book. So you can get this on paperback. Hold on. You can get this on, no, not that. You can get this on paperback, or you can get it in ebook, because that's what this stuff is about. And yes, fitness. I had showed y'all earlier, I have 2 lives that I did about Abby specifically and Nick Cannon, and they have them on the thumbnails, so you'll be able to easily identify them. I wanted to make sure you do that. It says she doesn't believe what is possible because she isn't happy. I don't think she isn't happy, and I think she's willing to try to make herself believe she's happy because she doesn't believe that it's possible. Because again, when you're in that space, it's all in the book here. A lot of me putting up with stuff that my baby father was doing and still, you know, holding on to the belief, even if I wasn't sitting there with a shrine to him per se, but still leaving that room for him to come back, you know, in the times when he would, was due to the idea that I'm like, it's going to be too much work. I have to worry about too much. I have to worry about people coming in that want to hurt me and or my daughter. So it'll just be easier if I can get this to work with me and this man. You get what I'm saying? So because you feel like your options are limited, you're going to put up with what they say, a bird in the hand is worth 3 in the bush. So you're going to think, oh, well, it makes more sense for me to apply myself to trying to make this situation work than going out into the unknown of trying to figure out how to even start building a new scenario. And again, if you're in a male-centered space where you're thinking like men think, you're going to be thinking, oh, I got all these kids. Nobody else is going to want to take care of his kids, because that's her whole lifestyle, her living in that house. That's his house. He takes care. And he said it before openly. Yeah, if they get with new men, I'm withdrawing any kind of financial support. So she's in a position where if she decides she wants to date again, she's not just having to think about, okay, I have to figure out how to date and how to find time and babysitters and how to vet the men. And she doesn't have to just think about that. She has to think about, how am I going to pay for a house? Where am I going to live? Am I going to have to move out? Like, there's a whole bunch of other things that she would have to put on, because that is conditional to the situation she's in. You get what I'm saying? So she has a lot on her. Like, I don't want to make it seem like she's just being frivolous. There's a lot going on with her, but I also I think she's going to have that sit down, come to Jesus with herself about how she got here. And so that's going to mean looking at him in a different way. And that's going to mean looking at herself in a different way too. She's not going to be able to sit and say, oh no, he really loved it. She's going to have to say, that bastard, he fucking took advantage of me in these ways. And when I had the opportunity, when Shan brought it to my attention, I chose to revert. You get what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot of reframing or breaking the veneer that she's put over her framing of things. And that would be painful. Like you said, who said something? She said, I don't think Nick was criticized. I forget where. Somebody said something like, I don't think she needs to go inward. Yeah, she needs to go inward. So that's basically what I'm saying.
So I'm like, okay, before we even go there, because if we do that, nobody wins. The person judging doesn't win because they don't gain anything, and you don't win.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we can get past that and just actually listen to someone's truth and learn something new about them and ourselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe there was a bit. Did that feel like it was OD on that?
A little bit.
Okay.
But I also, again, there was just so much that went into that episode. And I remember as
he probably would have to pay child support, but you got to think that he could stop paying whatever he's paying right now. Like I said, he could kick her out of that house. So she has to figure out, have money to be able to go somewhere else, get acclimated, probably move whatever school, neighborhood they're in. You get what I'm saying? Like she would have to uproot their entire lives because he said if a woman decides that she is no longer going to give him access because she wants to be with somebody else, or that she's not going to engage, because he basically said he's been talking about this so many different places, and he basically said like if they won't engage with him in a romantic way, he's withdrawing support. So it ain't even necessarily just about them getting with a dude. It's basically like if I can't come and play house with you for the minutes that I come to visit you, you're not mine. And so it's different. And what I'm saying is, okay, yeah, they could eventually get some child support, but they would have to file. They would have to wait till the court dates. They would have to go through all the discovery and this and that and the other, and whatever trickery he might be doing about trying to hide assets, this and that and the other. Also, I don't know like how he divvies things up with his money. I'm not in his pockets, but I would imagine, I know a lot of times when men wind up having to do child support, if there's someone who had the means to be able to do more than what they would be made to pay in child support, then that's it. And you got to remember, there's a bunch of other kids. It's not just her kid. Yeah, maybe if she just goes on and it's just her worrying about child support, but I believe he pays Mariah child support. So my point is, the more kids get on child support, the less money each woman gets. You get what I'm, so yes, she is trapped. And what I'm saying is, we're watching someone in real time recalibrate themselves to not be in the mindset that this nigga trapped me, because that would mean she would have to break down, at least for that would break anyone. You get what I'm that's a really, that would be a hard time trying to get from accepting that after all these, accepting that reality after all these years, dealing with what that means about everything you did. It the same situation as I was saying when we were talking about with the lady Giselle Pellicott, and how like her and her kids are like, fuck that nigga, and she's like, well, that's not the I know he did it, and I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I still have all these what do I do with all my memories of our decades, 50 some odd year marriage? You get what I'm saying? So it's her of like, she would literally be making a choice again from this rose-colored story about how we just loved each other and we're just star-crossed lovers and this just kind of happened, and oh whoopsie, what a funny situation, but there's so much love here and there's so much good here, to this nigga played on my vulnerability and I was gullible and weak in some ways, and I played on my own top in a lot of ways with him. Once we got past a certain, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of work one has to do to really come to grips with that new perspective when you choose not to keep doing that work for someone else of filling in the gaps of who they're actually showing up as for you and to you. She said, because that part, you cannot get away from yourself. And like I said, I feel like when they talk about projection, it's so funny because I feel like we are the medium for her to project all these things onto. It's not, I mean, yes, we're all saying what we're saying, but it's also that part of her that she cannot get away from, that's saying, you're going to hear me. So if you're not going to listen to me when it's just you and me sitting around, I'm going to keep compelling you to bring you into these situations where you have to hear other people saying what I'm saying to you. So you're going to reckon with it. You understand what I'm saying? Because she literally does not need to do this if this is bringing her so much turmoil.
As time went on and the views just kept going in the comments, like the comments are like, have her come back in 5 years and let's see what her real experience is. And I'm like, well, it's almost 5 years. It's been
Sorry, I can tell you right now, it's not just one night of crying. It's not just what it's going to be. It's going to be a full rehabilitation. This type of, and I'm telling you, it's in the book. It's in the book. It's to realize what you've done to yourself. And again, this does not negate or change the bad that someone else has done to you. That is that's that, and we could sit that right there, and that's where it is. But also having to reckon with the things that you've done to yourself, the ways you've betrayed yourself, the ways that you opened yourself up to certain things. Like I said, I'm just getting to a point now where I'm able to reintegrate vulnerability into my way of being and recognize that that doesn't mean that I have to interact with men, but that I can just own those parts of myself and show those parts of myself and still be safe. And I haven't been with either one of those people for over a decade, well over a decade. You know what I mean? So it's not just one night. It's not.
Well, it's been 3. We're back. And it really has been a ride. And I'm really happy to have this conversation with you because that was in those moments, one of those 2 comments that were made that I was like, was Shan judging me? Did I feel like she was judging my family dynamic? This is really beautiful to have like that clarity with you.
Oh my gosh. You know what's, and it's making me feel so sad that we didn't do some kind of aftercare too.
I know, it had been years until we finally ran into each other a few months ago.
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you so much for staying with us. And we would love for you to come back for this episode of Lovers next week.
There is an idea that you're with the person that you love, but you don't really have.
When you go to tonal.com, put in promo code lovers. Now, don't get me wrong. This is definitely an investment. And that's why they have extremely negative or very toxic for me.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say? Have financing so you can pay for it like a gym membership, except one that you're actually going to use. Again, go to tonal.com and put in promo code lovers. All right, now I'm gonna get back to work. Nobody, as far as I know, has come forward and said, I felt very harmed in this situation.
Yeah.
It was extremely negative or very toxic for me.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
I would definitely say that's fair to say. I feel like just like with any relationship, and people are going to try to read deep into this as well by me just saying no relationship is perfect. No relationship is perfect. However, Nick, when he decides something, he gives his all. Like, I will always say Nick is the best father, the best provider, the best partner. He might live his truth in different ways, but nobody has ever yet to be like, this was the most toxic shit I've ever been in. And
That's only because he's not yelling. He's not yelling. He's not saying, oh, you a bitch and you a this and that and accusing you of things. It's all done in a way where it's like, oh, well, you're true. You're free to go. But also, I'm going to need those keys back and you can't live in this house and all of these other things. It's like, what's it called? The dentist system. It's the implications. It's the and not just implication. He's straight up said, like, there's no way in the world that he's saying to you, oh, you know what? You can't date. Now that you've had a baby with me, I will do for my child, but only if you are available to me and only me romantically. That's not friendship, and that's not right, and that's not fair. Especially if, like I said, this woman, and I don't know her, but I know what I've seen her say on these different interviews she's done. He knows, if I know that you want monogamy, he knows you want monogamy. And for him to position you to say, oh, well, you either choose monogamy or I will not be here for these children that I browbeat you into having for me. That's not loving or sweet or kind, and again, what makes me even more chill. Like, this is, my bones are chilled by this situation starting with what he said to Dr. Umar of saying, yeah, I only had those kids as a way of trying to prove to myself that I was a man. So nothing that you were saying about, oh, this is so special and sweet and significant and nothing, he doesn't even view it that way. I mean, yeah, he can conveniently say, oh, well, it's such a lucky thing that I had these kids and it's so beautiful. And like, yes, he can say that, but that's not what he said. He said, I was in a diminished capacity of making good decisions, and I was coming from an unhealthy place. And this was the decision I made to try to compensate from that unhealthy place. That's what he said. And like I said, that's as my grandfather would say, that's a deep school. That's a hard pill to swallow, and that's a lot. I think that would be a lot for anyone. And again, going back to that thing I was saying before about this idea of, if I'm a smart person, how could I have let this happen? How could I have participated in this? How could I have put myself in this position? I have a lot of empathy for her. If it may not seem, I do. I have a lot of empathy for her. I'm just being frank about the position she's in. It's not cutesy. It doesn't lend it to, that's what I'm saying. Like, Sean is being so nice and kind and thoughtful about even interacting with her around these subjects. The way she was masterful, because she didn't do it in a way that forced her into this space of defensiveness. But that's why she's now going, you actually were mean to me, because it made her have to feel things that she's suppressing, actively suppressing. We're watching her go and suppressing it.
He took me through the ringer and this and that, and that's the beautiful part of it. And I don't think I was brave enough to actually stand up and say that, but all in all, I would say everybody's pretty happy in the, what'd you say it was? The commune?
Polycule.
Polycule. You know what? I just came across that term the other day, and I was like, I looked it up, but Nick doesn't consider himself polyamorous. So I wouldn't know what he considers himself. But back to your statement, no, I would say that, or yes, I would say that that's true. Nobody has ever came.
Sorry, I was saying to that response, hold on. I was talking and y'all wasn't hearing me. She's a DJ, and I believe she was DJing, and then she wound up DJing for the Wild 'N Out show for a while. And then also one of his other baby moms was on Wild 'N Out as well, I think. So yes.
Came out to say, this is extremely toxic, this wasn't it. He's a great partner. That's just the truth.
So interesting about not identifying with polyamory, because poly means many and amor is love. Just means many loves. That's accurate to describe that he just loves many women.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he also lives in this constant phrase, if you label me, you disable me. So you cannot label him in any way, which is, I'm for it. Don't.
The only thing you disabling him from is running circles around y'all with bullshit. I'm going to label you because I need to know what the fuck is going on, because I have some decisions to make. I need some labels. There needs to be some kind of labels. You labeling me as something. My favorite line is, call it what you want. I see you running around here with all these other women. You're not a monogamous person.
The label thing, I get it. I understand. But it's also some truth to it. So we've had many conversations where it's like, no, I think you're polyamorous. And I'm not polyamorous. I'm not. I just love. I love. And that's actually what I have chosen to teach my kids is daddy loves many people. Daddy has a lot of love to give. That's just who daddy is. And they know their brothers and sisters' parents and miss so-and-so, miss that. So yeah.
I love that.
I'm like, do you, Sharon?
I do.
You love that?
You know,
and this is my thing. And this is where you show, and this is, okay. Gotta get big for this. To me, it seems pretty clear that there's a level of distrust for Shan. If you distrust Shan, why are you doing this? And this is where, when you do what she seems to have been doing for at least the last 5 to 6 years, maybe more, no, because how old would I'll say within the better part of the last decade, you erode your natural self-preservation instincts. Everything she has been saying for the last, how long have we been on here now? 17 minutes or so, has been pointed towards this idea that Shan is untrustworthy, that Shan has had ulterior motives, that Shan is not safe. And yet you let her in your house. You got all done up with makeup and everything. You're sitting down with her to have this conversation. Why? If you don't trust this woman, and this isn't about whether Shan is trustworthy or not. She seems trustworthy to me more than any other person, you know, that's doing this type of thing, interviewing people, talking about this stuff, talking about them specifically, whatever, right? She seems like the safest possible person to have this conversation with as a Abby De La Rosa. You don't trust her though. Why are you being so intimate and allowing access to someone you don't trust? This is the stuff I'm talking about when you play in these spaces of like technicalities and accepting, oh, we can't label it and this and that and the other. Your boundaries get loosey-goosey and you start going for stuff that you shouldn't go for, not necessarily because the person is wrong or right, but because you're clearly not clear about who this person is and everything about, like I said, the way she's talking. If I were personally Shan, I mean, I guess she needs this stuff for her, you know, podcast or whatever. But if I was Shan, I wouldn't want to do. You're not going to call me up to accuse me of things. You get what I'm saying? You're not going to call me up to say to me, hey, I think you're judging me. Oh, you think I'm judging you? Then I'm going to make sure that I hear nothing about you from here on out, because I have better things to do. And if you're going to distract yourself with the idea that I'm judging you, I'm going to do us both a favor and remove myself from the equation. So now you can focus on whatever it is you've got going on without me being a distraction for you. The whole time she's been basically saying like, oh, I think, and now you're questioning, like, I'm looking at Shan being so kind, and I know Shan's not mad about it and she doesn't care, and you know, whatever, and it's nice. But yes, this is a confrontation. And my thing is, this is in your home. You invited her for what? Who is this for? What is this for? And that's what I'm saying. I'm at a point in life now where, because I have this viewpoint of things, because I see things in this way now, and I kind of see these dynamics, I don't allow this. If you have a bunch of confusion going on, you're not going to play out your confusion on me. And in turn, when I'm not clear about something, when I'm not sure about where you're coming from, when I don't know how I can take you or whatever, I'm not going to deal with you unless and until I can figure it out, or unless and until you make it clear. So there need to be labels. You got to come with me with labels. You can't come to me loosey-goosey, right? You got to come to me with clear boundaries and things that I can see, and I'm going to come to you with clear boundaries and things that I can see. And I think, unfortunately, she has conditioned herself through being with Nick to be in these situations where she is clearly not comfortable with Sean. But I'm sure that in her heart of hearts, she knows that everything she's saying to this woman is bullshit, right? And up to and including the stuff she's saying about how she feels like she's coming off towards her. But instead of having the real conversation with herself, so then she can have the real conversation with Sean. Now Sean's in this place where she has to navigate and do this little dance around her discomfort with the perceptions, aka her discomfort with the realities that she is trying not to deal with. I won't say I don't have the patience. I do have the patience to a certain degree, but I mean, I have as much patience about, like, we got to talk about it in a real way. I don't have the patience to sit here and try to oh no, I didn't want you to feel, and oh, I didn't know. And no, I'm gonna say, girl, how could I have said it? What, like, now I'm going to continue asking you, because what are we doing?
You know why? Because where my brain went is that people often ask, my relationship is open, so people often ask about, like, what are you going to tell your kids one day, or how?
That's another thing I forgot. Like that's why I said like Shauna's the perfect person. So for her to sit there and come at this lady who was already, and mind you, that's the crazy part about it too. When it comes to this one and old girl Brown, Jazzy Brown, they both were kind of looking at Shan like, wait a minute, you're actually happy in your situation. Like you're actually happy and at peace in your situation, and she doesn't have a conventional situation. She, they're kind of making stuff up as they go. It's not, that traditional things. There's a lot of them just kind of building and customizing their experience as partners, right? So how could you think that this woman of all women is judging you on what basis? About what? That's all. Like she's completely just lying to herself.
How are you going to explain it? And this and the third, and we don't have the same dynamic where there's other people involved or meeting our kids, etc. But I watched The Bachelor with my daughter, and so she was like, okay, wait a second, like that person, he's dating that person, like yeah, they're both his girlfriends. And then the next commercial break, she's like, oh yeah, because his other girlfriend said this, and the girlfriend with this hair said that. Oh, and this girlfriend, like, I'm like, people think that it's such a complex thing. It's very easy to wrap your head around and to understand. And again, as long as everybody is being treated with respect, with kindness, with love, they're being prioritized, they're being thought of, they have say, they're empowered, and they're choosing this, then why isn't that a beautiful thing to teach your kids?
Well, ego. Like you don't want, some people just can't fathom the fact that somebody else could genuinely love your children or genuinely care for your children because you want to be that only one. You want to create the only world. You want to be just enough or only enough. And ego plays a huge part.
This is one of the moments where I feel sorry for her because I believe that she genuinely believed in his projection of, oh, we can just all be a happy family, we could all just love each other, and we could all just be kind and whatever, blah 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 blah. And I believe that she would be down for that. But you're in a situation where you yourself said you feel a type of way when you see him with them other people, even with your best, intentions and your heart on your sleeve and everything like that. You still feel a type of way, girl. But you're trying to say, oh no, I don't think I think that she is the easiest one. Well, I don't know because we haven't talked to any of the other women, right? We haven't seen them the way we've seen her. But so far, she seems very quick to internalize this idea that she's doing something wrong. So if she feels a type of way about it, she'll automatically go to this place where it's like, no, that's low vibrational, it's about love and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and I was listening very hard to that too, fitness. But what I was getting from it was I feel like she's trying to insinuate about the other women because they said that other women have been like, yeah, I basically don't want to know nothing about them other women. When you're with me, and that's all it is, and I don't care about nothing else. And I believe that she was signifying to those women, but she herself said that like she feels a type of way when she sees that. And I don't think that she's, how I was saying I'm creating space for me to be in that space of being, kind of girly and lovey-dovey and romantic and all that stuff, completely aside from the idea of having a man, right? But just allowing myself to integrate those parts of myself that I felt like I had to suppress and cut off and maybe even try to kill in order to be safe from men and stuff, right? I'm at a point where I'm recognizing like I can be all of those things and no man has to be around me at all whatsoever if I don't want them to be. I think she's in a space where she does not feel safe interacting with or grappling with, acknowledging, integrating her feelings of resentment, her feelings of regret, remorse, anger, frustration, any kind of negative connotation about this situation. I feel like by her speech about how people are just being so negative is her talking to herself. Again, we are the stand-in for that inner part of herself that she's ignoring because again, she keeps coming into these situations where she has to hear this stuff. So when she's talking about that, she's talking about herself. She's saying that anybody who doesn't just view this as beautiful opportunity and the beauty in it is a negative person. And so therefore she leaves no room for herself to literally feel these natural feelings to being in a situation like this. Does that make sense? So she's not being authentic because she's not allowing herself to feel the negative as well as the positive.
Men have ego, women have ego, especially when it comes to kids. We're like, no, you got me up. You're not going to be around my kids. You're not going to be this. And granted, I've had those situations already happen, but we want what's for the bigger picture. And when you see the kids all together, which I've been very, very blessed to experience that numerous of times, it really is like, okay, my ego can't win in this. They deserve to know each other. They deserve to get to know each other. So, you know, it could be you forever, but can the kids play? Can we have a healthy dynamic where we don't have to communicate? But this is a really beautiful family dynamic. And again, back to people hate what they don't understand. They don't understand the family dynamic. So I'll never expect them to ever be able to have a smidge of understanding towards it when they see it. But I will say there's a beautiful aspect to it, especially when you see the kids. Now, as for the mothers, don't know. We don't have any communication with each other. Like, we all live very separate lives. We're all very individualized. There's never no, like, let's have family gatherings and Sunday dinners and things. It's just like, Nick calls a shot, hey, can I bring the kids over? Hey, can they have a play date on this date? And we agree, or we'll send the nannies to do it. And that's really it. We all live very individual lives. So in a sense, it feels monogamous, but then you look and there's outside factors to it all and moving parts to it all. And you're just like, oh, okay.
Does that make you sad?
No, that's just, I feel like alternative lifestyles are really, there's a lot of people who live it in secret. I've just chosen to live it out loud. That's been my truth.
But why are you choosing to live it out loud when you're saying that you feel there is so much judgment and negativity being thrown? Like, why subject yourself to that if that's what you feel like you get from? What are you getting from being visible in this way when you don't feel like you're being received properly? But again, it's all multi-layered, because again, you're sitting with Shan, who you keep insinuating is not being upfront with you or is being negative towards you or whatever, but you're sitting with her like you had to, this was effort had to be made for you to do. You had to let them in. They had to set up the lights and the cameras and the this and the that in your home. Last time you had to fly there with her with a baby in your stomach. You know what I mean? Like, you're doing all this stuff and you're putting all this stuff into this situation that you're saying you're getting a not so great payoff from. Sounds familiar? So that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever you're allowing in one area of your life is showing up in other. You get what I'm saying? It's showing up. It's resonating. You're on this frequency of, yeah, I'm paying into these systems and these things that actually aren't paying out for me. She says Sean, who's being gooey because she and Brittany were competing on that's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen these things in passing this whole time, so I know that it's not all peaches and cream. Y'all don't really fuck with each other. Y'all don't like the arrangement. You're in like low-key competition with each other. But it's like, so what's actually going on here? And like I said, it's not that I want her to be it's not that I want her to be miserable. I get no payoff out of that. But I'm saying, like, what am I looking at here? You keep saying, oh yeah, I'm happy. I don't know if any of y'all watch Euphoria, but when the girl was like, I'm the happiest I've ever been, and she's like breaking down in the mirror, it's like, okay, girl, who is this for?
And I know friends who are miserable in monogamous relationships and who are dealing with cheating partners and this, and I'm like, okay, great. Y'all had a great time at Disneyland according to Instagram. I'm so happy, and we move forward, and it doesn't make me sad.
Yeah, I think the sad component to me would be that there's not a sense of sisterhood amongst the moms, because everybody is consenting. Everybody does know what it is. The children are at the forefront of everyone's focus.
All I know is I'm caring for the kids, and that's at the forefront of it all.
Mm-hmm. And it always has been and always will be.
Always has been, always will be.
So why isn't there cordial?
Hot take here, right? And I'm saying this as someone who, in the throes of making, in retrospect, not the greatest decisions. And when I'm saying not the greatest decisions, I'm saying because they did not align with my vision for my life outside of the constraints of certain things that I was allowing to feed me. So fear of being stereotyped, fear of being rejected, fear of being missing out on certain things, that fear of, oh, I'm a baby mama and everything that comes with that label and all those types of things. In that space of limitation, in that space of being boxed in, I was making decisions from that very small vantage point, right? So in this new expanded reality of mine, where I'm just like, okay, that's something that happened, but that does not define me. I recognize that a lot of what I used to keep me going in that was this idea of, I'm doing this for the children. I'm doing this for my child. This is the best thing. This is the responsible. It was easier for me to suffer for the good of the child, the good of the children. That's motherly. That's what we're told. That's what we're sold as motherhood. It's sacrifice. It's sacrifice of self. It's sacrifice of your life essence. It's sacrifice of your time. The timetable of you go from being young to being old. You're supposed to give up these ideas of having pleasure, freedom, what's that called? Ambition, all of these things, because you are a mother. And so that's what the guy, when Keke Palmer went out to the usher, you're a mother. You weren't supposed to be out looking sexy and feeling good about yourself in that way. You were supposed to be, if you were even there, demure and not seen because you're a mother type of thing. So that idea of being a mother lends itself, when you're in a bad way, of facilitating even further masochistic behavior on your part, because that's what a mother does. A mother sacrifices, and a mother is put in these situations where she has to bite her tongue and swallow her pride and everything, because that's just part of motherhood. Shannon's a very good interviewer. Yeah. She said Nick was lying and cheating. She said she and Brittany were competing, and then Alyssa popped up pregnant. And Abby got back what she was handing. Yeah. That's what I remember. Girl, when she was gooped and gagged, when she talked about, I showed that clip before, y'all probably couldn't hear it. When she was talking about how she didn't realize what was going on until it really kind of hit her when that year when he was doing those Valentine's shout outs to everybody, but she was realizing that everybody had the same setup with the balloons and everything like that. She was like, oh my God, it's like paint by numbers type of thing. That was when it really was hitting her, that because this is what bothers her about that, and it would bother anybody. And I know, because this is what bothered me when it happened to me about it. When you see somebody, it's one thing if you're like, okay, we have something, he may have things with other people, right? But we have something that's unique. Our bond is so unique and special. But then you see his bond with other people, and it's the exact same thing. It's like paint by numbers. My moment of, oh yeah, fuck no, was when I was realizing like he was posting other people and he was using the same pet names. I think I saw his text message. My point is, he was using the same pet names. He was using the same, music and stuff as references to what their love was like. Like everything that there was nothing unique about how he was interacting with me and how he was interacting with other women. And that's what she saw in that. And so again, that challenges this lore that I talk about that she has built around their love being so unique and special and set apart. And she didn't do this on his own. She explained, go back and watch them. She explained that he was the one that was saying, when she was like, oh, well, you know, it's casual and that's okay. But if we're casual, I'm going to be casual in how I deal with you. No, we have such a great love. This is Nick. Oh, no, don't say that. This is special. This is something different. So now he's created this expectation where this is so different and set apart and unique, but she's seeing with her own eyes that it's not. And instead of her going with that and saying, okay, this is an inconsistency and I'm not going to just let him bully me into not speaking about it, and if he doesn't want to speak about it, I still see it, so it needs to be reconciled. Instead of her having to resolve it in a real way, instead, in order to keep him happy, she's just like, well, we're just not going to talk about it. So it's all these things getting swept under the rug. Meanwhile, it's building within her. I'll say, but also, if you don't look sexy as a mother, they'll use it as an excuse to cheat. Listen, they do that so they don't call you the wrong name accidentally.
Realness between you and I.
Girl, ego. I'm trying to tell you, it's ego. It's different. It's like when Nick is here, Nick is the father of my kids, and it's like, babe, we all have the same father of the same kids. Like, it's very much ego driven, but you know, eventually everyone will get over it. And maybe one day, but I've already tried it. I've tried the whole kumbaya thing. I've tried the whole sisterhood of the traveling pants thing. It just doesn't work, you know? And that's okay. That's okay. Now I mind my business. I stay to my family, stay to my dynamics. Can the kids play? Yes. Can they not? Cool. We move on. We move forward. But this is a life thing. So there's no way. Y'all just got to get over whatever you guys got to get over. Get therapy, get the help you need. Because at the end of the day, that's 12 children's father that he wants all his kids to get together and be with. And that's just the facts.
Mm-hmm. And nobody stumbled and tripped and fell into the situation.
Nobody. Everybody made mindful decisions and mindful choices. And nobody was...
That right there, and I'm not saying she's wrong. Yes, technically that is true. And again, when I'm talking about her having to do work, that is something that she would have to do. But I think what she's doing with it, instead of actually processing it and still, like Shan said, having that truth of like, yes, you chose it and you walked in and you knew, but experiencing it is different than trying to conceptualize it out, you know, just within you're standing in front of this man that you love and you want to believe that it'll work out and you just want him in your life and you're willing to try to, you know, bend whatever. But then when you really get into it, it's not what you thought it would be. That's okay too. It's okay to say, I thought it would be okay, but I'm not okay with it. And instead of her being willing and able to do that, she just goes to this place of, no, I have no room to be upset. I have no room to feel negativity because I knew it and he said it and all these technicalities and I don't label and there's no all of those things are used to shut her natural instincts, intuitive reactions, feelings. So she's denying herself. She's not allowing herself to correct her. Because her spirit is trying to correct her and say, look, girl, we can do better than this. But in order for her to be able to do that, she's going to have to let go of what's happening. And it's scary. I know that it's scary to try to look beyond and think there was this point in one time Themis had interviewed me around my book and somebody came up and was talking about their sister and she was saying like, I want my sister to want better for herself and you know, all types of things. And I was saying, you have no idea what it's like to be in a place where you are in this massive hole and you know, you dug yourself in there and you have no idea what it's going to take for you to get out, just to get to the baseline so that you can rebuild. So once you get out the hole, that doesn't mean everything's going to be fixed. You're going to get to start fixing it once you get out of the hole. That's a lot to carry. So nobody feels worse about those types of things than the person. You know what I mean? As someone outside looking in saying, oh, what's wrong with you? You don't have any pride about yourself. That's the problem. They have too much and they don't know what to do because they've fallen so far in their own mind. So what I'm saying, she's not even acknowledging she's in a fucking hole. She's in a hole talking about oh, look at that beautiful beach view. You know, like she's not even acknowledging she's in a fucking hole.
what's the word I'm looking for? If you blindsided by this, if you do your homework, Nick has been talking about wanting 12 kids since the beginning of time. In my radio career, Nick has always been, fuck the word playboy, he's just always been who he is. And that's...
Can't we use a label? That's going to disable.
Disable. We can't use a label. It's going to
Can't use that.
disable. It just really is who he's always been. So that's...
Yes, the whole is an illusion in that sense about, this idea of women having babies out of wedlock, and it is something that happens and it's natural, yada, yada, yada. But the social ramifications of it are very, very real. You know what I mean? Like, I can sit and say I don't buy into that stuff, but I can also sit and look back, and that's how this platform got started and the book happened and everything, because I had to reckon with the idea of, yes, I may feel however I feel consciously, but subconsciously, I and so many other people have absorbed these stereotypes, these belief systems, these hierarchical ways of engaging around the subject of children out of wedlock, in wedlock, whether they loved the mother, didn't love the mother, was it a one night stand? All of these things matter outside of ourselves, if we're being honest. You know what I mean? And it's up to us, though, to have to reconcile the truth of the societal view of these things and our view of these things, and orient ourselves in a way of being able to work within those structures, but still maintain dignity and agency.
That's just what it is.
It's interesting too, because in listening to you talk, I re-listened to our conversation that we had, and the one thing was around good for now and good forever. Like you saying to yourself, I'm really good with this for now, but I don't think this is my good forever. And I want to ask you about that, but I also just want to say, because the reason why I think that we have connected and the reason why I adore you so much is because I do believe you. I 100% believe that you are happy, that you're living in your truth, that this is exactly what you envisioned for yourself. When I walked upstairs and I saw the room that you have dedicated to your children, I see a dream come true. I don't see compromise. So I believe that you're authentically designed to live in this lifestyle.
Yeah.
I believe that whether you call it polyamorous or a polycule or you call it connections, I believe that your nervous system is regulated to do well in this scenario. Mm-hmm. But I guess the reflection here is maybe everybody else who said yes to this wasn't really about this life.
I think in hindsight, it sounds cool, but then when you actually get in the grit of it and you see what you see, or you'll see him on trips, or you'll see real family dynamics happening, it really triggers you and it really can get under your skin.
But see, and this, she said these women are both weird. No, I don't think Sean is doing something that, because I'm similar in that way. I'm going to go with what you present to me. If you present to me a clear vision of something, and you're saying this is who I am and this is what I believe and this is what I want or whatever, I'm going to work off that. I'm not going to try and necessarily push you. I'm talking about if I'm in a conversation with you, if I'm interacting with you. Like right now, I'm doing commentary, so I'm just viewing this purely through my own perception, right? And the perception of the viewpoint of this platform. But if I'm in a conversation with somebody, part of being, I don't know if people have seen me before when I've had this conversation in other places, but I say to people, you can feel however you want to feel. But when you bring it past your own nose, that's when you're trying to put it on somebody else. So that's why I say, I feel like when she's saying to Sean, oh, you were judgmental to me, I don't think anyone could have done a better job of, if she is even having judgmental thoughts, of keeping that shit behind her own nose than Sean. Sean, even what she did just there and saying, hey, I believe you. You said that this is, you're happy with this, and this is who you are, and this is what you want, and this is how you're living. I am going to stay with you. I'm not going to try to push you, like I said, out of that rose-colored glasses viewpoint into this other viewpoint, because this is your life and I'm respecting your autonomy and your dignity in that. And I believe her. She's respecting her in that. But what I'm saying, what I'm perceiving again from the viewpoint of this platform and from my personal viewpoint and my experience, and even what she's saying, is that she's not happy, that those things that she couldn't account for outside of the optimism of, hey, I love this person and this person loves me, and we're willing to engage with each other in this way, getting into the grit of it where now you can't get out of it. You really ain't got no choice but to scratch your ass and get glad, because you don't really have a lot of wiggle room. This is your life.
Does it trigger you?
It has, absolutely. Absolutely, it has. And Nick and I have grown into love. It's not like we fell in love.
Child, watch her come back and say that Sean tricked her. Watch.
And it was like, take my hand, let's ride into the sunset and, you know, unicorns, and you're my twin flame in this. Like, no, we've genuinely grown into love. We've genuinely learned communication style.
No, she was. I agree with you, Fitness. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that this is someone who is needing validation. And the reason she's needing this validation, I assert she needs this validation, is because she's not actually feeling validated in her choices. And right now, like she did in the other thing, because Sean is so good at what she does. And I don't want to say that she's doing it to be deceitful. This is just masterful communication and being political in a way, kind of like, in order to be good at socializing, you have to be able to pick up on certain things, know when to push, know when to pull back, and all of these things. She's already highly aware that this is someone who is defensive, and this is someone who's already looking at her to be coming at her. So what she's doing is letting her know, hey, no, I have no dog in the fight of painting you any particular kind of way. I am on par with you. We're here. She's very tactful. She's saying, look, when you say that this is who you are and this is what you think and this is what you believe, I'm here with you. I get what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you. I have no investment in trying to paint you any other way than you are painting yourself out to be. And so that leaves her room to then kind of tiptoe out of the parts of her to tiptoe out of the shadow. Because again, when if she were to come to Nick and say, hey, Nick, I'm feeling a type of way because you go and when you were with Bree or whoever, and then he could be like, you already knew what it was, and don't do that. Come on now, this is beautiful. You get what I'm saying? I'm based off of what she's been saying. It seems like he's quick to shut her down whenever any part of her emerges that is not, oh, this is a beautiful, lovely little sunshiny experience. You know what I mean? So Sean is creating that space for her. She's creating and holding space for her to touch on those parts of herself that she has to suppress in order to be okay in this. I talk about all the time walking on the edge of madness. This girl's walking on the edge of madness, and she's walking on the edge of madness because that thing is there. She sees it. She knows it's there. That part of her that's just like, bitch, fuck this shit. I hate this shit. I hate him. I hate her. I hate you. All of these things. She's teetering on that edge, but she keeps just trying to push it away. So Sean is creating a place where it's safe for her to touch on those things. But like I said, if she watches this back and feels uncomfortable with what she is expressing, she's going to put it on Sean again, just like she did the other thing.
Friendship style, parenting style. And when you have kids, it just amplifies everything. And not only do we share kids, but we have a child with special needs. So that takes everything up a whole other notch. And it's been a journey. It's been a journey.
But you kind of do have to, because you like, look, if she was going to fight her on this idea of, let's say the idea of her being happy, if Sean was to say, I don't think you're happy, then she can go into, well, you're just this, and that. So now we're in a space where you're trying to defame me, Sean. You're trying to defame her. You're trying to invalidate her perspective, this and that and the other, as opposed to, hey, I'm not fighting with you about what you say your life and your experience is. But now I'm asking you questions and you're just going to answer the questions I'm asking as opposed to fighting me off as an identified threat. You get what I'm saying?
In a journey.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because you can have and experience those feelings of jealousy, but above all else, there should be, the understanding that I said yes to this. So it's interesting to kind of hear that other people are not on board with the community aspect of it, because what else were you expecting?
What else were you expecting? Like, there has never just been one person in this. So it's really interesting. There's been one person as a wife. Yes, absolutely. And
even I didn't know she was going to bring her up when I went to close up. Even that, like they speak about, she had spoken about Mariah. She has spoken about Mariah, and she's did it in the same way. She called her a queen or whatever it is. Like, you put this lady on a pedestal because you know this man has been out here saying, yeah, actually, I would be with her. So he's probably pillow talking to this girl specifically of all people. I don't know about the other ones, but I know he's pillow. Like, she is just being his dumping ground for a bunch of bullshit, and that's so freaking sad. But what did she just say? She just said something.
I think it's interesting too, because you can have and experience those feelings of jealousy, but above all else, there should be.
Oh yeah, talking about jealousy. You sitting there saying like, "Oh, what's the problem?" You already knew, but you knew, and you're saying you're so evolved that you can accept it. But also, yeah, but I feel some types of way out of. I'm not like, why are you vilifying these other women? Were you in this elevated space of being so understanding, still feel this way? So it's a rational fit.
Should be the understanding that I said yes to this. So it's interesting to kind of hear that other people are not on board with the community aspect of it, because what else were you expecting?
What else were you expecting? Like, there was never just.
I've been leaning into this idea of having a gracious viewpoint and a not so gracious viewpoint. And my gracious viewpoint on this is that they feel like, oh, a man who could love and marry Mariah Carey likes me, that boosts their profile. Because a lot of women will judge themselves based off of the type of women that a man that they get with has been with before, whatever. And there are some women who are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take your man, you know, like the women that be weird with Cardi B and stuff like that before. There are, I think in a way, I see it specifically with her, where she does feel like that's one of the things that she touts as a positive, maybe, that, oh, well, you know, if he was able to marry Mariah Carey at one point and he still chose to be with me too, like that means I'm something. Like, I feel like that's she would see it that way. And especially because of how and I'm not saying she should be talking negatively about Mariah, but I'm just saying, like, there is that thing where I think they're all kind of like, oh yes, proximity to Mariah Carey is intoxicating type of thing. It's weird. She said it is. Oh no, it's definitely about Nick, but I think that adds something onto it. And I also think that with her specifically, that's something that she probably adds into this thing of like, oh, well, it makes sense that he married Mariah Carey, and it's okay if he doesn't want to marry me after losing Mariah Carey because, oh, it's Mariah. Like, again, coming from this place of turning it into a positive, I think that she's like, oh yeah, you know, like it's perfectly fine. She is like this amazing woman and I'm great too, but I'm not Mariah Carey. You know, like there's a humility to it, I think, but it's still weird and like, girl, no, just pack it up. Like, just let it go.
Just been one person in this, so it's really interesting. There's been one person as a wife, yes, absolutely, and we'll always respect that. Hello. But there's never been one person in this, and I just want to reiterate that nobody's been blindsided. Nick has always been very honest, maybe not fully, but
she did this last time too. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get where she was coming from. I'm really offended. I'm offended on behalf of Shan. I'm offended on behalf of Shay because how dare you? She did the same thing last time when she was like, "Oh yeah, Nick was totally honest," and she's like, "Well, actually, not really." And then she goes into telling these stories about ways that he has been shifty. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what? Who is this for? What is this for? What is this for?
The truth has always been there. And if you study and you learn people's patterns and you learn people's truths, they always say what they mean. And Nick is I say what I mean and I do as I say. And that's just who he's always been. So it's not like he's been like, it's just going to be me and you forever, babe. It's been like, I love you. See you later. And then you look on Instagram and he's with somebody else and this out there. But he's created such beautiful family dynamics. I just think for women, it's really.
What the absolute fuck are you talking about? He created beautiful family dynamics. Are you talking about those pictures on the wall? Because you said yourself that the women aren't coming. There is no family dynamic, like interhousely. There's no family dynamic for real. Every now and then somebody might let kids have a play date, but there's no. It is a spirit of confusion. She said, "Y'all still on here? Hey everyone, let me get comfortable before I replay." Yes, girl. Like, this is, what are you talking about? She keeps saying, "Oh, he's a wonderful partner," and this and that and the other, and he's created these dynamics. What dynamics? Y'all are playing with him momentarily anytime he decides to stop past your house. At least on Big Love, they had the common decency to join the houses in the back, so it didn't take as long. This man is probably catching flights and everything. Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
Really hard when you see that the person you were just hugged up on one day is hugged up in the same way with the whole other person. You know, it's not easy. It really isn't. But yeah.
Well, let's talk about that, because last time we spoke, you said that I am in this dynamic right now, but I foresee for myself a monogamous relationship with someone else.
Thank you so much, Shan. Yes, that's exactly where we left off. That's exactly where it left off. That's where they ended it at, pretty much, that thing. And again, I'm gonna show y'all which ones those are too when we finish with this.
Someone else in my future.
Yeah.
Where do you sit today? Is your intention to spend your life with Nick?
Yeah, I love my life with Nick. I love my life with our children. I just love my life. I don't look at one person and be like, I wish I could change places with them. No, I genuinely love my life, and I wouldn't change that for anything.
There's not one baby mama that you'd be like, I like her setup or her thing?
No, I think every baby mama is so different in their own right, which is beautiful. And that's their thing. That's their thing. That's their thing. And I have my thing, and everyone's who they are. There's not one baby mama I'd look at and be like, I wish I had that. No, I'm like, great, they have that.
I would imagine not amongst the women, right? Amongst his baby moms. But I'm thinking in terms of, and mind you, this ain't even about, okay, you don't see nobody out in the world. Let's say you're not just talking about his harem of baby moms. You're talking about women in general. You don't see anybody out in the world where you're like, oh, I want what that is. I don't think that's true. Because I think in a general sense, you want a man for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. That you want a man for you. I think that is so. She always asks the obvious, and she asks them in the most tactful way all the time. And that's what I'm saying. Like, she's setting herself up to next time they talk to be like, oh yeah, you did it again, girl. You got me again. You know, like, come on.
They have that. Now, let me get back to my life. Like, I love my life. Like, I'm not into Lululand being like, it's just us and nobody else matters. And there's no. He's very much in other relationships, has other partners, has other children's mothers, has other children. And it's a beautiful thing. But I see myself as been in a monogamous relationship, as wild as that might sound.
Yeah, because I think the last time we spoke, you identified it as open.
Yes.
So now you identify it as monogamous, or not to use a label, but monopoly, which is where there's one.
Let me tell you something, fitness. And that's what I'm saying. Like, coming to a situation, that's where I'm just like, this whole, oh, I feel this type of way, and nothing like that. If but this is where people like him piss me off, because if she was really someone to really get to a point where she was like, hey, I'm here for the children. I'm here, so the kids can live in this house, live this lifestyle, live in this neighborhood, whatever, whatever the perks are of her living in that home. I'm here because you paying all the bills and I can just focus on being a mother the way I want to be a mother, without having to worry about having to bring income in, whatever. But she wasn't in this Delulu space of, oh yes, and we have such a wonderful, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying she needed to be mean to him per se, but if she was more business-like in how she interacted with, like, look, this is an arrangement. This is an arrangement. And I'm not in this place about it. I'm in a more practical, forward-thinking place about it. He would not like that, because everything she told in that prior interview about how he positioned her, how he framed the conversations around it, how sometimes in the beginning, before she was pregnant or when she had gotten pregnant and lost that first baby, was just kind of like, hey, you know what? No harm, no foul. We aren't in a relationship like that anyway. I'm cool, And he was like, no, this is significant. We're in love. He wants these women to be having shrines to him and just sitting around and waiting for him to come so that they can play family for the few minutes that he has available to them and then go back. And he does not want them building a life, like I said, to my point, and why Mariah's on the thing, like Mariah, where she's just like, hey, do I know you? Like, that's kind of her thing, is like, and I'm gonna be real. I don't think it's because, I think it's because he's carried on this way that she's kind of like, yeah. Because that's how I am. Like, when you doing too much, I'm good on you, and thank you for my kids, and yeah, we can drop off and everything, and I'm gonna stand there and nod and, oh yeah, how you doing? How's the weather? Okay, that's enough, and go on back to my business. You get what I'm like? That's how I am, because once I realize that you are not a safe space emotionally, that I cannot stand on solid ground with you emotionally, you're not going to get that from me. And that's what I'm saying. You're seeing her in these dynamics where she's accusing Sean of being untrustworthy, but you're still being very intimate with her because you've conditioned yourself to that. You get what I'm saying?
There's one partner and they live polyamorous, but I'm in a monogamous relationship. Yes. Yeah. That's a real label, by the way. Monopoly is a real label, and that's how he's choosing to live his life. But the crazy part is he's never been like, you can't live your life like this. You can't have other partners. It's just like, cool, you have other partners, bet. Then let's just be healthy co-parents. And that's also a beautiful thing, is that people.
Because I keep saying, because the stuff, the what's it called? The foils to the things that she's saying are coming out of his own mouth and her own mouth in those lives I did before, because he was talking to somebody and they were talking about him saying, oh, they couldn't be. He basically was on some stuff like, they better not get with nobody because I'm not doing nothing for them. It wasn't on some stuff like, oh no, you live your life. He literally was talking about, oh no. Oh no. That was one of the ones I was watching when he was talking about women he don't know how women have smelly things. It's like, you are the common denominator. But there was also, I think, one of the ones where he was sitting there saying, like, or maybe that was the first time he was talking to Dr. Umar, when he was like, oh yeah, if they get with a man, I'm not doing nothing for them. I'm not giving them no money. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, there's that implied threat of like, it's not just, oh yeah, do that, live your life. It's also, but I'm not going to do these things. Now, mind you, y'all should be able to co-parent and you still give the finances, because the finances are still the finances, whether you with her or not. You get what I'm saying? And it's not that I think that like they should get married and then he should be paying for the mortgage of the marital home with her and somebody else. That's not what I'm saying. But this idea of like, it was always expressed in a way where it's basically like, oh, you either one of my women or you're on your own. So even if you're trying to pursue the idea of being with a man, if I don't have access to you in this way, you out my pocket.
people can judge his parenting, but they don't know that his main concern really is his kids. We don't have to be together, but we can formulate a healthy co-parenting situation. You let me know and we can move from there. And it really is a great space to be in, knowing that you have somebody that's willing and open to formulate also a healthy co-parenting relationship and dynamic for you.
So to clarify, he would be comfortable with you seeing other people, but that would end your romantic dynamic with him?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
How'd you come to that agreement?
He's always stated that to be the agreement. He ain't about to, he does not share. That's just, he shares, he just does not share, which is really interesting, but I guess that's monopoly.
Yeah.
And I already know the world is going to come for me with that statement alone, but that's just what it is.
I love you for sharing that and for being honest about that. Because I did get a chance to meet Nick. You were there when I met him. So
let's talk about that.
After all this time, I got a chance to meet him. But
How did you feel?
I mean, I didn't have anything. It was fine.
Girl, what you want her to say? She fell in love? Like, what are you thinking? Who cares what she thinks about Nick Cannon? Who cares what she thinks about Nick Cannon? Girl. Sorry. That was just funny to me.
I mean, the thing that stands out to me the most from our interaction was that he said that
if we're on the same page and we got chemistry, I know how long she wants me to go. And I know what it is because there's nothing like that climax to where you both have that moment in orgasm simultaneously.
Very unusual.
Well, as a person with a penis, school us when you get to the place.
If it's a partner that you actually know and you guys know what to do.
Simultaneous orgasms are not the norm.
Really?
Hell no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody's lying to you, Nick.
Can that not be true, though?
Sure, anything could be true, I guess. This airplane could be fueled on unicorn farts. Maybe. I don't know enough about airplanes, but I know a little bit about sex to know that that's a very crazy statement, especially if you've had multiple partners. Like,
First of all, considering what he disclosed about, his idea of manhood and how he's been basically using these women's bodies and wounds to affirm his manhood, that just sounds like a bunch of he wasn't having sex with these women. He was having sex with himself, and and these women were either performing or he just told himself that this was what he was doing to these women. Ugh, that made my hair hurt.
Like, to be able to, I've had sex over 1,000 times with my husband at this point, maybe 2,000, 5,000 times. We've probably orgasmed the same time 3-4 times, and it's not even my favorite thing, to be honest with you.
Okay,
because it takes a bit of like pacing.
I love Shan. Every time I watch her, I'm just like, this is a master at fucking work, because she is like, yeah, girl, listen. As someone who's been with the same person all this time, this is just not how it works. That just sounds like a lie. There's no way that's humanly possible. Mm-mm. Oh God, love this woman.
Where when I'm in my pleasure, I just want to focus on my pace.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily want to sync up with your pace.
Yeah.
But there might be something very different happening over in the Cannon household where everyone's just busting at the same time all the time.
Listen, I saw the podcast you did when you talked about that. And I remember being like, wait, but there is a truth to that. There's not to what you're saying, but to who Nick is. And that's not me like sticking up for him. That's me out of experience.
Well, obviously you him, so.
Hello. Hello. But I think it's really interesting.
So can you attest that you guys orgasm at the same time every time?
It's not every time, but it's a lot of times. Yes.
A lot of times.
Well, you know what? Again, I'm going to have to go with this, what she said. She's a girl, I'm done. I would say this. If it's true, that explains a lot. If it is true, might have to take back a lot of some of the stuff, because any and all of the stuff that I said is big. But if you telling me that that's what's going down too, oh girl, yes, that's why she's like, look, this is where I'm just gonna be at. I get it, Because I'm telling you, it wasn't nowhere near that. But I swore up and I'm not saying it was bad, but I swore up and down it was amazing. And it was at that point in my life. It was the greatest I had ever seen, right? But it wasn't what that is. And you're telling me she's actually getting that? I guess I have to understand, sis. I guess I have to understand. Mm-hmm.
A lot of times it's still very fantastical.
Very. But he does his due diligence as well, which is really interesting in that. I think it was really interesting, the context in which it was brought up, because I feel like, if I'm going to be very completely honest, I feel like a lot of times Nick is used as like this freaky, nasty clickbait or something like that. And when I saw it, I was like, wait, that wasn't the context, or was it the context? But then I also remembered too that it was a was it a sex podcast or like a love?
He's a nasty, freaky freak, girl. He is. It's nasty. It's nasty. He's nasty. Okay? This situation is nasty. He's nasty. I know that you don't want to think and believe that he's nasty, but it's nasty. If I hear her, it's because she forced me to think about that. His nasty ass. He is nasty. You see, he don't even wear them turbans no more. He's full of shit.
Like a
I've
love
actually never seen it.
You never saw the podcast?
No, I saw like 1 or 2 clips come out from it, but I didn't really hear much about it. And I honestly have a rule. I never go and see myself on other people's platforms.
Okay.
Because that's not my community. Like, I'm concerned about what my community has to say, so I'll read my comments and engage there. But if I came on your podcast, I would never visit it.
Okay.
Because I'm like, whatever your friend said about me, that's not my business.
Yes.
So I by rule, don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, it was really interesting, but everybody formulates their own opinion about Nick. And then I guess you heard that on Nick at Night, correct? Or where did you?
He said it.
He said it himself.
Yeah.
It's truth, though.
There's got to be something this man is doing different.
He's just
the proof is in the pudding. So I can embrace the fact that there is something that he is doing different than the average person.
I mean, he has 6 beautiful families. There's a difference already in just that alone. But I will say it's different over here in many different ways. Yeah, it just. I can't even go into that because I feel like I'm stating already too much into that. But,
well, I'm only repeating what he said, so I'm not giving new information that he hasn't already divulged.
Yes.
But I was going to say on that note, if you want to switch topics, do you want to switch topics?
Yes.
Okay, let's switch topics. I was going to say on that note.
Can I remind you that Sean said, yes, I met him. She went into, all right, never mind.
Is that we were having a conversation too that somewhat centered around open relationship dynamics. And somebody asked a question, and I believe I posed a question back to Nick, and I said, well, you know, you've been in dynamics before where you're dating people who are seeing other people, like, how do you navigate? And I think that he said something along the lines of like, well, yes, I've been in a dynamic before where I'm seeing somebody who's pregnant, so I have to be like overly concerned and over there in that dynamic to make sure that my child's taken care of, but then they also have a boyfriend or another partner. And so he was talking about navigating that. So I guess from that, I kind of thought, oh, he's comfortable with his partners also seeing other people.
I want to say, yes, that's his truth. But I also know from just conversations, he is a very, no, this is my family. This is,
it sounds like maybe that's because that's what you go for, and that worked with you. And I'm, you're susceptible to that. But it sounds like if you say somebody else is doing something different, that's because she was like, yeah, no, we're not doing this over here. And the thing is, the more she talks, and the more that I see, let me get big again. When I was talking before, I don't remember if it was last week or the week before, whatever it was, but one of the times I was talking about this idea of wanting to be in love, you know what I mean, and wanting to experience. I said that for me, I want to experience romance, and I want to experience that euphoria of like, oh, we have our own little world and our own little thing. And it's just, ooh, you know, that feeling. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And so in that way, yes, she is preserved through her compartmentalization and the way she is arranging these things. And like I said, staving off some of these other realities. That's her maintaining her ability to feel that when she's with him, because that is the trade-off. When you start being more practical and more, you know, just cold, hard light of day, it does take away your ability to get swept up in the rapture of love. And so it makes sense that if she's going to stay in this dynamic, that she wants to keep those parts for herself. I get it. In that, I'm saying that is probably something that they do have, where when he comes and she's able to get into that space of, oh yes, he's just so in love with me, we have such a bond, yada yada yada, that it probably is quite intoxicating. And those are the things that keep her going and keep her holding on in the meantime, in between time when he's not with her. But my God. And like I said, I've been there. I get it. But I promise you it's not worth it.
Yeah, there's I don't know how to take that, because I think that's a beautiful thing, and I've never had that experience or a conversation with him where he's said that, but I also know he's a big teddy bear. He cares a lot. So when he cares, no matter the circumstance, he's going to care and make sure you, your household, your children are good. I'm sure he's dated many a single mothers and he knows what it's like. So that's just who he's been. I have yet to experience that because, again, I haven't been outside of this relationship. So I can't really give to that.
So then now you're monogamous, and does this feel like you're forever?
Mind you, what she's saying before when she was trying to say like, oh yes, he refuses to share. He's just not a sharing type. And so now Sean is not confronting her, but you know what I mean? Like saying, oh, well, he actually said this has been his experience with other women.
I'm only asking that because the last time we chatted, you were saying, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there was already a problem at hand with my statement, because there was conversations that were had prior with me being pregnant, and it kind of made me feel like, how can this person who doesn't really see me, or at the time my talents or my passions, be my forever? That can't be. But through therapy, lots of therapy and conversations, it's changed. And I really love where I'm at. I really love my dynamic, and I love what we've created. I love our family. I love our household. I love our rules that we've created, our boundaries. It makes me happy.
Mm-hmm. Can you share a little bit about what that is? Like, if you gave me the blueprint of the rules, boundaries, dynamics.
The rules, boundaries, dynamics for us as a relationship, us as parents, us as a household, what exactly are you?
I guess I'm trying to peel back the top of the clock and be like, what parts make this thing work? Because I do know it works. Again, I saw Nick. I met him for the first time. Your sister was there. And then I even know, like last week, the Sheen party, and I was invited to go, and you DJ'd at it.
Okay.
You guys did the morning show together.
Yes.
I know that this is a relationship that works.
Yes.
And that you guys, I met your wonderful children.
Yeah.
Like, how does it work? I'm just curious about.
Monthly date nights are a must. 2 nights out of the week, we play music together. We do DJing together. There's things that we have to do as couples that remind us, okay, outside of our parenting responsibilities, we're still human, we're still sexual beings, we're still...
Can I be so honest with you? What are the parenting like, that's the part I want to know about, because now you're oh yes, we're sexual beings, and then we know y'all are sexual beings, but what does your day-to-day look like? You're talking about 2 nights a week, y'all playing music together, monthly date nights. Okay, so that's once a month, maybe 4 weeks in a year. 2 times 4 is 8. and once a month. So 9 times a month that I know you're seeing him. What is happening with the kids the rest of the, like, school, homework, doctor's visits, extracurriculars? What's going on? I know for a fact he had missed, I think it was the twins' birthday one year. Now, mind you, that was like, were they turning 1 or something like that? But he had missed, like, I'm just like, what? Everything is centered around this fantasy of this relationship. I'm not hearing how the kids are the focus or integrated at all, for real, for real.
Still attracted to each other and we're still choosing to make this work. I think our number one,
I can name a couple boundaries. One is, don't tell him if you feel a type of way. I don't want to hear that shit. That's Nick saying that. I don't want to hear that shit. Don't talk to me. Don't come to me with no negativity. Don't bring me no bad news. Number 2 is, you specifically, because that's the impression that she got, that he's not going to deal with her being with another man. So you specifically, Abby De La Rosa, cannot have a man and expect me to be, cool or whatever. Or there's something that she's afraid of losing out on by having a man. You would have to go back and watch some other things.
rule is choosing each other. Every month, every week, day by day, we're
Yes, she's spoken of nannies, but that's not the point. I'm saying, he's such a good father. How? Where's the fathering? Where's the parenting? Where's the relationship with the kids? You're talking about date nights and keeping it spicy and all this other shit. Like, what are the kids? What kind of father are these kids getting? But did you talk about people talking about my motherhood? This is weird. You have yet to mention anything that he's imparting to these children. In many, this is what your second conversation with this specific person about it, and who knows where else you've been talking about it. I've never once heard anybody talk about how he's a father, what role he plays in fatherhood. I know something that happened when one of his kids had died, and that mother, she went on to have another baby with him now, but she was talking about how he wasn't really accessible to her the way she would have liked in that situation either. Like, what are y'all kids getting? You're okay with whatever little pieces of him you can get? That's fine. You're a grown-ass woman. Okay, cool. What are your kids getting?
We're making a cognizant decision to choose each other as partners, as life partners in this, as parents, and we build from there. There's nights that we spend together. There's days we drop off the kids to school. There's just a whole routine. There's a whole dance.
In my opinion, the key to happiness is managing expectations. So how do you manage expectations when there are many players involved?
I just worry about my expectations and those being met, making sure we're staying consistent on schedules, staying consistent on date nights, staying consistent in my sex life, because that's extremely important to me, and making sure all those boxes get checked off. I don't worry about other people's households and what they do. Now, if he comes and he's like, I got to share this with you, or I need your opinion on this, then I'll be like, okay. Or if I have had a terrible experience with one of his partners and I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. You can figure it out. You can handle that. Then that's when we share outside experiences or expectations. Other than that, we keep it very much in-house and family-oriented, couple-oriented, relationship-oriented. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Does that include like a schedule? Like, do you know what days?
Yes.
Do you share my location?
No. I don't want to know your location. I actually don't. Nick's phone, I don't get near. And that's the truth. Like, I'm not actually lying about that. you want to know where I'm at. I don't care where you're at. Like, I just know what time you're going to be here, what days you're here, when we take the kids. It's very much like, I'll respect your own personal space, respect my personal space. And that's just how it is. But the funny part is Nick isn't really much, he's not very much like that. Like if I'm non-responsive or if I'm not answering, he makes sure he's here immediately. And he's like, where have you been? I've been trying to get a hold of you, or this, that, and third. So it's really.
Oh, absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Woo, baby. Okay, girl.
So it's really sweet in that regard, but for the most part, we keep it very much. I keep it very much like, I'm respecting your space, you respect my space, or hey, I really need some time. Can you give me a few days, or whatever the case may be? Yeah.
What are your non-negotiables? Because I know some of his, you can't see outside partners, and that there's not an expectation that you answer, but there's an expectation for availability. And that's, of course, too, for safety for the kids, right? But what are some of the things that you require?
Communication. Don't leave me blindsided. There's been some situations where I was blindsided, and it was out of fear, just in the therapy we've had, just afraid to actually say the truth and unveil his truth. But he's changed so much and done so much work in that regard. Also, just knowing your health status, your sexual status, that's super important. Knowing your body, me knowing my body. And if there's other partners or new partners, that you also let me know, so that way I can make the mindful decision of, hey, this is what I want to continue to do. This is not what I want to continue to do. Give me the choice and the option.
I want to just also highlight, too, to say a big thank you for even sharing all of this, because it is very selfless. And of course, it puts yourself in a position to be judged. And so I want everyone to be mindful of that you don't have to do this and you're choosing to share it. But by you sharing it, you're allowing for other people to have a model. Because the reason why monogamy in many cases works is because it's so culturally reinforced, and we have so many stories about it. So people can learn to navigate. They know what to ask for. They know where to set boundaries because there's examples. So if you don't have an example of a dynamic, then you're just winging it. And so you guys are providing a framework, an example for other people who want to live a similar lifestyle to say, oh yeah, I want to ask for that. And I do believe in that. That's a really interesting point. So I think it's wonderful that you're doing this, although I imagine very hard.
Yes and no. The perfect shit is out the window. Like, I'm really excited to see all these imperfect couples, open couples, these couples that have chosen to live different lives, mothers who are choosing to do motherhood on their own with a donor and not having an active father there. Like, we have judged so much of what we don't.
I need this. I don't like the fact that you trying to co-opt the experience of, sorry, I'm putting something up that I should have been put up. Women choosing motherhood. Kitty, where the hell you been? Women choosing motherhood, without a father in the same lane as this. And I'm not, again, this is not me saying like, oh yes, I'm level up single mom and no man should ever have any access to their kid. It's not about that, but it's about like everything you're talking about has to do with you and him and sex. Everything that you said, the most descriptive things that you have had to say about your relationship outside of this idea of, oh, it's just so beautiful and wonderful and I'm happy and I'm happy and I'm happy and I'm happy and I'm happy. The only specifics that you have given about like what makes y'all, Shan asked you specifically, what makes y'all relationship work? And everything was sexual. Our bodies, our needs. Oh yes, listen, date night. You know what I mean? What the fuck are you like? Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Oh my God.
What we don't know or experience, and all these alternative lifestyles have worked so beautifully for everybody. And you ask the mother who's had a donor, she loves her motherhood. She doesn't feel like she's missed out on having a father figure. Now to the world, it could be like, how miserable for the child. She doesn't have a father and this, that. And it's like, no, she's happy. She's traveling the world. She gets to have a daughter.
That kid gets life.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Which wouldn't be possible any other way for that
any
kid.
other way. Or you have same-sex couples who have chosen to live with many different.
Yes, she always makes me sad for her. This is not what you have presented to us as your lifestyle, ma'am, is not along the same lines as these other things that these women are talking. No, it's not even that he's a donor in that way. That's not the way it's supposed to be, right? He's the loving father and doting boyfriend or whatever, life partner and all these other things, because he's willing to come and hug up with you in this little bubble of fantasy for however many days or hours you get with him, weekly, monthly, whatever. Like, this is absolutely insane. My stomach is churning. And this based off of what that's what I'm saying, like based off of what she said. And I'm not saying you got to lay out the whole kids, thing, but it's just like, no, I like to see him when he is talking to the kids or rocking the kids, or he really enjoys putting them to sleep or giving them their bath, or like, there's nothing you can say about him reveling in who these kids are as people. I told you he couldn't even grieve right when the one baby died. Like, what are y'all giving these children? But like Erica De Niro says, the children will speak, and they will. Oh, they will.
Many different partners, and they choose to live how they want to live. Or you have a bisexual man in a heterosexual relationship or a straight relationship, and he's flamboyant but with a woman. And there's so much beauty in loving differently, in loving in
every scenario she described involved people who may be living alternative lifestyles in terms of how they present to the world and their identity and how they present, but it's still people loving each other and respecting each other and being connected with each other.
In every frequency. And that's where my brand was really created, is because one size does not fit all in this life. And I hate that we've all been boxed in on these perfect notions of this is how love needs to be. This is what, granted, I still have parents who are married and who have chosen to be married and monogamous. So I've had a different example of love, but my journey has led me here, and that's okay. But I'm so sick of the perfection, of needing to be perfect, of showing perfection in love all the time.
Baby, this ain't about perfection, and this is about it's about balance, and it's about dignity, and it's about being authentic. And I just feel like you are digging your heels into this identity of this thing being so you were made for it, basically, when it's like, no, this is something that's happening right now, and if you're enjoying it, that's great, but if you're not enjoying it, it's like trying to dig her heels into this idea that there's nothing else I would rather be doing, when it just doesn't come off as true. Like, just the way it just don't come off as true. And it doesn't mean that nobody could ever be happy in this situation, but I don't believe it is okay not to keep going. And I don't believe she's happy in this situation, but I don't believe she could see anything worthwhile outside of it. I don't think she believes that she can have a life that's as cushy, as beautiful, to be able to live the lifestyle she's living, outside of this situation. And again, because of all the reasons that I explained earlier, that would be a lot for her to try to conceptualize, you know what I mean, from this vantage point. Again, always have empathy for that and understanding of that. But wow.
Of all the time, because it's not. And 9 times out of 10, that Instagram couple that's giving couple goals ends up being in a secret abusive relationship or a serial cheater with 5 other babies on the side. And it's like, we need to stop glorifying these perfect.
Yeah, girl, but what if you had to, figure out a way to go on tour and talk to your sister or talk to your parents or whatever about keeping the babies for you and get him to sign that house over to you and you take over the payments? Because it's the reality of what we're talking about, when I'm saying, oh, this situation. These are the things she would have to do. She would have to figure out how to finance her life. She might have to downsize, get out of that particular house, get out of that neighborhood, get out of that city, whatever it is. If things change to where he is not footing the bills. And I'm not saying this in the sense of trying to make her out to be a gold digger. It's not about being a gold digger, but it's about the reality of, okay, what stability can I give my kids? And if I were to change this situation from what it is, what would that look like? And what would I have to do? She's in a secret abusive relationship with a serious, yes. Because if she were to say he's abusing me and this is actually not preferable, I don't like this, I'm actually sad, whatever, whatever would need her make to have to move. Again, she would have to figure out her living situation. She would have to figure out how she's going to make money. She would have to figure out, if he's paying for the nannies and everything, how is she going to actually be able to take care of these kids and do other. She would have to live the life of a single mother. She would have to live the actual life of a single mother. And I don't wish that on anybody. And that's not a light thing. If you have a choice, that's what I'm saying. Looking at that house and everything, I get it. I do. But that's a major toll.
These perfect models of expectation of what we feel like should be perfect, and just embrace your own journey in this. And that's truly how I feel.
I want to say on that note too, because I know tons of couples who look perfect who really are. Hey lovers, so vabbing is back in the news. Yes, the practice of using your own vaginal scent is pheromone-based perfume, and the internet once again is clearly very intrigued.
Yes.
But all in all, I'm surrounded by people who are in great relationships.
And that's beautiful.
But it's the making of the sausage.
Yes.
When you see a sausage, you're like, great, I'll buy that.
Yes.
But when you know all the little parts inside of it, you start isolating the parts.
Yes.
But all in all, it's a good ass sausage.
Yes.
Is your sausage good?
It's good.
I think it was a post Dominique Morgan had put up about something to do with like the subject of gold digging, or people perceiving people as gold diggers, calling people gold diggers. And I was saying that somebody, because it's always that, it was some girl got on to talk about it's just so transactional for dating, and why are women asking for this and that and the other from these men, and that's just unrealistic, blah blah blah. And I said, at this day and age, I just feel like it makes sense to be proactive about figuring out what it is you want out of something and making sure that you're getting it up. Look, case in point, right? But making sure that you know what it is you want out of a particular situation and making sure that you're getting that before going into it, because people will always dangle this, that, and the other. And then when they think they got you in a position where you can't get away, then you'll see what it's really about, right? And so, but again, that lends itself to that mindset of that cold practicality that I'm talking about. And that's not some, like when I talked about vixens and virginal women and the vulnerable median, right? A vixen mentality says, hey, I know what men want from me. I know what that is worth, in the marketplace or whatever. And I'm going in knowing what it is I want to get out of these interactions or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And being very practical. And there is a coldness to it. Whereas when you have more of a virginal thinking or whatever like that is, oh, well, it's ordained, it's by God, or it's special in some kind of way. It doesn't necessarily have to be religious too, but you get what I'm saying. It's this thing where it's more of a, oh, it's a beautiful love, blah, blah, blah. You know, where this on the vixen side, it's run by money and resources, I'll say. And then on this side, it's run by ideologies, by either religion or biology or the idea of love and romance, right? And then somewhere in the middle, actually, no, I'll take that back. It is more of like an ideology in terms of either religion or value systems, tradition, this, that, and the other. In the middle is more of a like romantic type of loosey goosey. Oh, we can just case in point here. You know what I mean? I'm going to make whatever's going on work for me. I'm going to make it my ideal because I ain't got nothing else going on and I want it. So whatever way the wind blows, right? And so for me, I'm in that space where I'm just like, okay, until I meet someone that I know I can be emotionally safe with because they're not doing that loosey-goosey type of thing. If I do want to engage, I'm going in with the vixen mindset. I'm going in like, look, okay, you're going to take me on nice dates. I'm going to get dressed up. You know, I'm going to walk away from this not having felt like I didn't get my due. You know what I mean? Because I know I'm not getting romance and I know I don't necessarily want to marry you or whatever, and you probably not trying to marry me type of thing. So I'm going to go for mine up front. So I walk away whole, feeling whole or even better than I walked in. And that's kind of the way you have to be with this new awareness of where these men's minds is. You have to be there. Look at her. Even in the midst of her, she's got material things, but she's trapped. She got all these freaking babies. Like I said, she's in it. What is she going to do if it seems like she's hanging in there, at least until the babies are older or whatever. We don't know. She might change her mind once they get a little bit older for her to not be in that space of like, oh, I want to have a happy family with my little young children. Because that is something that I think it's a lot different, especially when the kids get older and they start going, okay, mom, this is weird. You know what I mean? Like when they start speaking, because this that lady Giselle Bryant, her kids was telling her, please leave our father alone. You know, like they'll get older. My daughter was telling me, look, we didn't need him in our house. You get what I'm saying? So it's like once they get older, and then they are going to probably have to be the ones to break that fantasy.
It's good. It's a little spicy. It's good. There's, pork and beef mixed in it. Like there's all types of mixtures in it, but it's a good sausage.
No pig slime, I hope.
No, none. But I will tell you this, it takes a lot of work to get that. Just like in any relationship dynamic, just like in any journey that you choose for yourself, just like any marriage takes work. Every friendship takes work. It's not just romantic, even in platonic relationships, it takes you showing up. And that's important in this. We show up every day and you make a choice. We're choosing this. We have all chosen this. We're all in our 30s, mid 30s. We're all auntie ages right now, okay? Choosing this. So nobody's blindsided by this. Nobody is hurt by this. Everybody's making a mindful decision. And I think that's the beautiful part, that they're all choosing that.
The thing is, maybe you might be able to say that in the beginning, but I think like once you have the kids, being that I've been there, and I'm gonna put the book back up because all of this is in the book. Once you have your children and that is your life and that's what's going on, doesn't necessarily mean you're making mindful decisions. Like I said, if you're being driven by these ideas, and even though it may not seem like and I feel like she's leaning very heavily into that too, of like, well, I'm having an alternative lifestyle, so I'm not getting caught up in, traditional mindsets and things like that. But you are in the sense of like I said, I think it probably is a great advantage to be like, well, he's got me in this beautiful sprawling home and I don't have to worry about working and figuring out who's going to watch the kids while I'm working, how everybody's going to be picked up, and then having to do homework, and then having to cook, and then having to do it all over again, at least 5 days a week and all that. You know what I mean? Like being someone who lived that life. I'm saying I totally understand that's me looking through the screen going, I could see how you would want to do that. But again, the cost is that you have to give all the love that you could have been giving somebody that would have been giving that same kind of love back to you in a closed circuit to this guy that's spreading himself all over the eastern or western seaboard. You know what I mean? And I'm not necessarily saying that she should have been, loving somebody that she still had to do all that work with. You get, but I'm saying that was the caveat. That was the concession that you had to make, was that I have to be in this liminal space, in this purgatory of a relationship with this man in order to be taken care of now, because I got all these kids, and I sincerely doubt that any other man is going to put me in this type of situation.
Choosing that for themselves, just as you've chosen your own path with your husband. It's a beautiful thing. And like you said, there's also perfect relationships that are genuinely perfect. And you're like, wow, that's amazing. What a great model. But then there's also this and that and this and that. And the age of perfection is dead.
But I also think I reframe perfection because I consider myself to be perfect right now.
I love that.
I consider you to be perfect right now.
Same.
Because I'm showing up the absolute best that I can in this moment. Yeah. And I am a good person who wants good in the world. And so I've given my best. So this is perfection. Yeah. Perfection doesn't mean without flaws. It means it's serving its purpose 1000%. Yeah. Like, it is devoting itself to its purpose. And so I think a perfect love devotes itself to its purpose.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, I want to get you back to your life, but I do want to talk about, I know that you're caring for your children full time right now, but you've got this beautiful project.
Yes.
That's got an intention. It has a name, doesn't necessarily have a format yet.
No.
Tell me about Loving in Every Frequency.
Love in Every Frequency is what I've created with my son in mind. After our interview, what was really going on behind the scenes was my child was autistic, and I didn't even know, and there was so much happening, and in that process we finally got his diagnosis. And if you have one child, it's already difficult, but loving 3 children all one size does not fit all. But also loving Nick is not a one size.
I was trying to wait, but I was getting tired anyway because it's already after 11, and I do want to open up the thing. On that note, talk about loving Nick. That is a choice. You don't have to do that. That's the part. You, especially if it's all that going on with the kids, girl. That's where I get off the crazy train. Let me go ahead and put this up. It said, perfect describes something entirely without faults, defects, or omissions. It's complete, accurate, and of the highest quality. She's trying to get her coin together. I hope she do. She said, wow, when you put it like that, this is a nightmare situation for a pick-me. I'm glad she's still on earth with us because she's trapped. Yeah, that's what's like psychological. I don't think we talk about things, but I try to touch on the psychological toll and the psychological realities, because when people are always saying, I don't understand it, and how could you, this is how, because psychologically, this is what she's grappling with, and these are her choices. Like, these are her freaking choices. Hey, Les, I'm gonna go ahead and close this out.
What gets me is the fact that she is so determined she was so determined to insinuate that Shant was being dishonest. And I think that there's something she's letting slip there, because when you're the one living this reality, right? No one should have more evidence than you of the fact that it is what it is, all of that and the bag of chips and everything else. But you are struggling to believe that someone else can believe you. It is very telling to me when that is like, you're so concerned that people don't believe you, that you are, and you're making yourself out to be the victim all the time. And there's nothing like, I mean, I can't relate, right? I don't have children at all. So whatever that means, in regard to saying, hey, I could see myself in her experience. But I do think that if you are finding it so hard to believe that other people believe you, it means you don't believe you. Like you're
That's
like
we are the stand-ins for her self, her inner self. That's like, listen to me. I'm
right,
trying to tell you something. Listen to me. Because
right,
she doesn't have to hear us as people. She does not have to hear us at all.
right. And I mean, genuinely, and I think genuinely it's one of those of like, if she is like, and you're also making it my problem by continuously bringing this up. You are inviting me to talk about this thing. So let's not make it look like I am bringing this up. You literally, I'm sure Shannon's paying you for this interview. So
Maybe
whatever.
not, because she's uh advertising whatever it is she got going on.
Okay, okay, cool. But still, like, this is an interview that you knew. And I mean, when I think about the overarching goal of what I'm saying here, is that there's a defensiveness that I think points to a dishonesty. And I think that there is a way that, now that Nick has convinced you that he's your forever person, um, okay, girl, all right. And this is what we're doing, and you just found out that you're the only one who,
What's blowing? Something's blowing.
the fan. So, and you're the only one that is in this kind of forever entanglement. How do you, the fact that, okay, I think that sometimes when you're trying too hard to be liked and you're trying too hard to be the easy one, you actually annoy the person. Like, if I don't know Nick from a can of paint, but when he doesn't even think that way anymore, and he's seeing the exhaustion because you're not the only, because like, even if it's not you, this is becoming exhausting to him. Out of his own mouth, that's what he's saying, right? So if you're still on this type of time, right, and you're bought in, like, it's one thing for me to believe it's one thing for me to be convincing myself that I'm okay, and then me being able to convince you that you're okay, but I'm deconstructing and rethinking and all of the above, and I know that you're lying to me, like, but we neither of us can be honest. I am pretty sure that,
Girl, and remember that part when she was like, "Oh yeah, I don't check his phone, and I don't do this, and I don't do that." It's like you box yourself into this space where you literally have to do this.
right, like to 27:45 fitness, like, I don't think men really like pick me's. I don't think that they enjoy the dishonesty. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody enjoys being around somebody who is, I don't think anybody values somebody that they know is not honest, And I think that I think that there are people who enjoy the polyamory lifestyle, or the mono poly, whatever she just said. Cool, right? And I'm not in any position to pretend that everybody needs to have what I want, right? So if Shan is happy and if this woman is happy, okay. But if you don't, if everything that comes out your mouth in terms of describing the situation then gets contradicted a few moments later, then it's one of those of like, I can't, how do I say, and he can hear it too, and he's going on Umar, who is so embarrassing and embarrassing you, and then you're over here doing so many like giving Simone Biles a
Protecting his
run,
image.
yeah,
Protecting his image.
doing like Simone Biles level dismounts and flips to protect this man's image,
And he's
and
over
like
there
to
using you and your children to basically him acting out.
and then saying that your cooters smells, like he's embarrassing you, like he's going out and embarrassing you, and obviously as the breadwinner in this relationship, he feels entitled to act in a certain way because he does exercise his leverage over these women. And I think it is a point that is on the board, that the only woman that he does not go out there and embarrass in the same way is the one woman that did not that had her own, right? He chooses these women specifically for that dynamic.
But can I say something to what you just said about like he's not valuing? How can you value something that you have multiples of? For real,
I
for
think you
real.
can. I think you can. Like you
No,
can.
I'm talking about in the way that she even points out that she's like, oh yes, I'm trying to maintain this image of this beautiful singular thing that he and I have together. Even though I know he has other things, but I'm trying to maintain the idea that this thing that we have is very unique. But then I'm seeing him showing me in my face that it's not unique when I'm seeing him posted up with other people, and it's like a paint by numbers situation of what
I
we
he values it like a collection. Like he's trying to catch them all. Like you can love, but deadass, like I love headphones, right? And I love them for different reasons, you know? And I am, yeah, for you it's glasses, right? You said that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, and you love them all for different reasons. But in terms of what we are saying, the love that we are trying to get into these relationships for, and all the above, like I don't think he's able to, like, yeah, like they love their sneaker collections. I don't think that he is on the level where, with her at least, where he's tapped into a love that he wants to have in the way that we're talking about. I think he sees this as a sneaker collection.
Yes, yes, exactly. You're right. I believe, yes, I agree with you. She's not a person, and that's what I'm saying of that disconnect. And I picked up on that
She's not, I think she's a
really
person.
early.
I think she's a
No,
person.
I
I
don't
think
think, no,
that
no,
she
she
is
is
not
a
a partner.
person, but she is in his, for him, I don't know if he's capable of seeing these women as people, because there's no way you can get up on these places and talk about these situations. And like I said, you may not be you may not be saying a specific name, but all of these women are connected to you in this way. So that, like you said, even saying that thing about people's vaginas, thinking, who else am I supposed to infer you're talking about?
Right.
One or
Like,
all of these five. So I'm saying they're not people to him, because in his mind, that didn't even seem inappropriate. He's not even thinking in the same way that
yeah.
she's sitting there with Sean, actively trying to, oh yes, he's a great father, he's a great provider, and people think all
Yeah.
these things. She's thinking so much about how other people are viewing him, and he's not thinking of them at all. When he's talking solely about him and his experience.
And I think that, you know, when he, like, for an ego like his, because she's saying, oh, it's ego on the woman's end, the level of ego this man has to have that conversation with Dr. Umar and say that, the level of ego this man has to have the hubris to go out there and attempt this feat that people, like, I don't, like, his ego is embarrassing and obnoxious. And the fact that he is, and so you know, but he don't, how do I say this? There's gonna be a contempt that's bred eventually towards her, because I don't think that it's as fun when she's going for it. Like, I think that in terms of kind of rolling back to the whole men don't like quick me's for real, like the more and more you do this is the more and more I think that they're going to see how far they can take it and then lose off of you. The more and more they get away with it. You know what I mean?
I think right now, because he seems to be such a wounded person, and this is why I know him, because I dealt with him before. Being that they're such a wounded person, they look for, she's like a comfort blanket. Her specifically, I'm saying, is like a comfort blanket, because she seems to be that person, is like I said, when he gets uncomfortable, when she's being a little bit too real, she just withdraws.
No, he silences her. Like,
yes,
when
but I'm saying,
Yeah.
whereas other women seem a little bit spicier. You get what I'm saying? I think out of everyone, she seems to be the one that mostly will just sit and be like, okay, I'm just here for your comfort. I will figure out how to calibrate to your comfort.
And she's and maybe in his collection, right? Like, having that person that is as and that's the thing, kind of rolling back to the gold digger piece. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice in the conversation to not mention that probably the reason why she is that comfort blanket is because of the lifestyle she's living. And if that's
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And if that's the dynamic that he wants to have, and it's the dynamic he's enforcing, right? With that rule about, I'm going to take away everything, right? So if that's the dynamic that, like, why do we have to front? And that's the thing, like, I don't, like, sex work is work. I think that if we want women to be able to live in these autonomous, self-directed lives where we get to self-actualize, I don't think it's healthy for us to be dishonest about this dynamic, because, sir, you would not do this. There's a lot of men without money who attempt the same feat and have a bajillion and one kids, right? We know that. But I think that in terms of the women he's choosing to do this with, why they're consenting to it, why he's running around doing the absolute most or whatever, like, if his achy breaky heart skips a beat when he finds out that if he can't afford this for any at all, like, if he stepped on the wrong Lego and he can't afford this lifestyle anymore, that his security blanket is going to up and leave. I think that is entirely dishonest. Like, and when these guys are like, okay, women, do the absolute most to keep your hair, your skin, nails this kind of way, do everything you can do to keep yourself attractive, all of the above, not thinking that women will want something back for that. That is, I think it's a dishonesty that we don't do ourselves any favors, not putting in their face like, yep, she's a gold digger. That is, yes. Why would she not be a gold digger? Why would it not make sense for her to be a gold digger in this situation? Which woman would deliberately make their kids poor, knowing full well that this man has 12 children or how many umpteen children, and knowing full well that he can't afford to take care of them, and that she's likely to struggle to find employment because of the spectacle of being associated with him. His ability to pay for this is a part of it.
But you gotta remember too, she's a DJ, but she also seems like she got over on, party girl type of, and I'm not mean party girl like she's out there like that, but you get what I'm like, the persona. She's in her 30s now. She said it herself. There's expiration date. I think she's past her expiration date in terms of the industry she's in. You get what I'm saying? And so it's like, what would she do? For real, what would she do?
And you know, I don't know. I just looked up Bree. Bree is pretty. She looks like a Megan Fox. Okay,
But
cool.
Bree does real estate, doesn't she?
Girl, I
I
don't
think
know.
she's
I
on,
really
I
don't.
think she's on that show Selling Sunset or something. Like she has a job.
Okay, cool. And like Bree is what the, I don't look. This man is a walking, talking joke, and if you're going to get involved in them with them, there has to be something in it for you. And there's nothing wrong with us being honest about it. If you want to be a silly goose person, sir, just know that the women that are going to to be involved with you are looking for a silly goose time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I keep the money coming, whatever, right? And maybe he likes the fact that what her offer is that she's gonna play Delulu Land with him, but there is no way that she is going to not get. She will be pressed and mad. There, all of this conversation will shut down the minute that he no longer can afford to keep her in that same lifestyle. This is not like, let's not. Why are we
Oh,
doing
yeah.
this?
If he was able to day tomorrow to be like, baby, I don't have the money to keep you in this house and the nannies and all that other stuff, then I think you would see her be like, wait a minute, oh my God, what have I done? You know,
Exactly.
but I'm saying right now, looking at where she is at, that's why I say I get it. I get it.
And I think that I think that when
There's
we
a
judge
cost.
the gold,
There's a cost.
oh, for sure. But like the idea that we are like, oh, she's a gold digger. Yeah. Correct. You know what I mean? Correct. That is the exchange that she's in. And like the
Yeah,
go
but
ahead.
if you talk to her about it and you said that to her, she's like, no, we're in love. Like
That's a
that's,
branding
and I
issue.
think that's my problem with her is that she talk about, oh, let's not put these judgments on people. But I think if people were to say to her, look, girl, if I were to come to her and say, look, girl, I understand. You got in over your head. You let this nigga talk you out your drawers. You let this nigga trap you with these babies. But at least he's taking care of you. And I get it. You're in a nice, cushy situation. And honestly, ain't nothing out here with these niggas anyway. So you probably do better just to have your arrangement and keep your arrangement. I think she would be offended. The same way she sat there and tried to take offense with Sean being so nice and being so gracious and being so, sweet and tactful about how she was talking to. It still wasn't good enough because at the end of the day, she does not want to think and believe that she made a lot of concessions and compromises. That's the thing that she's fighting against, this idea that you bent a lot to just make this situation work. And yes, it is better than a lot of other baby mother situations. I'm not going to hold you there.
It's not better. I think that like when we talk about why she would be offended is because of that better. So I'm not going to gaslight you and say that. But it's like, look,
I'm saying based off of how it seems that she thinks about things, that
yeah,
it would offend her to think that someone's saying that she's being calculating and that she didn't just, oh, we just fell in love and it just happened and it was just fated and I'm just, this was just meant to be. You get, that's the kind of language she's using as opposed to yes, she'll step in and say, oh yeah, we all made decisions, yada yada yada, when she's trying to push away this idea that she should feel a type of way about things. But in a general sense, when she's talking about it, it's a very hazy, muted. Oh yes, we're just so in love, and then we're just so lucky,
oh
and it
my
just so happened.
God.
It's conventional.
They're like 2745 Fitness just said something so profound. She said she should be a gold digger. He can't offer even loyalty. Like that
Yeah,
is
but
a word, because think about it. Like
being a
what
gold digger, this is what I keep trying to explain. Being a gold digger outright means that there is a cold practicality about how you engage.
engage. Yeah.
She is not engaging it. She's engaging in a very open, mushy, lovey-dovey, romantic. She doesn't want to
Dishonest
look at it
way.
like, okay, I'm getting mine, and she doesn't want to look at it as transactional. She wants to believe that it is unique and special and singular and beautiful. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't lend itself to the cold practicality.
Why can't me getting something out of my relationship be beautiful? I don't know. Like, granted, I'm not saying I want this for me, right? But what I'm
I'm not
saying
saying that
is,
it can't. I'm saying that I'm
no,
talking
no,
about
no. But
mindset.
in her mindset, no. I'm not
Yeah.
pushing back there. Yeah, we're on the same page in that regard. But what I'm saying is that, like, I think that it is very I don't know. We'll leave a blank space in that word. It is something to be in a situation where you would expect somebody to engage, give their body, give their career, give their image over to something and expect nothing in return. I think that, and like the idea that he can't offer loyalty, like the alternative to gold digger is being in a relationship where there is a commitment to a certain level where we have each other's back. He don't got her back. We have each other's image. He don't got her, like.
But you're forgetting too, he holds all the cards, because we're talking about, okay, yeah, if she were to, especially, here's the thing, if she were one day to say, you know what, I'm not buying into this lovey-dovey thing anymore. I got these kids. You better take care of me. I'm not trying to deal with you right now anyway, but I'm just gonna be in this house. When he come over, he can play with his kids, and I'm not necessarily trying to fuck with him
And
like
then
that.
he's gonna be
He
mad.
would,
Yeah.
yes, that's what I'm saying. So it's not like it's a situation where she could be that way, and he would then be like, "Wait a minute, what's going on?"
I understand. I'm just saying, like, I'm just looking at I'm looking at it from a standpoint of like observing it, but I understand the practicality of why she is doing. I don't know why she's talking about it though, like, because you couldn't get me to go on nowhere and tell nobody nothing about it.
We're
I would
gonna do
just
this
be doing my little thing by
privately.
myself. What?
You
Look.
know, we got our little love bubble. We're just gonna be in our little love bubble, and nobody's fucking
I know what
business.
I'm doing.
You're not
Everybody's
gonna
safe
embarrass me
here, but
publicly.
you ain't gonna talk. And if you talk about me, I hold the right to just embarrass you a little bit somewhere, right? Because you ain't gonna go nowhere and tell nobody about my cooter. Like,
You
excuse me.
listen to me. I can't even touch you. I don't even like. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that there's so many. First of all, what are you doing? What do you
I just
have
turned off
there?
the fan.
Oh, even if when he said, because who did he say that to? Was it? I think it was Dr. Umar last time too. He was saying, like, look, if I could get Mariah back, I would get her back. Like, if that's not,
Can you
he said that
imagine?
years ago. He said that like at least a year ago. At
Why
least a
wouldn't
year ago. He said that a while ago.
We need to stop being dishonest with these men. If you want to be like that, then you deserve a gold digger. What are we talking about? Not deserve a
He
gold
said that a
digger in that
while
way.
ago, and it was just like, and
Not
y'all
even deserve a
still.
gold. You want a gold digger. That is what you
But
are in
guess
the
what?
market
She's
for.
sitting
Get the
there
fuck out of here.
but she's sitting there fangirling with him, like, oh yes, Mariah's a queen, and you like that's why I say she's the
She's
comfort blanket,
so
because she's
okay,
going for
cool.
whatever
But
he's going
she
for.
know
Whatever
she
he's
being
doing, she's
silly.
doing.
He knows she being silly. This is a silly goose time. That's all it is. This is a silly goose time. You feel me? Like, everybody's over here just being silly and saying stuff, but
And
keep the checks running, and that's what it is.
right,
That's
keep
what
this light
it
on,
is.
keep this pool clear. We're good. We're good,
What
my
the pool
brother.
man is
We're
there. The lady came and was just doing the thing in there. I got certain servants and there's nannies and the child is going to the right school. All right,
First
cool.
of all, the way y'all would never hear from me again. Y'all
The
would
way,
never hear from me
but
again.
she's
I
a
would be taking it
silly
all to you.
goose.
I'll be
This
laying
is
out in that sun on that grass. I'll be living the. You might see an Instagram, very aesthetic Instagram. Okay, I'm living a lifestyle, baby.
But why do
That's
you
what
need
you'll see.
us to?
But I'm
Why
not
do you
talking to
need us to
nobody about nothing.
validate it? Like, why do you
I'm not
need us
talking to
to
nobody about
validate it,
nothing.
girl?
that,
Look,
that was
I
where
would.
you'll see me. What's understood doesn't need to be explained. That's gonna be my tagline at the top of my profile. What's understood doesn't need to be
I'm
explained.
dying. Because that's really what is understood. Don't need to be explained, baby. Every woman in the room. That's what I'm saying. Every woman who has ever womaned past 25 understands what's happening here. Why we gotta lie?
Girl, I get it. But let's not do that.
Because the alternative is something he is saying he cannot offer to you. The thing is that 45 Fitness's exact statement, what he is saying, what the alternative is, where we have a relationship where you are my person that you are I can rely on you, where there are expectations between us, where where we are building something together that's about our mutual goals, is not what he's offering. So let's all be honest about what is here. What does not, what is,
Girl, you know what? You probably throw a whole monkey wrench into their shit. Ask her, and what are y'all burial arrangements?
I want to go on my plot. Look,
What are
look,
y'all
look,
burial
look,
arrangements?
look. The
Hey,
way
Jasmine.
that I now see it as her playing in his face and doing this shit just to be able to collect that check, and that's okay. Why do we? I need there to be justice for the gold diggers. I really do.
The only reason I don't believe it is because, like I said, and she's the only one of them. I haven't seen none of his other baby moms. They just go. They're living their lives. They're doing whatever. Like I said, Bree's on the whole thing. I don't know. I've never seen anything come up about Bree talking about this man. I've seen things where they're talking to him and they may ask about Bree or she gets mentioned, but I've never seen. She's the only one talking about this situation.
The only piece that I have is that she was like, and so I'm going to make my this course about peace and love and open love. All right, girl, at least you're getting some branding out of this. Go ahead. Get yourself your coin.
I believe that's why I'm saying she is really working hard to, and that's why I say I feel bad for her, because this is part of her needing validation of some kind to reaffirm to herself, because it's not real with her. Like, even
she's dishonest with herself for sure.
Hasn't watched. In fact, let me share. Is this it? Because y'all ain't gotta hear it. I'm gonna pull it up on here first. I'm gonna show y'all the things you need to go back and watch, and please let me know if and when you do. Why? Because you're going to be like, oh my God, there was so much of context and like, oh my God, I can't believe you're going to be like, I can't believe she's still talking like this when this is already documented. This is already documented, right? It's not funny. It's absurd. There it is. So see these two here up top. Word is Bond, and then the main character. Oh shoot! So I gotta put it too. I knew I named something the main character before, but yeah. So that's crazy.
But let me tell you something. When I tell you that, from where I'm standing, like whatever. He is probably seeing a dwindling amount of women willing to consent to that foolishness. And I think that there's a dwindling. I think that whatever that, how do I say this? Whatever that soul tie is that they got between each other, like, and the way how she's always talking about the sex with him and the blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't think she's doing it right. I think that there's something in her head that's happening because you know that there are people who like have sex addiction, or like their bodies just react to sex differently. Like, there's something like this lady don't seem like she's all the way there. You know? Like, she just doesn't seem like she's all the way there, because at some point you would just stop. But then again, you know what? People will choose these sycophantic mouthpieces because of the fact that you need a yes person in order to keep up this ruse. But it will surprise no one that the moment that the money starts flowing, that these people will be. I think she's just talking production. I think that she is just she's doing things to hype him up, to make it maybe she's on her in her bag about just being like, you know what, I'll do it for you, baby. Just keep that check running. You know what I mean? You need a little PR for me, and she might be the only one that's willing to kind of do this. Cool, but
he don't need no PR. He didn't need no PR to do it. Everybody was dragging him the whole time, and he kept collecting as many women as would come with him. He don't need no PR. She's doing this for her. She's doing it because either one of them look good, and she knows it.
I mean, I would go, but I do think that he has contempt for her because nobody enjoys somebody playing in their face. And if this is what she's saying to him, he now at least is openly showing that he thinks that this is a delusion. So I'm like, eventually she's going to have to flip the script. And I hope that before that she has contracts in place.
Where she might finally, because you saw my daughter came up and she was saying, like, from her perspective, I was doing all this stuff thinking I was doing the right thing for her. And she's like, yeah, we didn't need him there. You know, like, he was actually bringing some weird ass shit. It's going to take the kids coming to her and saying, Mom, please stop. This is weird. They're going to have to say it because they're what she's using to anchor her in. I don't have to worry about what you say because I'm doing what's best for my cat. You know, so
I mean, maybe because of my own stuff, I don't even think about the piece about the kids as much because I'm okay with believing that, you know what, they're raising their children like she loves her child. Like, children grow up in crazy situations all the time. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Like, I'm more so concerned about like the dishonesty.
I think we agree that in a general sense, in terms of situations, she's got a pretty good deal.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. She has a pretty good deal. Like, she has a deal. I don't think it's pretty good, but she has a deal that she's working with. But I think that with regard to the note about the kids and and like her pretending to be all about the kids, I don't think that she needed even to go there. This isn't all about the kids. The kids this isn't all about the kids. That's not true. And maybe,
because that reinforces, this is the thing, and this is how you know you're not just doing this for the love of the game. Because if you was doing this for the love of the game, you wouldn't give a fuck what we had to say. You probably wouldn't even give a fuck what the kids had to say. For you know, like, you wouldn't need all these other things to reinforce the idea that this is right and proper and meaningful and everything like that. You'd be able to say when people say, yeah, this is fucked up, well, it's what I want.
It's for the love of the game, though.
What I want.
Like, whatever she's saying, I just hear like Charlie Brown, walk, walk. This is for the love of the game. Her children are safe. They're well provided for. She lives well, and she gets to toss around in the sheets from time to time. Cool.
With this guy that's giving her back-to-back orgasms and just
no, that's a lie. She's lying. With this guy who is with this guy who gives her access to a credit card. Cool.
You would be surprised how many women are when they are involving themselves in bad dynamics with their baby's fathers.
I don't care.
You would be surprised how many women they'll sit when you talk to them long enough, eventually they'll get around to saying something sexual, like, oh, well, he just knows my body like none other, or we just have this amazing, I just know we're fated to be together because the sex is like, there's always, that's why it's in the book.
There's such a psychological part of orgasm, though. Like, so, okay, fine. But
it ain't even got to be about, or because a lot of times when you say and you talk to people, they ain't even doing all that. It's this idea, it's the mythology. Like I said, it's about reinforcing the decision to be with the man.
Agreed.
And if the sex is just telling you that this is the man for you, if the universe is telling you this is the man for you, if all these other ethereal, otherworldly, bigger than you things are telling you that this is the man for you, who are you to go against fate?
I mean, okay, cool, girl. But like, okay, if that's what you want for you, then why are we here, class? Like, why have we assembled today? Like, because for me, it's the piece about like, if you should just admit who you are and why we're here. Like, if it's I don't.
Hold on. She said, lying to herself and him. Shan was like, look, I'm a freak of the week, and I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
She's
That's not
literally a sex
that's not
therapist.
true.
She's
That can't
literally
be
a
true.
sex therapist. That's not true.
It's
It's
like,
not
this is what I
true.
do. And that don't
Yeah. And honest, unless you don't know what an orgasm is, or there's something psychologically happening, like there's something wrong, or, like down there where, because I've seen it on Grey's Anatomy, right? So all of my medical credentials that come from episodes of Grey's Anatomy, where like some people, they have like a nerve issue where you know what I mean? Like where it's a nerve issue. But okay, cool. And if that's great, then you're great, cool. But like, why are we? The part that always makes me frustrated is the dishonesty. Like, it's the dishonesty. And I get it's that you have to be a little dishonest in order to play this game. And okay, cool. But in terms of like the fragility and that I see in her, like, you are absolutely not the person that is meant for this game. If you're being even kind of serious, honey, you are about to be on Snapped. You are so close to being on Snapped.
I'm trying to tell, those are the most, and that's why I'm saying, like, watching her, when I said it's bone chilling, because we're watching her in real time get confronted with something and then go, oh no, it's fine. Like reset to
ready for Harley Quinn. Like, you are ready for your Harley Quinn moment.
Doing the work of compartmentalizing that stuff, but it's still the fuck there, girl. It's gonna break the fuck out.
Yeah, like, because she wasn't sounding right, like right in the head. She wasn't sounding right.
Girl, when she said that, Shan, you were being judgmental. That's how you know, and that's why I can't with that type of stuff. Like, you're not going to use me to get your shit off because you're not going to take it over to that person. Like,
I kind of was just like, this girl isn't right when she started like protecting him. So like when she was doing so much to protect his image, like when he was saying something himself and then she was just doing all of these, like, it was giving press conference like 2026 with Orange Man. Like, I can't do it.
And to me,
even
you're
Colt.
making it even like, I'm gonna use the word cheaper, but it's just like, by sitting there and they say mystery is better for people, leave some mystery or whatever. I could care less about, and I know I sat and I watched it, but just so I happened to come across it, you see, I didn't even know it happened until I was reading the article. But it's like, I could care less for real about what you're doing and why you're doing it. It's done now. The kids are here. I hope everybody's okay. I hope everybody's happy and safe and warm and fed and all those things. And I'm sure they are to a certain degree. It's going to get more complicated as they get older. We know that, right? But it's just like, I keep saying, you don't have to do this.
Yeah, you don't got it. Agreed. And like, and Shan is trying so hard to not embarrass this lady.
Yes,
and
that's what I'm mad at.
She's so close to being on Snapped. Like, this lady, like, this is the beginning of Snapped. This is the beginning of how we get to Snapped. I promise you.
Yes.
This is
That's
like
it's crazy, man. These are we sit and we talk about this stuff all the time. This is really what it is when you get into the meat and potatoes of it. This is what it is every day, all day. These psychological games, these things that we do, these coping mechanisms, these reactive attachments and all these, like, it's crazy. And like I said, yeah, in there is some strategy of like, okay, well, I'd rather cry in my own little mini mansion than crying in a one bedroom apartment with all these kids and got to get up and go, like okay, but it's like we're also seeing the cost of that, and even though it seems like a dream that, oh, I would be in there, it's clear that she is suffering in her own way.
Yeah, like either it's one of two things. Either she is playing 5-dimensional chess and she's doing it for the love of the game, and she's just saying what she needs to say in order to keep in his good graces and to keep this ruse up, because for some reason he needs her to go on this stage and say this thing, or she is really, really losing it.
She said, I don't think she's getting that much sex. I think she's overemphasizing the importance of the sex because that's all she's getting.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's literally all she's getting is sex from this man, like sex and fantasy from this man. So I think that's why she's, oh, yes, we come together and it's all these other. Okay, girl.
Exactly. Exactly. But I mean, I'm just gonna say,
girl, it's 12 o'clock at night. We've been on here for 5 hours. I'm sorry, guys. No wonder everybody's leaving.
Oh, well, either way, super last thing. It's one of two things. Either she's on espionage level, like, on like agent, 00. I'm doing this for a reason.
Crazy like a fox, or just crazy?
Crazy like a fox, or crazy, yeah, and
just regular crazy.
Yeah, and he chose the right one. And sometimes you karmically do that. He chose the right one in her, though. He chose the right one.
She's down for the ride.
No, meaning like he gonna find out which one she is. I really believe in this life he gonna find out which one she is, because he ain't doing nothing to make it so that he does not find out which one she is. Amen. I like my tongue. Not like he gonna find out, because I think he's got her. She's got his crazy. I think she's got his crazy.
Girl.
And Mariah, being the goddess, did you know that Mariah sued somebody and won for wasting her time romantically?
Yes, that's what I love that. And thank you for bringing it back, because she's on the thumbnail, and that was the important. And that was really the whole point of everything. Like, we're seeing how it looks to be in a space where you are not she doesn't give me self-actualized.
No.
She gives me very, I don't want to infantilize her. But also, I feel like her choice that she's making is to reinforce the choices that she's making that aren't in alignment, that don't seem to be in alignment.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
Whereas you have Mariah that's like, look, I'll marry you. Oh, you can't handle being married to me? Cool. Wish you well. I'm going to take these babies and live this fabulous life. Oh, this man wants to marry me. Cool. Give me this right. Oh, you don't want to marry me anymore? I'll be keeping this. Like, those are the vibes. Is at the end of the day, that's if you want to know the difference between being self-actualized and just being loosey-goosey, vulnerable median. That's what it is. Because she's just like, whatever happens, it's going to be to my advantage, and I'm not going to let it hold me back mentally, emotionally. I'm not going to let it box me in to these weird ass situations. I'm going to live fully, and I'm going to live on my terms. And period.
I love it, because guess who does not get Nick Cannon brought up? Nobody. Mariah Carey is a single mother at this stage who the least interesting thing about her is the fact that she's a single mother.
There you go. That is the little, thank you. You articulated it perfectly. The least interesting thing about her is the fact that Nick Cannon is her ex-husband and the father of her children.
And it is so irrelevant, and she will not even for a second tolerate bringing it up.
She damn near said, I don't know him. She's damn near said it. I know it's on the tip of her tongue. Like, I don't know that nigga.
I think she said it already. I think she said it. Girl, she won't even talk about him.
You say PA shout out. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna let that slide because I don't understand what it means. But yeah, that just means we stayed a little too long. We got visitors.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good night. I'm gonna hop down. It's always fun.
It's always fun, girl. Thank you.
Night, night. Bye.
Good night. Let me go ahead and play this outro. I wanted to show you this thing. I'm a little tired, but it's fine. I'll show it to you because I like to give y'all something fun to go out to. So let me play this outro and then we will get on about our business. Where the hell is it?
Roll smooth with a
I'm glad it's muted because I didn't want the music on there anyway, because whatever, but I do need to go and figure out. Hold on. Let's see. I'm stop sharing, and then I'll share it again to make sure that I got also share tab audio. Yeah. It says also share tab. Turn it off and turn it back on. Go there. Okay. I'm checking to see if there's something on here turned off or whatever. I can hear it on this and y'all can hear it, but that's fine because I didn't want you to hear the music. But I would want you to hear the next one. So let me pull that up. This lady saw Jill Scott's pictures and she didn't know who Jill Scott was. And so she saw them was just like that somebody's pictures are here. You know, I hope we can find the person whose pictures are. Did I share that? Oh, I didn't yet. Okay. Cancel. Sorry, girl. I'm trying to get it together. It's late, honey. This one.
Update. Some of y'all have been waiting. Okay, here's an update some of y'all have been waiting for of Jill Scott's family photos I found in a Goodwill last week. I went back to the Goodwill this morning to see if they were still there. Thankfully, most of them were, including her school picture. Some of these photos are not of her, but I think since they are all placed together, some of them could be of her family. I'm not 100% sure, so I just went ahead and got all of them just in case. Jill Scott's social media manager messaged me on TikTok this morning about the photos and if I could get them back to her. So I'm in the process of that right now. Once I officially get them back to her, I'll give y'all another little small update on that. I have been reading some of y'all's comments saying that some of these photos could be worth money. I don't care. I know that photos are very special and meaningful to some people, so all I want out of this is just to make sure that they get back to her and her family. I saw a few other comments asking which Goodwill I found them at. I don't want to say out of privacy. I also saw some of y'all's comments saying you couldn't believe this white girl doesn't know who Jill Scott is. I know, I'm sorry. I must live under a rock. I did, however, listen to some of her songs on the way to Goodwill, and I have recognized 2 of them. But I just wanted to say the whole reason I originally made this post last week of finding old family photos on the shelf in Goodwill is because I thought it was sad. I didn't know who they were. I don't care if they're famous or not. I thought it was sad either way. But yeah, all I want out of this is just to make sure that these pictures get back to who they belong to. Okay, here's an update.
So that was that, and then I just happened to come across this thing with Jill Scott, and it's so interesting because we're talking about like happiness and being authentically happy and what it looks like to be authentically happy, and so I think this aligns with that as well. As a good way to end. Let's see.
All that I wanted was a house on Spring Garden.
And that's in Philly. Yeah.
That's
and
all
what's Spring Garden like? What is that?
3-4 story homes. They have white marble steps, tall ceilings with very intricate crown molding and hardwood floors. I mean, dream. I would walk by there real slow, you know, hoping that somebody would have their window or their door open so I could take a peek. Yes. That's not what I come from. But I wanted it. That's all I wanted. That was it. And I was going to sit on the steps with my cat, and I was going to drink coffee with my legs crossed. That was the dream.
Yes.
My crown molding is so beautiful. It's
Is there a moment when you realized
every day, like I'm sure it's annoying, you know, I'm sure somehow, somewhere in somebody that this is annoying that anybody could feel so self-satisfied. I feel satisfied when so often everything seems so terrible. Relationships are bad, kids are bad, the system is bad, and it is. It really, really is. And got me emotional. Tanya, like, what's up? All that I
Did y'all feel that? And that felt so much different than what I was feeling when Abby was talking. I felt what Jill was saying. In my spirit, I felt it. I know what she's talking about. Y'all see me, I be crying all the time. I be telling y'all I cry all the time. Just that feeling of contentment with what you have. I know that feeling. And so that was the feeling I wanted y'all to leave with. You know, that's what this channel is all about, is helping you figure out how to orient yourself to be able to get your feel, whatever your crown molding is, whatever that is, so that you're making decisions instead of concessions, and you can get your crown molding, whatever that is. So again, thank you all for supporting. Thank you all for this. Y'all saw earlier I was talking about that. Thank you for this. Thank you for everything. Thank you for showing up. Please utilize the hypes We talked about that before, the hypes there. That will help me out a whole lot in terms of getting stuff out there. Please let me know how you feel. Yeah, man. Yeah, like that. That's real. That's real. Also email me if you want to find out about the girls' night I'm trying to plan around seeing you, me, and Tuscany here in Philly. I want to go see it. I'm going to go see it. So I would love to be able to make that a special time for anybody who could make it to come and do that with me. That would be really cute. And yeah, that's it. I'm gonna let y'all go to bed. It's after 12. I did not eat, but I'm going to eat. And then I'm going to go to bed. And no, but it felt effortless. Can I say that I have so much energy? And I'm so excited. And it felt like a great conversation. Thank you again to Les for coming up. Always makes the conversation, gives it so much depth and a different range. So I appreciate it. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.